What's good? What's good? What's good? Honey, this is a real quick noonday knockout. Honey, just give me a minute. Hey, Warrior. Hey, Demetra. Shawty, Felicia. How y'all doing? So, this ain't no big deal, whatever. You know, I just thought about something. And I got to relay it to y'all. So, we are most likely aren't going to get the contents of the PSI, PSR, right? So, not going to get it. I forgot about this. Okay. Been a long time since I've been involved in this portion of it. But what we're going to get, and we should be able to get, is the objection to the report. So remember, and I thought about this. I said, well, this is, I forgot that shit. The PSI and the PSR contents normally aren't for open for public scrutiny. You know what I'm saying? So what we're going to get is the opposition to it, and that way, like I did last year, I'm able to ascertain what was in there just based on the objection to it, right, from both sides, right. So I can take because Japo did an excellent job of laying out. She said like, okay, the PSR, gave this many points for this area, right, and she objected or agreed with it, right, and then she did her calculation of what she thought it should be. That's what we're going to be able to get. So we're not, most likely, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see anything of what's actually on the actual PSR report, right? So make sure we get that together. I dropped the link because it's real quick for me, but I don't know if somebody wanted to click the link and have something to say. So I just want to make sure. What's up, Miss Tanya? But yeah, so yeah. With that being said, since the PSR report is already in, I don't know how long it's going to take for her to make her objections to it, right? And she could throw a monkey wrench in there and ask for an extension. And my face really gonna be all balled up and shit. I'm really gonna be looking crazy, hand comb and no makeup, nothing. I'm just gonna be looking crazy and like a damn fool. So, yeah, that's what we are. I don't know why I didn't think about that. And I only thought about it when I went to go check to see, because I'm like impatient, honey. I'm impatient. I'm impatient with this shit. And I was like, what am I doing? You ain't gonna get that. But see, if you got to think about it, if I was, back then, I would have it. I'm like, let me see what. Nope. I gotta wait like the like the rest of the damn people. And just thought about it. We're not probably gonna get. We don't get to see the contents of the actual report. We're gonna have to figure it out based on the objections that she raises and what the prosecutors says. So, mm, I don't know how long it's gonna be. Does anybody remember when he is when his sentencing hearing is scheduled? I know it's in February. Was it mid February or was it towards the end? got a damn weight. Ain't some shit. Oh, let me say this because not all the comments whatever comes through. Some of them, like they get hell for review and hell, and some of them I guess you can see it. Child, somebody told me a couple months ago you got to hit that on the board. You got to hit that message. You got to click on message first for some of them to be populated. Hell, I didn't even know that. But y'all been getting real good comments on the lives and the people that comes up and the commentary that we talk about and all of that and whatever. And y'all, I mean, I got y'all messages, but baby, it's taking me a minute to respond. So, but I'm gonna respond to them because I don't want to get backed up like I was one time. It took me 2 hours to empty it out, right? And when I put a heart on the message, that doesn't mean that I agree or deny, I agree or disagree with it. It just means that I'm trying to clear it out. And sometimes leave a message or whatever in response to it. But yeah, y'all been getting a whole bunch of ooh, I like the live and blah 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 whatever. And honey, we're just trying to elevate and make sure that it is more that people get something out of it, right? Whether it could be entertaining or informational, educational, that type of shit, right? But it's something that you can use. It ain't no bullshit. Nobody talking about nobody stalking no goddamn body. We typically don't play nobody, no one else's shit. Ain't no hypocritical stuff. I'm not gonna sit up here and accuse somebody of doing something and I do the same. No, we're not doing none of that. I'm not gonna charge you for shit. Okay, my thing is, if it is too expensive to run a channel, you simply just stop running it because you volunteered to run it. Y'all didn't hire us to do shit. This is just my opinion. Okay? So I'll be damned if I'm going to ask you for a cent to do something that I can just simply stop doing. If it's too much, if I can't handle it. And my broke ass should be the main one out here begging. If you go with the narratives, right? Yeah, I should be the main one out here begging and borrowing and shit to get it, to, hey, make it do what it do. But that ain't gonna never happen. All right? I ain't begging shit for me. But are you crazy? That bill ain't that goddamn much. What's up, New Black? Hey, Shout. Oh, thank you, Shout. So it's February 23rd. Yes, New Black. Yeah, that's now we don't use our rent typically like other people do, right? It's just a free Club Blue option, right? Remember, you just in the club. That don't mean that you're not no member of anybody else's team. That's not what that means. But I just like to recognize people that come over frequently and contribute in some kind of way. And the actual memberships out here is you have to pay for them. I don't believe in that charging people to do shit, right? I just don't believe in that. So we still have a pretty much a no blocking rule unless the people fall into unless people commit a blockable offense. And sometimes I go in and the people that need to keep their ass from up over here, we got a lot of people that like to come and spam the chat. We got a lot of people that like to talk shit about me and think it's okay to come type in the chat. I am not being that nice anymore. It's on a case by case basis. I'll go in and block your ass myself. When the video is over. Yeah. What's up, Sonya Davis? Hey, Angela Jackson. So yeah, I just wanted to tell y'all that so we won't um I won't be stressing out about a PSR report that I'm never going to see. On this side of it, I'm never going to see because I'm a civilian now, so I won't see it. That shit I wouldn't see it if I was the actual direct employee of the people, because when it's sealed, they go in and click on those switches for people that can have access to it, even though it's sealed. But they will turn it on for some people, usually the attorneys and the judge and maybe one or two clerks or something. But it won't be, accessible to the general public, right? And a wide body amount of people, right? So yeah, so what we're gonna have to wait. So it's February 23rd. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is the 24th. We haven't seen an extension put in by her as of yet. I would surmise that if she did put one in, and if it's not for a good goddamn reason, because I don't know what she could come up with, it's probably gonna go ahead as scheduled. But J-Bo might come up with something. Who knows? Um, so we should start seeing the sentencing submission at least to start coming through no later than like in 2 more weeks. So we got to suffer. Oh my god. So you said it's February 28th? Yeah, his points will go. Yeah, they could count this conviction in his point calculation. While information and evidence about prior convictions are not allowed in court unless it's dealing with something like bank fraud and things of that nature, some type of financial crimes. Points on convictions and things are allowed on the PSR when determining the defendant's sentence. hmm Yeah. So I don't know if someone's going. I'll give it. I'll go to about 30 minutes because I don't. Sometimes people like to click the link. I like to hit the funky ass link. So yeah, I thought about that shit. I went to. I said, what am I doing? Baby, I be wanting to know. Wait a minute, shit, what's going on? I'm like, what am I doing? We ain't gonna get the contents of that damn thing. We're gonna have to go by the report that she files and the report that the prosecutors file. But at least we know it's coming. It's coming. It is coming. So that part is already in. She's probably, of course, she's working on a mitigation report. And I don't know, but they better give us something. Cause we knows it. I need to try to determine, child, what kind of, what I'm saying. Cause when I saw what the prosecutors asked for in the last trial, they asked for 25, north of 25, right? I said, ooh, that judge might give him a symbolic sentence of 30 years. And so if I can see what the prosecutors are asking for, are they gonna ask for 25 years? I doubt it. It's just I don't know. I just don't know because they really saw this as a loss. I think they're gonna ask for I don't know 40 plus. That's just my opinion. Because they took this as a loss. It's the, so it is the 28th. You blocking all the terrorists. Oh Lord. But listen though, but mm, I could have swore it was 10, 10, 10. That's 30. Wasn't it 10, 10, 10 and 20, 20, 20? I think that's what it was. 10, 10, 10. And 20, 20, 20. Yeah, yeah. After this, then they will go through the process of, seeing what facility is available for his level, for his needs, and for his crimes and all of that. They'll do that evaluation and pick one. Yeah. Now, because they are, now, unless now, this is what I can say. I would say that the Illinois State Court will right now probably have a little bit more pressure on them to make a decision whether or not they're going to charge him or not, because if oh wait a minute, because he got a detainer on him from there, right? Is he out on bond with the Illinois State, or was that a no bond situation? Because because he might get transferred over there. So Illinois has a little bit more pressure on them now to within the next 30 days or so, they need to make a decision whether what they're gonna do. Shit on the pot or get off. That's straight up and down. Because he got a hold on him from, do y'all remember? It's a no bond. Hey Leslie, hey Danny. Since it's on the 23rd. Okay. So it's the 23rd. Y'all make up But we the information tank over him, baby. The think tank, all everything that got something to do with, getting it right. Shit. It's the last week of February. Shit. What's good with it, James Harris? So they're gonna have to put a little pep in their step now. So if there's no bond, he's just gonna go to over there because they're not because they got a hold on them. So hold on, let me check something out. Give me a minute, let me check something out. Let me look and see actually what the fuck. Hold on. All right, y'all. I ain't wanna hold y'all to see if I can find out because it require me to look for it through too much shit. But let me see if I can remember. I can remember. Okay. So y'all say he doesn't have a bond. Okay. He doesn't have a bond in Illinois. He didn't have a bond in none of them, I believe. So all of them had a claim on him. I think Illinois State had a claim on him first. So unless they decide to, no, they're most likely going to send him over there to that damn Cook County jail. Yeah. He most likely he's not gonna go to, be in prison, get settled in, and then come back unless it's some type of way they're just in the paperwork or whatever, they're just unsure, they don't know, they need some extra time, they keep filing motions to put off the time. They should whenever he gets sentenced, they should be there to pick him up. But you know what I'm thinking, and I may be wrong because I just don't know how vested the state is in this. Because think about this, right? A lot of times, if you go to a state trial after a federal trial, right? With regards to your sentence, it would just be usually be concurrent anyway, or a lot of times they'll, even though it could be something as severe as murder, they'll just tack on like 10 or 20 years of probation and give you that because they know you got a lengthy federal case. So, it may be maybe the common sense thing for Illinois state to drop it. But like I said, it depends on how bad they want to go through this bullshit. You already take into account, you already, don't know how Geronda is with her head at in this shit. So, what's up, Karen J? Yeah, so I don't know. Don't know about that. Oh yeah, make sure y'all drop y'all links and shit. Drop y'all links, drop y'all business stuff, drop y'all stuff. I mean, the state of Illinois got a lot of pressure on them. Because shit, they got a hold on him too. Damn. You said it's a no bond, they got a hold on him. So he might be in Illinois a minute. But I would think for purposes of budget, and y'all gotta understand, money, resources and shit, that money falls upon the resources is usually either, it's right up there it's tied with the number one factor, how they do anything, right? That and the severity of the crime. So they're not going to want to sit up there and let the federal send him clear across the country while and then have to ship him all the way back to stand trial, right? So they'll probably try to be to the door to pick him up when he gets sentenced, within a couple of days, right? To make sure he goes to put them in their custody, right? So I'm thinking that should play a part whether or not they're going to determine here within a month whether or not they're going to, you know, continue to prosecute, or should let it go. Or are they waiting on to see what that man, how that man gonna sentence him or whatever? Because ain't nobody got time to be, flying R. Kelly and that little old ass Buddy Holly plane all over America and shit. Just to fly his ass back. That's money. What's up, Mo? What's up, Mo? Oh yeah, that lady was trying to get her money back. That thing was funny. That lady said, can I get my money back? Because I just thought about it. I need it. Like, wait a minute. Ooh, Mo, I found an interesting topic, girl. But I wanted to tell somebody about it, and but girl, I just wanted to that would be a good conversation for us to talk about, child. Of course, it's in your wheelhouse. Woo, girl, I didn't even know, the extent of this thing, child. You know, different the classifications of different fields and stuff. They're ever evolving, changing. You get new people with new opinions all the time, and so I say new people, new opinions. I'm meaning researchers, meaning lawmakers, meaning, so that's why I wanted to put it general like that. And it really shapes different industries, right? The law industry, the industry of law, I guess you could say that. The psychology, sociology, all of that, everything that has to do with that biology, all of that. I mean, the science. I guess I could say the industry of science, and it just it's those fields are, you have to forever be in the goddamn learning and research, and it's a continuous wheel. It never stops. What you think you might know from last week, the next week it has changed and nobody told you nothing. That's why you got to always hit the books and the periodicals, right? Which was called, what you call those, secondary law, right? Periodicals are so important because they pretty much tell you, like, when the law was amended, the abstract, all of that. It gives you that information, you know. So, huh. mm I don't know. Yeah, the damn Buddy Holly. You seen that Buddy Holly plane they put R. Kelly on? The fuck? Hell no. I ain't getting on that. Listen, those be the main ones that be what? Hitting the ground. Uh-uh. No, it's and I'm pretty sure that you're on this, but I don't want to say it yet because I didn't tell this person a person that this is what I think you are. oh, oh my goodness. But yeah, I'll tell you what it is in the genre of the alpha male and the beta male. I'll tell you that. oh Lord. I didn't know that it was some extra shit. Okay. Mhm. So I was also looking at that, and I was like, well, damn, I got to look and see what what they say about us women. You know, did they add some more shit to that? Like I haven't gotten, and I don't know if it's just due to the holidays, whatever, but I haven't gotten a request for someone needed outside behavioral services since the end of December, right? And what I do is when I get those referrals, I just simply place somebody in the states where I got, license or residential in so that person can get assistance from somebody that, that can provide that type of service, right? So this is what, we in the 20 something day, and so it's been about a month. I haven't gotten anybody new. But what I do, and of course, I gave it a name that they're now using is just triage them. When I get it, or when the people that do this type work these type of contracts get it, I triage them, right? So a lot of if y'all of course, I upload the call on my channel. And it's so crazy. These people are so damn stupid. I put all the stuff out, the calls, all the stuff on my social media, all that shit. They act like because they come and use it, like they don't. Ooh, we got some on it. No, bitch, I'm the one put it out. Like you stupid. you are. I'm the motherfucker one that uploaded it. Like what the fuck? Yeah, that's why I'm like, honey. Mm-mm. If I wanted it hidden, I would simply would have not uploaded it. Like, oh my God. it's draining, child. I'm all too happy to talk to the people that got some goddamn sense and not dumb, no dummies. I cannot. I had to take that out of my goddamn off my schedule, child. But anyway, if you listen to that call where I'm talking to one client who is an extreme case because she came in her um ICD what 10 now, I guess. Was it a 9 when I got her? It was ICD 10. And, it started with an F, child. So when they start with an F, that's real. Woo, child. But I kept her because she had, her different doctors and all of that. What she needed was something that I could provide. So, but anyway, so when I get them, most of them are between people with, mental illnesses, and you got people with substance abuse. That's the main ones I get a juvenile here and there. But and so where you at, Mo? Mo, right, when they come in with that ICD 10 and start with an F, they shit. They real bad off. So, but anyway, I sit up there and now the last one I did wasn't that bad. Last one I did in December wasn't that bad, but I have to find somebody in their area that can give them some outside behavior services. I get a few seniors here and there. But anyway, that one lady, I ain't gonna say her name. Did I hope I took her name out off that call, but she just grew on me. And you don't make a lot of money placing these people. You don't, right? But she just grew on me. And she kept saying, well, why can't I stay with you? Why you got to put me on somebody else? Why can't I stay with you? And sometimes they think the person that they first initially come in contact with, that's who they're gonna stay with. Like, no, because this ain't what I do. No, you need to speak this, you need to get with somebody that specialize in psychological or sociological shit. You're not me. I just went and got that little degree just to be an accompaniment to my goddamn law degree. None of that I ain't want to specialize in, and I wanted to make sure that I was attractive enough on paper to get into a profile class. That's it. That's why I wasn't doing that. No, I set you up with somebody that can hook you up. And she was like, I want to stay with you. I was like, oh no. Oh, y'all ain't talking about Jocelyn Hernandez. Jesus Christ. But Mo, I cannot sit through all of those Jocelyn Hernandez cabarets. I cannot. Unless it's real juicy. But baby, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna be juicy. Baddies West. Yes. Honey, let me tell you, that little girl that was finna fight Sukiana and Tommy at the audition, when I tell you that little girl lined Tommy ass up, she lined her motherfucking ass up. And on the bus, they were, she got into it with Rolly. I think she and Rolly through some hands. She was finna get into it with Biggie. Yes, it was crazy. That little girl is not playing. She not playing with them. I don't know how her and Krishan is gonna make it. That should be interesting. They fighting on the first day. I'm like, damn. Mo, wait a minute. Mo, you. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. Mo, go and get the people that $6.99 or $5.99, how much ever it costs, and Go ahead on. Hold on for a minute. Yeah, honey, listen. That goddamn, and I hate because they put everything on a Sunday. I can't do that Bobby Purr shit with the dude rolling around in the wheelchair purring and shit. I can't do that. Can't watch that. But I have to have my $6.99 in there every month to watch. I had to watch Krishan and Blueface because I was like, oh my God, this little girl. Oh, the next episode is Krishan jumps on, slap the shit out of what the little girl name is. I forgot what that little girl name is. I think the one with the blonde hair. Baby, she slapped the shit out of her. Yes. Oh, hey, Purple Purple, the shade room clips be on there. The shade room have clips on. Oh, girl, look here. Her and Rolly gets into it. Of course, I don't know if they not. See. Here's the thing, right? And I told y'all I finally saw how those people be putting in those things with the lace fronts. I guess that's what they call, and they be putting makeup all on the thing on the forehead and glue and cutting it around. I finally found how to do it because I'm trying to tell you. One day, me and my daughter kept sitting up here trying to look for videos on how they install that lace front because we just wanted to see. We was confused because it looks so natural. Right? I'm talking about like on those people, the forehead and all that type of shit. It looks so goddamn natural. And baby, I found one. But anyway, I don't know if they not gluing her wig down or is she I don't like it does is it a wig with no stick cones, whatever, because all the time her shit is off her head. They be snatching Natalie's off too. Yes, honey. The girl, I love me some goddamn Zeus. Ooh, girl. Now, Natalie did that goddamn Bad Boys. She did the Bad Boys, for the next season's audition, but they didn't pop up. They haven't come up yet. I was thinking, okay, well, you know, mm-mm, they should be back up. That shit, they were fighting all the time. That one dude, what his name was, Jonathan, that do hair. I think he did Nicki Minaj's hair. Girl, he wore that boy out with that goddamn chair, honey. And he was, he a gay guy, but he throwing blows like a hardcore ass dude. Now a regular dude would beat his ass that can fight, but you know how those gay guys, how they be, you know, how they be, getting their shit together, they stance and shit together. It don't seem uh firm enough to go against, a man, a real ass, man, who's gonna knock you the fuck out. You're gonna be like, ooh, time to go to bed. But a lot of people, people just don't know how to take this Krishan. Is she being exploited? Or what does, Blueface says he loves her, but she seemed to, oh my, I just, Jesus. She seems so fatal attraction. And that's what scares me. Did y'all see how she tore up No Jumper, the little interview place, kicked them people TV off the wall, all kind of shit. She said, Blue, why are you doing this? When they putting her ass outside. And he was telling them, take her ass out. He treated her like a caged animal to me. And I think because she's so young, the psychological process of that relationship is too much, right? Because it seems like at times like he really love her. Then at other times seems like he really hate her. And you that young, that shit is up and down. You like, you don't know what the fuck to do. And then she came to him real damaged and broken and a little off. It's terrible. Oh, I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's why they shit keep coming out. Because, baby, I roll it always somewhere. They done pulled her goddamn wig off. I'm like, well, damn. Every time you turn around, your wig is off. But she, oh my gosh, it's very hard to look at sometimes. Because it seems like she ain't all there. And what is this shit about drinking? First of all, I look at you with the side eye when a dude drink a drink with no chaser. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck, huh? But when they started drinking it straight out the bottle, I throw my hands up. Now that's supposed to be some player baller shit or whatever. I don't give a damn. All I'm thinking is, does that burn your chest? Because I know with soda, it burns my chest. I don't like nothing to go in my system, make my chest start burning. I start turning red. My eyes get all watery and shit. I don't, so it's just some things that I will never, ever pick up. And even if I did them on a consistent basis, it would never be a habit. You understand what I'm saying? Just some things that's just not going to, I don't know, is because I don't have a high enough addictive personality because, or whatever. I don't know the science behind that, but this is something I would never, everything I could just put down. You understand what I'm saying? You know, even when I used to smoke weed way back when, shit, hell, when I put it down, I'm gonna tell you what discouraged me from that. Which discouraged me from that is people went away from smoking it in the white top papers. That they started putting in them motherfucking blunts. And after one time with that motherfucker, I was so out my motherfucking mind. I ain't smoking but three times since I was 19. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. I was like, what the fuck is this? No. Uh-uh. When I feel that I don't have no control, or I'm losing a lot of my control, baby, I can't fuck no shit like that. Had me looking crazy and talking crazy and shit. I can't do it. I ain't interested in it. I get high on life. I'm crazy enough without any extra help. So I'm good. I can't function. I know some people get on that shit and baby and function like I know some people was smoking that shit before they was coming to work and sit up there doing their job. I was like, what the hell? I was like, honey, I can't do no shit like that. Mm-mm. But anyway, Krishan sits up there and drink that Henny straight out the bottle. We like, okay, okay. See how this gonna work. And he was saying that because they talked the last episode they talked to Dr. Ish, right? And so Dr. Ish thought that because she don't that she's hard headed, whatever, that attracted that was attractive to him. He's saying no, he really wants somebody something like this. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, but he was like, I know Blueface said he really wants somebody to do what he says, right? And but that's crazy because apparently to me, looks like to me, she kind of follow whatever he says. But when he gets with what makes her crazy is that when he be on that disrespectful or when she can't, like be up under him with everything he's doing and be right there, whatever. I think that's when he gets disillusioned with her. You know what I'm saying? But it's just in my experience. It's just been in my experience. Majority of guys, they don't like, whatever you like type women. Anything you want, darling. I'm gonna sit here and I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna let you do whatever you want, darling. I'm gonna let you, and this is my experience, right? So, sometimes, guys find that a turn off. You know, and when this is the flip, right? I've had people that thought that I like guys that that do whatever I say, or let me run amok, or they just quiet and present no challenges or whatever. No, I don't like that. No, that's not what I like. And here's the thing, right? I'm not that type of person that's going to take advantage of somebody that would even, that's whatever you like, Andrew. Anything you want to do, Andrew. But I'm not the type of person that takes advantage of those type of people. I don't need that type of person. I don't typically like look for those type of people or be in. I don't look for nobody, but be involved with those type of people. But if that's somebody that comes my way, I don't dog them or I don't dislike them because they're easy going. I like easy going. But that's not a requirement to be like just be a person to get, Now I don't like nobody that'll sit up there and let anybody run over them. I'm not talking about just me. You got some people that's just in their nature. They're just not non-confrontational. They just want everything to run smooth and all that type of shit. Whatever I mean, I don't like those type of people because I cuss them people out. I'm like, you just gonna let them do that? You gonna let them do that? Oh hell no! Krishan is so broken, she almost need constant comfort. Yeah, No person can offer that because what she's broken within, yeah, Blue is still equipped to help her, though. I think he wants to. Yeah, he when he girl, let me try and tell you that whack in that goddamn clubhouse. I still ain't got finished with all the with he brought on Blueface because he managed Blueface. He brought on Blueface and Krishan, and I got right to the point before it went left, so I got to finish listening to that. He's when Blueface talks about Krishan, he always talking about helping her, seeing her win. He feel like he's on want to keep her straight and straighten up or whatever, and you know and I think he's sincere about that. And I think that they formed some type of bond, which I think is, I don't know. It's scary because I don't know how far it can evolve and get out of place or whatever. But I think that he is real, 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 real comfortable, real satisfied in knowing that she has his back 100%. And in some kind of strange way, because he pretty much told his family, his mama and them, F off, that he has her back 100%. Now I ain't saying you definitely know I believe in family shit. I ain't paying to tell my mama and them fuck off. But so they just have a unique relationship. But I do like a few elements of it, but not many. Because it looks like it's going to end in some kind of tragedy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that. But she needs some professional help. And girl, I don't know if you've seen the clip when Blueface knocked her daddy out. Ooh, he caught, I mean, sometimes them little skinny guys or whatever, you have them big old knuckles and big fists, and just with a one hit a quitter, knocked him on the ground. Nose and mouth was, girl, I don't know if you've seen that one. Did you see that clip? I always like peace in my environment. Yeah, but sometimes peace must be acquired with these hands. Mo. Oh, he likes her when she's high and fun, but can't control which version he gets. Right? They bonded in their brokenness. Yeah, they broke. Yes, girl, go ahead on with your psychological breakdown. Yes, yes, Mo, come on through, honey, for the noonday knockout. But yes, listen, you're right. Sometimes peace has to be achieved by me putting your ass in a headlock. Like what? You ever been in these type of relationships or whatever? And I don't know if anybody has whatever, but I've been in somewhere, honey. I'm on the front line, clicking and going the fuck in, off threatening and fight to getting to it, and then I've had this type that's stopping me, trying to calm me down, and ain't worth it, and let's go and whatever. Okay. And I had a type that stop. I got this. Then they take over the clicking, the acting like a goddamn fool, and shoot it up, you know. And you think like, okay, well, one is best for you, and then you like, well, one got your back 100%. So shit, you don't know. So you sometimes you got to have a good mixture of, I guess, a good mixture. I don't know, child. I don't know. Sometimes I be all over the place, but it is what it is. Shit. Does Krishan remind you a little bit of Bobby Christina? Yeah, in what they've shown, in the adaptations of what they've shown of her, she does. She does. Remember, she was, oh, Nick, oh, Nick, with Nick. And because we've seen these type of relationships, these type of people in a tragedy, girl, you know what? They be talking about Chris Brown as a wild boy like that. I love me some Chris Brown. But baby, I'm gonna have to shut down if somebody deliver me some bad news about some Chris Brown. Girl, let me tell you, when Tupac died, do you know how many people called in from work? my friend, my friend was a Tupac fanatic. Child, when Tupac died, baby, she couldn't make it. She couldn't make it, baby. Mm-mm. She had to take her a couple of days off. She couldn't make it. But yeah, they say Chris Brown parties. You see he's out here throwing that thing without putting cover on it. Now he's up to how many babies? 3. And those ain't the only 3 people. I'm talking about he's having sex with random IG models and shit without the cover on them. IG people. Like, is that smart? Yeah. He ain't covering it up. And I know him and Nick Cannon are good friends or whatever, but I hope he ain't on no Nick Cannon type of bullshit. Yeah, exactly. You right, Mo. Exactly. You right. And I hate to say it, but Chris needs to get cleansed. Yeah. He's not. Mo, he's not. He's not. And you know what? The last time they had a still picture of him, I was like, he looked bad. And then I saw a little bit of, his recent tour or whatever. But you know what I'm saying? They have that gaunt look in their face and stuff like that. And oh gosh, I can't, child. If something happened to Chris Brown, baby, I'm gonna be on here running around in this motherfucker like when Martin Mama thought Gina killed her bird. Him. Y'all didn't tell you the story. Oh, and shout out to I done had oh Lord. I told y'all a long time ago when I came on here, I ain't got to tell y'all no lie. My romantic life has been a trip. it it is interesting, honey, where people just come sometimes and just sit and just watch. Like, what the fuck is it gonna be today? But listen, so when my child was becoming, woman or whatever, however you want to put it. I was dating University of Florida, right? Baby, I wish he was here, honey. Cause baby, the stories we tell y'all, y'all would die. Y'all would die. Oh my gosh, y'all would die. But anyway, oh my child can probably tell this, honey. So when she became a woman, laugh. He and I was dating, and I never forget that particular day when she went to school. She was wearing some white pants. So she got up, and I looked. I was like, "Hey, what's that?" And she, of course, told me. I was like, "Well, why you ain't tell me?" She told me, "I thought it was just gonna go away." Oh God. So let me. See. At that time, it was kind of new in our relationship, me and University of Florida. So he was sitting on the couch in the front room, right? I was in an apartment. So of course I get on the phone and call one of my closest friends that, I'm on the phone with her crying. Honey, I ran all through that apartment, falling all out. Hey, hey, listen, I'm rolling all every goddamn well, crying and shit. Girl, hey, he sat down. I'll never get the look on his face. He sat down and was just wondering what the fuck was going on. Girl, I'm throwing my hands all up, hollering to Jesus and everybody. Girl, listen here. I promise you, I'm quiet and I'm shy. But baby, don't let nothing go down. Honey, I was baby. You would have thought I was in some AME church, baby, praising to a Negro spiritual child. I was running all over, crying and hollering and screaming. The look on his face, child. I mean, I'm running back and forth. He just, shut up because majority of those people I've been involved with, they always provide a support system for me, honey. And I can't really tell him what the fuck is going on. Oh man, he just sitting there looking at my dumb ass, running all around looking like a damn fool, hollering and crying, screaming to the Lord to help me. Oh my gosh, it was terrible. Yeah. Mm-mm. And it was like several months in or whatever. Maybe not several, but I had to, he told me, I figured that's what it was. He was like, oh my God, told me, you was just losing it. I was. I was. That was so damn funny. I was running around there like, baby, like Martin Mama, him, about that bird. That shit was so damn funny. I didn't know what to do. And my friend on the other side, went on, calm down, calm down. Like, what? Oh, child, then I had to spooked her. Spook my child. Baby, I don't shit. Don't put me in them type of situations. And it was so crazy that. the little girls on her team, a few of them started, you know, what I'm saying, coming in their womanhood. And guess who they come and get? My emotional wreck ass. Cause when it comes, cause I love me some goddamn kids, baby. You know, I swing and bang phone. Let me tell you, they come and get me. Miss Angie, can you come to the bathroom with me? I'm like, oh, and I get it, yeah, baby. I'm like, oh no. I be like, where's your mama? Because a lot of, when you're dealing with travel sports and things of that nature, a lot of the parents and stuff don't have can't leave their jobs like that, or don't have the money. They just have the money to send their kids. They don't have the money to get their own hotel rooms and shit and that nature. So, you become, a parent on duty. You know what I'm saying? And that was Do you know that when I was doing that, I gave up my pretty much my social life for a long time. I wasn't hosting nothing. I wasn't doing nothing. Hell, I barely had time to date. And they had to come on the road too. Yeah. If you wanted to find me, I was on the road because I was doing different duties. You know what I'm saying? I was doing a little work for the sports, different sports, media, whatever. I was doing a whole bunch of shit. Then trying to do my job. So I've never being a traditional or conventional attorney in no sense or whatever. And I've always been put in a unique position because I always had to have employment, which allows me to do what the fuck I want to do. You know what I'm saying? I have to tell the people, listen, I need so many weeks or months in a year because I got to do this. I don't care if you pay me or not. And I'm going to tell you about good white people. I'm going to tell you about good white people. The one company where I was, well, I ain't going to say that. But anyway, one department, I'll put it like. When I got transferred to that department, it was in the summer. Summer is a high, um, like May or whatever. That's a high exposure time for AAU sports, right? When I got transferred, I said, listen, we have nationals, and nationals is usually 14 days. So coming into your department, I need them 14 days and shit off. Because I'm going to be somewhere I don't know. But I need them off. And I got to drive to get there. So when I one department I went to, honey, I was all out of vacation time and stuff like that and whatever. So I was getting a lot of time, unpaid and stuff like that. I was unpaid traveling. When I was because I didn't use it all up. Good old white people. I'm gonna tell you about good old white people. That lady, and I said, and I told her, I said, I don't need to, don't worry about it. I don't care about getting paid for it because a lot of them companies, like, if you can't get it off, then it's gonna count like as an absence. You know what I'm saying? If you not to get out, but if you can't, if it's not paid for, they're gonna count it as an absence, and that goes against you, baby. The good old white folks. That lady made sure I got paid. I don't know where she paid me from. I don't know what pool of money she paid me from. Good old motherfucking white folks. Right, right, girl, right. Honey, Mo, it was crazy. I didn't help it. I didn't help, honey, with my goddamn dramatic fucking performance. Shit. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? She had on white pants. I will never forget. She told me, I thought it was going to go away. That's why I didn't tell you. What? So, yes, honey, that shit there. Listen, I don't play about the babies. Not at all. And that's crazy. Everybody around the world, without even physically meeting me, have sent their kids with me. Like if they need to be in some type of exposure event or whatever, they get them to where I am. And sometimes not even, I never even spoke to the parents and stuff like that. And this was so crazy one time. And I thought it would have served as a shaming tool, right? It was a dude that was the head of a program. And this is a man. And he was saying, like, the parents just come and drop the kids off, don't come in and see who they dropping them off to, who, it's of course it's gonna be most likely men that's over the program. They don't ask them nothing. They just drop them off and keep it motherfucking pushing. And he, in several meetings, he was like, y'all don't come in, y'all don't see what's going on, y'all don't do nothing but just drop. He talking about half of y'all parents I ain't never even met. It was like, they going all over the wherever. Right. They ain't. And because I have taken kids that's not even related to sports, whatever. I've taken them on trips with me, like I was hitting it hard in Virginia, and of course I love Orlando and places like that. Just to be going somewhere and whatever, like those, I was like, if you want to go, you can go. Just ask your mom or whatever, or she can talk to me or whatever. And baby, next thing, if some of the kids say they ain't gonna care, my mama don't care. I'm like, but still, you got to. Okay, yeah. I have to reach out. Some of them, I have to reach out and talk to the parent. I'm like, what kind of shit is this, child? Let me tell you something. Mom, when back in the day, we was in the white neighborhood. Before I tell you a story, before the goddamn the money got funny, and my daddy went to prison. The white neighborhood, I used to. This was crazy. Now didn't I? Now I don't know what the hell kind of decision making was going on with this shit him, but it's just some little prejudice shit I want to say going on. I'm gonna say they motherfucking parents, they prejudice as hell. Let me tell you, because I could stay over to, I can um spend the night at Teresa's house. Well, Teresa's, is white girl. I can spend the night over to Kim's house. Kim is a white girl who daddy had custody of her, so it wasn't no mama involved. Now the typical black parent ain't with none of that. Spend the night, because I'm the typical black parent, and my child won't spend the night no motherfucking well. Okay, no goddamn way, baby. She got on the way, like a couple times she had to spend the night because I wasn't gonna be off early enough to drop her to the bus to go on one of them trips and shit. So she spent the night with a whole bunch of girls that was on the team. So because they're but other than that, she did that a couple times. Other than that, I'm getting off. They picking her up from school and dropping off and leaving with the bus and the team. But anyway, so when we was over, it was okay to spend the night over there with the white people. Here it go, money get funny. We got to move in the hood. My mama wouldn't let me go outside to play with nobody in the hood, let alone spend the fucking night. She let me go right there on that porch. I sat on that porch and my mouth dropped. The black kids and stuff in the neighborhood, they up there had a handful of sand, and baddest man hit my hand. He hit the hand, the sand fly up. They go to fighting and shit. My mouth would be open. I ain't never, they was all outside barefoot, hair down on top of their head. It was crazy. I was like, what the fuck am I? Yes, I was shocked. And then as I got older, and of course, I made friends with people in the neighborhood and stuff like that. They said, honey, when you first moved out here, you used to be sitting on that porch with move playing with your dog, baby, just looking. Say you would not come play with us. You weren't going to nobody's house. It was so crazy. My white friends would come in the hood to pick me up, to take me back to their place, to have, to do our sleepovers and shit. Yes. Because they was trying to continue the white culture with me. Because this is some fucked up shit. But they came in that, good old white people came in that hood to get my black ass. Yes, they did. Good old white goddamn people. What's up, girl, Melanie? Yes, good old white goddamn people. What are you talking about? Came and got me. I went camping from the hood. Don't play. Don't ever play with me. Yeah. Well, my mom, nope, child. And girl, it was so funny. I tell you that stuff when child when broke day came. When we got in that hood, my mama said, listen, if you want to continue going to this school, which is the white school, don't tell those people that we done moved. Because I don't know how y'all do where y'all from, but you have to go to school by your address or whatever. That's when busing and all that bullshit was going on and stuff. You have to go to school by your address. And our address meant that I've got to go to where the niggas at. But I knew the value of $1. And I knew that it's some broke shit going on around here. I went to that school. I'm crying. They took me to the office. I'm crying all to the way. Mind you, in the whole elementary school, K through 5th, it was probably maybe 25 black people in that school. And I'm being generous. 25. About 25. I was in that office. I cried my heart. I told them all about broke day. And sure as you know it, the collective white man didn't give a fuck about my situation. They gave a fuck about the rules and regulations. Because they sent a note home and told my mama, said, listen, she can finish out this year. But next year her black ass got to get the hell out of here. Because my mother, I told you don't go say nothing. Baby, I was having a nervous breakdown. Because I was like, well, where's all my gifts going to come from on the daily basis? What is going on? Yes. I mean, the shit just happened I'm trying to tell you, I hate the month of from October, like the end of September, the end of September to like the end of January so much because so much shit has happened. I just hate it. I just really hate those months. And my dad hadn't went to the goddamn pen. My uncle had died. My grandmama had died 1 year. My uncle died the next year. Whatever. My uncle was a breadwinner. And it was crazy. It was crazy. But my uncle, between my uncle, my mama, and my auntie, they always made sure I had a present every day. And it was usually coming from like the Vogue, the store. I don't know if y'all, anybody as old as my motherfucking ass is, remember the Vogue. If you remember Woolworths and all that, you should remember the Vogue store. And the Vogue used to have, and make corns and all them goddamn places, they used to have these boxes. It looks like Christmas every day. It was a box, and it was a four-way little restraint on it, like a, like a bow sometimes, or sometimes it's like a rubber band or whatever. I'll never forget it. And it was from the Vogue, was a blue box. Oh my gosh. I had a pretty dress or something every day. Had some candy, some cookies, something every day. You know? And I was like, I knew that broke day didn't feel right. Of course, moving in the hood, I still didn't feel the effects of broke day, only just my surroundings. But I still was able to continue with Gucci and all them other people, whatever. But, and I don't know how, if y'all was old as me, at some point Coca-Cola came out. Remember Swatch watches, all that type of stuff. Yes, honey. But listen, I knew broke day was Hey the hell, what's good? Life, man. Hey Arkansas. Yeah. I dropped the link, troublemakers. Let me see. That is so my story. Started off in the suburbs, moved to the hood, identifies urban, but now but suburban. right. That's an excellent way of putting it. It was so goddamn. Listen. I'm trying to tell you. I knew at a young age that broke day was I don't like that. I don't like nothing about this. Cause my surroundings look different. We living back with people that we connected to by a wall and shit. No. And they try to make it as normal as possible for me, but I didn't give a fuck. It wasn't normal. Shit. I was having a goddamn nervous breakdown. No, ma'am. Oh, gosh. Oh, God. I wish that goddamn Walker husband hadn't stolen my goddamn photo album from back in the day. Y'all would die. The parties and stuff like that. Me posing in furs and shit as a little. Listen, and this is so crazy. With my little jackets and coats and shit, back then it always had some little fur or something around the collar, whatever. I abandoned the full type of fur look or whatever. And it's crazy. If you go to my closet right now, most of my sweaters and jackets, it has some kind of fur around the corner, around the collar of it, or around the little hood or whatever. That just stayed constant around the arms, the little wrist, not the full thing, because I'm in Florida, baby. People think you're crazy. You wear a fur coat around here, they gonna call the cops on you, because immediately they think you crazy. You done lost your fucking mind. That's one thing what we do down here. If you looking funny in them streets, they calling the cops. They want the cops to pull over and see, are you all right? Are you all right? Why do you have a full-length coat, a fur coat in Florida? Can you explain that? They don't give a damn if it's December, January. I don't give a damn. If it's the coldest of the cold, we know that ain't gonna last. So why did you buy a full-length fur coat? Is something wrong with you? What's up, Karen? Let me see. Andrew was out here in those streets dressed like Ray. Yeah, yeah. I love going down the show. Listen, and my little birthday party, stop playing. You got me posing, baby. Listen, ain't nobody had to tell me to pose. Pose and just look. Hold on, let me tell you. Let me show you this 2019 picture. Hold on, let me show you what little face I had on there. This is how I was looking. Hold on. That's how I was looking. As a little girl. I was posing, baby. Stop playing with me. What? I went to both Sears and J.C. Penney's etiquette schools. Don't play with me. Yes. Debutante ball and shit, all that old bullshit. Straight from, I went to the debutante ball straight from the hood. Don't play. They ain't playing. They ain't playing, honey. So they tried to keep what I was used to, close to normal as possible. But shit, I knew something wasn't right. Oh, it was so funny. So funny. And I'm trying to tell you, my mom them side, my dad them side, honey, this day and night. Okay? Day and night. It was hilarious though, but shit. Oh man, y'all seen them little pictures? I mean, y'all would crack the fuck up. You seen booty. That's constant. You saw that. But I had my hands on my hips. I had my legs crossed. I had them, honey. I was posing like, okay, wait a minute. Okay, sorry about that, people. Yes, honey. So, that shit was funny as hell. Uh, So, but anyway, honey, that shit used to be so damn funny. Yeah, baby. Shit. Yeah, I had a when broke day came, honey. Shit, I had a oh have mercy. I missed my goddamn live-in nanny slash housekeeper slash every goddamn thing else. CC. That was his name, CC. He was a gay guy. I never really knew why the hell we needed one because my mama wasn't working like that. See, this is the craziest shit, and I don't know how this works. This is strange. It's strange. We do all that work to get those degrees and shit like that. I think it's just to satisfy a family requirement, and pretty much probably half of us, maybe more than half of us, don't even work in the damn field. That's straight up and down. Don't even go and work in the field. We just get it. So you can shut the fuck up. Leave us alone. We're gonna do what we want to do. Mm-hmm. The one thing that they told us that I didn't get, but because to teach college as a professor, you don't need a teaching certification. You just need a MBA or higher, right? And you know, and it would be ideal to have it in a specified area, right? But to teach K through 12, you need at least a bachelor's. I don't know if they've raised that requirement, but you need at least a bachelor's. And you got to get some type of you got to get a certification. Back then, I don't know how it is now. You can either be certified to teach elementary school or middle school, junior high school and above. So what they did tell us in the family is that, listen, in order, because back then it was like being a teacher was, recession proof, right? So they would told us to make sure you get a certificate. I don't care what you go into, make sure you get a certification to be a teacher because that's something you can fall back on. And they listen, and this is so crazy how it panned out. Most of them got degrees and all kinds of shit, whatever. But most of them defaulted to be a what? A teacher. Ain't that crazy? Most of them are teachers. So when we popped out kids, our kids were so advanced because you're just like when the teachers are out and just give you some teachers are out during the summer, right? If one of somebody in our family keeping our kids, they automatically got them pulled out with all the what the planner they used to have plans that the I don't know if they still do in school, but if any school teacher, y'all let me know. They have plans, right? Like they have to turn into the school and whatever, how they gonna teach their class, what they gonna teach them, whatever. They put them plans out for the summer on them old plans, and your kid go through it. Where your most kids out there, whatever, fucking around, before you fuck around, you doing some work. You know what I'm saying? So they, were kind of advanced or whatever when they got in school, whatever. So that was the plus coming from, a family that got a teaching certificate. You know what I'm saying? A teaching certification rather. But yeah. So that was a benefit, honey. They thought about everything. Them family motherfucking meetings, they thought about everything. They thought about every goddamn night. Hey, me again. Yes. Yeah. Oh no, wait a minute. Yeah, yeah, Arkansas. Them goddamn SWAT. That's and listen, you must be older than what you say you are because dude, I promise you, listen, that my first day when I was 16, and I said, and I threatened him. I told him, I said, I'm not going nowhere without my Gucci purse, my Swatch watch, and my Coca-Cola shirt. That's crazy you come in here and say that. And that's what the fuck I had on my first day. Because I wasn't going there looking crazy. And I got that same Gucci purse in here somewhere. Maybe it's in my storage room or something. I don't know. But it's in here somewhere. I'll show it to y'all one day. The same fucking pocketbook. Hey, since I was 16. Ain't that crazy? Stop playing. Um, and we had bought that Coca-Cola shirt and that Swatch watch because it was that Coca shirt was red and white, and that Swatch watch I had was basic red and white, whatever. Stop playing with me. Oh, I had those the first year of those Jordans at some point. Child. Oh, members only jackets. Oh, them guys was killing them things. The members only jackets. But baby, let me tell you this right now. If I ever find out, because I usually ask this question up front, you had one of Michael Jackson jackets? Because that's gonna let me know right there. I'm gonna have a goddamn idea of your motherfucking how you like the flow in your outfits. If you sit there and buy a Michael Jackson jacket, I ain't fucking with you. Hell no. I couldn't believe they was putting them motherfuckers in production around the world. Are you crazy? You run around here looking like Michael Jackson. Huh? You look a hot mess. That's costume. That's costume clothing. I'm not doing that. Are you crazy? You lost your goddamn mind. I told y'all this. I kind of left that costume clothes. I mean, I touched upon it a little bit, but I got in so much trouble because now I'm the youngest, so they ain't had to listen to me. But they always tell this goddamn story like it's my fucking fault. I'm the youngest. They ain't had to listen to me. We was going to the concert. I thought I should dress them. We should all dress up, like Madonna. Honey, we got shit around our head. We had I'm gonna tell you what video I took it off of. Was it Celebrate? It's one of the videos. I took it right off of. I had them and then I'm gonna tell you what and I took the hairstyles off of the Huxtables and shit. Cause I don't wore damn near all except Vanessa's hair. I ain't wear that. I don't wore damn near all the hold on for a minute, y'all. Yes. You had the Michael Jackson Barbie doll as a kid. Oh, Lord, Karen. The Jerry curl, with all those belts and sparkles and shit. Girl, Mo, listen. I think when it was paired up with the Jerry curl, yeah. Hey, uh-uh. Let me tell you something. In my mind, if you was crazy enough to buy one of Michael Jackson jackets, you crazy enough to wear some bullshit. No, we ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. And it's so crazy. Y'all got to know. I sometimes I still be, I'll buy stuff or whatever that I ain't gonna. I'm gonna wear it whenever I get a chance or whatever to wear it somewhere. But right now I just ain't got time for all that shit. I ain't got time to even uh tend to me or whatever, because I got to put myself last, whatever. But when I put myself first, I'll be cute again. But listen, that's just in my head. And then, they'll fuck around and have them goddamn sparkle, goddamn socks and loafers and shit. Oh, man, I got time for this. Yes. They will have them curls and they'll pull a curl in the front of their head. And I'm telling you, it's over for you. I'm not fucking around with no shit like that. I ain't never dated nobody with no Jerry curl. And I got to really, really, really like you, because if I find out that you had one, I'm out back then. I'm looking at you crazy. I'm very particular about certain things, right? I have no idea. I don't know what that's about, but it. Mm-mm. Some of the shit I would not let go. I swear I got to upload all those calls me and my friends was on here talking, especially me and the fake ass girlfriend. Y'all will holler. Oh my gosh, some of the stuff we done talked about. Like I said, that's why a lot of calls uploaded on there now, because that was the channel supposed to be, kind of predicated around that, right? But honey, my friend, I told y'all this one time. He was having some kind of football thing, and I'm usually the only woman. And I told you, he don't have no soda or water in his house, ain't nothing but beer and alcohol. So I had to stop to the bar to get my own soda and water before I come to his house. And it was, it's on the corner, and you just go straight down, right? So I pretty much know everybody, or they know me. Or if I don't know you, I know somebody that know your ass. So I stopped at that goddamn bar, and I met this dude. And I'm in there getting my soda and water and shit like that. He in there. So he struck up a conversation. Decent looking guy, brown or dark skin type dude. He's a couple inches taller than me, but that's okay. And so I got his name and whatever. And because of the side of town we were on, I know that certain side of the town, that those people just not leaving. Like it's west side, those people pretty much stay on the west side. Okay. And they not leaving. So that meant they grew up over there, they went to school over there, or what have you. So I know that my best friend, the one that I always let y'all talk, listen to or whatever, that be calling and shit. The one that made that phone call, that made that song that I upload on the channel. How if he always think that I'm prosecuting R. Kelly, and he said the song that it's on the channel. He said the song that R. Kelly was saying about my ass because I'm prosecuting him. Yeah, he always making all kind of stupid jokes, right? But anyway, so I came over there because he's a West Side dude. I said, hey, I said, do you know such and such? He said, yeah. I said, I just met him at the bar. He told me, Andrew, listen, that dude used to break dance on the cafeteria table. And see, I have now, and I told y'all about this. Y'all meet somebody, I don't care if y'all married or whatever. Go on, get a nigga's the number. Cause I'm trying to tell you, if the next time he see you, and you gave him the wrong number or whatever, he's gonna cuss you out. He's gonna make a big scene. So just go and give him the number, give him the right number, and then once he call him whatever, then you try to make excuses or whatever. You try to turn him off or whatever, something like that. Because if not, it's gonna be terrible. Especially if you at a club. You don't want to be fucked up like that. He clown on your ass because you ain't give him the right number. I'm telling you, ladies, listen to me. Hey, I get traumatized by every and any goddamn thing. Just don't give him the number. Shit, just give him the number. But anyway, so when my friend said, Angie, that nigga used to break dance on the cafeteria tables. That nigga crazy, Angie. And I think not too long ago he just got out of jail, out of prison. I was like, oh, okay. So I knew right then. And see, I gave him my backup number. I said, okay. Okay. All right. And so I knew that was dead in the water. I don't give a damn how good he looked. That was dead in the water then because you got a reputation of being a breakdancer on the cafeteria tables. That's how you gonna. And I told you here they're very cliquish. They're very status. You either broken up into the somebodies and the nobodies. You can't. Don't supposed baby fuck with no nerds and stuff like that. You can't do that. Because people, they're going to talk about you. Can't fuck with nobody whose apparel ain't up to par. Because they're going to talk about you. That reflects on you. Everything reflects on you. Even though you ain't wearing any shit like that, that shit reflects on you. And, honey, when us all, and see, my friends, they know me. They know the data I need right up front. They knew that ain't going to work for me. Because they know me. That nigga got a reputation of break dancing on the table and being crazy. So that ain't gonna work for her. So they ain't had to tell me nothing. They didn't have to tell me if he was rehabilitated, what the good parts of him, he owned a business, because that don't matter. All that matters that you used to be a breakdance on the cafeteria table. and for that, you can't go nowhere with us. Oh, they so terrible. Oh my gosh. Oh, they stick to that shit like it's cold, baby. They don't fuck around. I'm like, what? So, what's up, Fresh Ain't Dead? When I get the numbers, I'm calling right then and there. Really? Oh, Fresh Ain't Dead. Yeah, y'all on that new shit. Y'all on that new shit. You meet some people. This, I guess this the new, I don't know how new this is. Y'all call right then. Cause y'all don't want no bullshit. Something wrong with y'all about that phone number stuff. Yeah, I done experienced a lot of that over the past few goddamn years. Y'all calling right there. And then, listen, and one person told me to lock their number in. I didn't know what the fuck that meant. I'm like, what you mean? And then they took the phone out my hand and put the number in. Y'all do that too. Take the phone out your hand and all kind of shit. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to tell you, ladies, just give them the number. Because I'm telling you, it's going to be hell to pay when they see your ass and you don't give them that wrong number. They're going to say all kind of shit to you. And it's going to be loud and embarrassing. I'm trying to tell you, just give them the number. Yeah, just give them the goddamn number. Because if not, you can always, every time they call, be busy. You can do that too. That's what I do. Especially now, I'm always busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. Well, because I'm trying to tell you, I'm busy. uh-uh. Oh Lord, but I just don't want no shit. But baby, that shit is crazy. I'm trying to tell you something. What else funny? That doesn't happen. Oh shit. And I really, really don't even want to be telling y'all this stuff until I upload my goddamn verifications and stuff. Because people like to run with narratives out here, or run with narratives, and I'm uploading the motherfucking proof and the truth. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, Fresh Ain't Dead. See, Fresh Ain't Dead. That's crazy. Yep, y'all sit up there and we call that number right then. It's like, what is that about? Cause ladies, I told y'all they real they serious about that phone number shit. You see how he say he call number there, and that is what they do. They saying right there and dial that number. Uh-huh. See what I'm talking about? Some bullshit. uh, I was in the store yesterday, minding my own business. I wasn't bothering nobody. And I'm over there trying, and I was in the nigger store. And this is what is called Harvest. It used to be Winn Dixie. It was called Harvest or whatever it is. And baby, to me, they in between a Winn Dixie and one of them Sabley's. Because I don't know what the fuck is going on. But I went in there because they have a particular thing that I like to get, them goddamn ball. Uh, yeah, this R. Kelly shit is crazy. I like to get them ball goddamn peanuts. So I'm standing there, just looking at something else. And, you can feel somebody staring at you. And the dude was over there talking to, I think it was his manager, because I overheard the conversation. I look, he's staring right there, just staring at me. I'm like, and I turn, and it makes you so uncomfortable. Don't that shit make y'all uncomfortable? Because you'll be like, the fuck is wrong with you? And then you keep looking or whatever, and I'm like, okay. And then I went to, he works there, so he was doing something over there in the meat area, and I stopped not by, it was right before the beer and wine area, but the aisle before. And he just steady staring. And everywhere I look, and I look up, he steady staring, whatever. I'm like, boy, first of all, I'm probably old enough to be your mama. Don't get your ass on. It's crazy. It is crazy. Oh my gosh. The male and the female anatomy, but yes. Oh. So Mo, I can tell you now what it is because I just told the person. Okay. I don't know how this dropped in my spirit and my lap. So, where it used to be just alpha male and it's beta male shit, where's some more kind of males? It's a delta male, it's a sigma male, it's 6 of them. So, so you're going to have to help us out. So, they have them listed up under personality types. Now, I don't play people's shit, typically, but especially people that, I don't know, but they got videos and stuff on it. And baby, if you listen to the classifications of these men and shit, you will see them all around this motherfucker. But I think men, y'all need to take time out and identify. Let me see. Let me drop the link in here so y'all can get it. Cause y'all need to. A lot of men, y'all got to work. Y'all got to figure out who y'all are so y'all can work on yourself. The ladies, we're fine. We don't need no help. we good. We perfect. Just joking. But y'all need to identify what is going on. Cause baby, Yeah, it was. I was just staring. I was like, dude, he has a little bush thing going on, his little curly bush thing going on. I was like, dude, yes, listen, it's alpha male, it's beta, and you know what? When they were talking about the characteristics of a beta male, oh, there we go, baby. Baby, we finna get it. Oh, the real doctors in the building. What's up, Mo? What's
Hey
up?
Angie, how are
Hey,
you?
girl. I'm fine. What's going on, lady?
Nothing much. So what's all the I'm gonna tell you right now, I have very strong opinions about this alpha male, female, all that stuff. Uh what's the deal?
So listen. So I just thought it was, the alpha male, and then later on we hit this beta male thing. But there's something called a delta male,
Mm-hmm.
uh, sigma male,
Mm-hmm.
um,
There's a
let me see
gamma
this,
too. Mm-hmm.
and gamma male and all of that. Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, shit, ain't that? Hey, ain't that the motherfucking fraternities? Well,
Well, I'm a AKA, so I would
okay,
know.
okay.
They got them all up in there too, but no, we don't got no parts of this one.
Girl, you know what? Listen, I got so discouraged. They wanted me to be, no, I'm sorry. I wanted to be an AKA, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was shooting for.
Mm-hmm.
I got cousins and stuff that were Qs and friends was talking, nah, you be better as a Delta. You're a Delta. And then what is that outcast ass sorority?
Don't I don't want to have nobody down on me, but are you talking about SG Rose?
No. The Zetas?
The
They
Zetas? Yeah. But don't say it. Don't say it because they're going
well, they talk so bad
I
about
don't
them.
want
They
to
talk.
stir nobody up. I don't want to
But
stir
listen. But no, because I have a friend that's whatever Cheryl Underwood is.
Uh-huh. She's a Zeta.
Zeta. Okay, that group right there. So my best friend, she was that. And then he go, my cousins and my friend, you don't want to join that group? Them old fat ass, ugly ass girls in there. I know,
Oh
oh my
Lord.
God.
Yeah. People have a
Yes.
lot of most people go off of the stereotypes, and we shouldn't do it, but people do. People thought the same thing of me when I first joined. It was like, oh well, because I'm considered light skinned. In my head I'm dark, but everybody else called me light. And so everybody was thinking, oh well, you're just doing it because you light skin or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I'm light skinned, but I'm not wearing no daggone stilettos. Like that's not why. I
Yeah.
really read, it's the history and all of that. But yeah, people do say all that kind of stuff. They definitely do.
Yes, yes, they do. They was, I mean, tell me, and I was like, I wasn't, wasn't thinking about joining them anyway. And
Hmm.
I got so I was so confused, and what I was like, I ain't doing none of this
Yeah.
because y'all act. I wanted to be AKA, and then I later on met a girl who we was pretty tight for a minute, and she was an AKA, so and she went to Florida, so it's and I thought that I would mainly align with the AKLs. They was like, Angie, your personality, no, you a that, you need to and cuz come on with your cuz, this was like, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
y'all just confusing.
They wanted you over there with them that Coleman love, but it
Hmm.
is what it is. I think everybody, if you find your place, you find your place, but if you don't, or it's not for everybody either, so
Right,
it's cool.
right. It was just too.
You still been moving and shaking out here, but yeah, that old alpha male gap. I mean, it's the whole Greek alphabet, if you run it down, but it's
Right.
yeah.
Because when they ran it down, I was like, this ain't is this a fraternity shit? What is going on? But this is white people talking about this. So what is
Yeah.
okay? So, but they said, and this was crazy. Before the dude that even said, he said that the beta male is the what the women mainly gravitate to because they are more. And I was like, everything that they were saying about a beta male, I was like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. As far as a mate, this is what I'm talking about. That I could see that would probably be, who women would gravitate to or whatever. Because shit, look at all of these, you know. But girl, I was like, I didn't know all that stuff was going on. I wonder, could oh no, I was looking. I ran across this video. Okay, it just dropped down. How YouTube, it drops down in your little timeline and stuff. But I
Mm-hmm.
I put the link in there, and he gives a pretty good explanation of all of them. Let me see if he allows people to share it. Sometimes, you know, because I don't want nobody hitting me because of no because his video. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
While you looking it up, I'll just go ahead and give my initial impression, and
Okay,
then
please go ahead.
I'll share. Okay, so and a lot of people go get worked up on this one. I do believe that I get the categorization of it, but at its core, all it is a group of personality traits that people have kind of found and tracked. But now people like with the Kevin Samuels, RIP to him, and others in the manosphere and other places have kind of turned it into this social construct and has put to it that it's like some sort of inherent thing in your bones and in your blood, and you're born with it. And if you're not alpha, then you're lesser than, or whatever the case may be. And I just disagree with all of that in every way, shape, or form. I also would say, based upon what you're talking about, kind of like would women be more attracted to one type versus the other, or is there kind of a ultimate type that we should all be pursuing? And I argue no, because I argue that the same way that there's alpha, beta, gamma, delta, so on and so forth for these personality tests, for these personality traits, the same is for women. The same, there's so many personality types and they live in different people from different atmospheres, and I think they just all match up with whatever complements you most. I also don't think that it's exclusively one way or the other, nor do I think that, for instance, a beta male is lesser than an alpha male or what have you. They're all just approaching life in a different way. And quite frankly, if you have a woman with a very strong personality, and for this conversation, let's call that an alpha female, perhaps it's a better compliment to her to be with a beta male, if we're going to use those terms, because if she's going up against another alpha, it's just going to be constant headbutting of this, supposed alpha male constantly trying to prove his space. And also, it gets into the misogyny and patriarchy and, male gender roles and female gender roles and all these sorts of things. And it's whether you hold to any of those things. If you feel like it's helpful to you to help be able to classify these different personality types, or if you find yourself that you date people with similar personality types and it works for you, then cool. But I don't think people should hang their hat so much on alpha or beta, and certainly they should not be doing so in such a way that they feel for themselves or for other people that one is better than the other. You just have your preference, and you just use it as you can. That's how I feel about it, and that's my personal opinion, as well as the textbook side of things. It's just a personality type, as far as the way that it's presented. Now there are, on the sociological side of things, that again, you're really dealing more with the gender roles and things and what value you give to those. And so it goes from there. If you work together with another person and they identify themselves as a beta, but you identify them as an alpha, now how do you reconcile that? So
Mm-hmm.
I think there's just a whole lot to be had there. But I think a lot of people then have taken on this, well, I'm an alpha male and that means you're lesser than me or whatever. I disagree. I disagree with that. I think those are just different personality types that are navigating the world. And as long as they're navigating it successfully, I don't think you can say one is better than the other.
So let me ask you this. So these types of personalities, whatever. So this is actually textbook now. I mean, this gamma and all this type of stuff. Is this
Yeah. There's it's more
okay?
journal articles, and there are some books that have been written,
Okay,
but I will say it's more so. It's just the same. It's the same personality stuff, just reformatted. You know how it is with a
okay,
lot of these
okay,
theories and stuff.
okay.
You just kind of take a little spin on it here or there. For instance, a lot of people do Myers-Briggs. That's the quintessential one that so many of us know, where you say I'm
Right,
an
mine's great.
INTJ
Yeah,
or whatever the case, I'm an E, whatever. And it's just a rework of that in a way that I think was made, one, for marketing. That's the number one as far as how
yeah,
it's being used now. But two, it's just an easier way to help identify things for some people who don't get the Myers-Briggs or some other way of approaching it. But I
right,
think what has happened is some of these people who, quite frankly, are not scholars, do not understand the full complexity of the personality tests and that sort of stuff. And they have read a book maybe of somebody who simplified the whole thing. And then they walk away from that and have kind of, for lack of a better term, I think they've bastardized it into this way to create a hierarchy system amongst males or females or whoever the case may be, to make themselves feel better and other people to feel worse. And so it was never, if you read the journal articles and things that associate with it, it was never written in such a way that one was deemed better than the other. But of course, sometimes these people, like I always say, the Dr. Phil effect. Dr. Phil comes in and he simplifies something down to what it seems like so simple, and then people take it and run with it when it's really a far more complicated process, or it's a totally different application. So I think that's what's happened here. But yeah, there are definitely journal articles and things that use those similar terms for the personality types.
right. Because when I was getting my master's in psychology, that's all we pretty much focused on was the Myers Briggs. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So
it's still the cornerstone of
it's
pretty
still
much.
prevalent. Okay,
Yeah,
it is
it's
because
still. I won't.
some other ones came out.
Yeah,
But
no, this alpha beta stuff, on and so forth. That's not industry standard. Still, personality test wise, Myers Briggs is still the base of it, and pretty much everything that falls under that is an offshoot of Myers Briggs. Same way
yeah.
as this is. It's just an offshoot of it.
Oh, so y'all, I'm gonna play. I left this guy a message. That I'm going to play his video. So you make sure y'all go over there and like, share, and subscribe. I put the link in the chat. But it is so interesting, and we we talk about everything over here, whatever. So maybe it kind of help you understand your mate or whatever. So let me ask you this before I get into this. When it comes to women, do they
Mhm.
have the equal to this? I mean, to
Yeah,
the alpha, the beta. I know we got the alpha males and females and stuff like that, but they got them broken down like that too, all the way to this.
yeah,
Because I had
yeah.
never
But I will
heard of
say
this.
that there's not as big of an audience, I think,
Hmm.
for kind of the classification of women in that way. But there are definitely
Right.
books and things that you can search, and even just go to Barnes and Noble and you'll see there's a number of authors that are doing the same thing on the female side.
Right. So this more falls the information about these personality types fall appears more in pure articles and journal reviews and things of that nature, scholarly reports and stuff like that. It's not so much in because I would think maybe in textbooks it would probably be categorized a little differently, right?
No, yeah, well, yeah, in textbooks you can get Myers Briggs. Like it,
Okay. Okay.
you're not gonna see that.
That's
This
why I
is
don't know
more
nothing about
so,
it.
exactly. This is gonna be more so, like, again, Barnes and Noble type of reading.
Uh-huh.
It's not gonna be
Okay.
scholarly as much. Now there
No,
have
oh, it's not
been,
gonna be scholarly. That's why I don't know nothing
no,
about
no, no, no. Mm-mm.
it. Okay.
Because
That
it's
answers
all,
perfectly.
there's insufficient research to back any of this stuff up. It's just, again, groupings
Uh-huh.
of personality type. There's insufficient evidence, and it's just a way to reclassify what's already there as Myers-Briggs. Like, for instance, a alpha male, would automatically be an E, an I. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Uh-huh.
just breaking down
Damn
those same
alphabet.
ones and putting the name alpha there instead of ENTJ or ENTF or whatever the case may be. That's all they're doing is that same pairing.
Same parent. Okay. That's why
Mm-hmm.
I was sitting up here. I was like, what the hell
Yeah.
is he talking about?
Yeah.
But the guy's channel is called BLOKE, and it's BOX. So make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. I'm gonna play some of this. So we be trying to get the understanding of each other, the mates or whatever. But I found it to be very interesting, y'all. So I'll play it and pause it, play it and pause it. Okay. So I hope you
Okay.
don't strike me. But please don't strike me. I do not. Can somebody put the disclaimer up there? I don't want to. Right? Do I have that? Let me see. Because I don't want to. I had never heard no stuff like this.
I'm interested to see what he's gonna say here.
Yes, girl. I think he gave a pretty good breakdown. But let me find my disclaimer. I'm gonna put that up real quick. I'm gonna take us down real quick, and I'll put it back up.
Hey Diva, I just saw you right there. Okay, Angie's back. Hey Diva, I saw you in the chat. I wasn't looking before.
Okay, so let me play some of this so y'all see what I'm talking about.
We've spoken lots about different male personality types over the last few weeks, particularly focusing on males. If we pull everything together in one man-sized Sigma male video to give you everything you need to know about this rare and enigmatic type compared to others. And welcome back to Box. In today's video, talking the 6 types, decide you're the focus on the rare Sigma male person. Looking at some famous males. I'm sure you watch till the end because we'll be testing you with some questions to see if you are a true Sigma male yourself or just a wannabe. So you are probably aware, especially if you have any idea of the workings of the animal kingdom, that alpha males are the ones who attract the females and who compete fiercely with other males. The alpha usually wins, meaning that the chances of the other males getting the females is far more unlikely with an alpha around. In the animal world, either you're an alpha male or you're not. It's that simple. But for better or worse, things are slightly different. Aren't always the one who get the females, as they don't necessarily reflect the woman's ideals. Not these days anyway. For humans, there are a variety of personality types that you can embody to determine your masculinity as a male. Sure, alpha males still have that reputation for being desirable with their tough, rugged, and stereotypical manly exteriors. But these days, it's other personality types, or a combination of them, that attract women. At least some men adapt and evolve their personality type as they age and gain more life experience as their goals and needs change. So let's start by looking at the 6 male personality types. Do you identify with any of these? Number 1, alpha male. We'll begin with the most obvious one. The main qualities we identify in an alpha male is that they are very self-confident, outgoing, assertive, and direct. These are the kind of men synonymous with the bad boy type. Stereotypically masculine, exuding so much confidence they often border on arrogance, with a bit of aggression thrown in for good measure. He knows he can get any woman he wants and has quite a big ego, and he doesn't take kindly to being proven wrong. Number 2, beta male. The beta male, the typical nice guy. He's the collaborative, caring, loyal, introverted type who avoids risk and confrontation. He doesn't have a ton of confidence, charisma, or even physical presence, but he is kind, caring, reliable, and isn't afraid of commitment. Pretty to the alpha male, he's sensitive and much less, but far more grounded, likable, and takes criticism pretty well. Beta males tend to have a reserved nature as they are introverts, but unfortunately their niceness means they can be taken advantage of. Women prefer beta males to alphas for a life partner. They may not be as exciting as the alpha of partners. Number 3.
Okay, you know, I had to stop right there. So,
Yeah,
try
I'm
to
glad
break
you
it up.
did because I got a lot to say.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes,
Oh my
ma'am.
gosh. I'm over here going nuts. Okay, so there's a couple of things there. First of all, he starts off talking about, that's where this whole theory comes from about alphas and pack leaders and that sort of stuff. And this, of course, all comes from those who believe in evolution, that, for those who, are familiar with that we came from, animals and we evolved into what we are today. And he says that even in nature, only the alpha males get the females. I'm sorry, that is inaccurate. Now, yes, they do get, from what we know in biology, it is that the theory, though. It's a theory. Let's be very clear. This is not proven science. It's a theory. But the theory is indeed that they are going to get the most fertile, they're going to get the strongest women, they're going to get the better quality within that particular pack, right?
Right.
But that does not mean in any way, shape, or form that the rest of the pack of males gets nothing. So this is presented in such a way that it's like black or white, and it's not necessarily accurate in that regard. But again, the theory is the stronger, more healthy, more fertile males then do get the females out in nature. But again, that theory has fallen multiple times because the rest of the pack, just look at National Geographics, they all getting it.
Yeah, right. You're right.
So that's not, I don't want people to, it's not that it's not true necessarily, but it's that it's not proven. And two, that it doesn't exactly mean the way that he described it there. The other thing that really, what first set me off after that was he then started talking about the alpha male, and he said females like the alpha males, period. One, at least the literature that we do have available now, and just anybody in personal experience, you can't speak for everybody.
Right.
Some people do not want that.
Right.
There's not like, some people don't want
absolutes. I don't speak in absolutes.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing I worry about a little bit. He is speaking kind of in absolutes, and that kind of that worries me a little bit because that's not necessarily the case. Also, everything else that we know about personality, research, let's put it that way, is absolutely counter to that. That is not some hard and fast rule of who. So that was my biggest thing. What did you think about it?
Well, yeah, because he comes right back and said, but women, they said that, did he say women prefer beta males?
He said women like the beta because they're the nice guy.
Yeah. And when he went to naming off all the different, traits that fall upon the beta male, I was like, well, that's because he was saying how beta males are, laid back. They don't want to break your heart. They are nice guy, easygoing, so on and so forth. He gave like all the qualities you kind of, well, not everybody, but the base, the foundation that you look for when you're trying to, be in a relationship with someone, right? So it makes it seem like the beta male, as he said, would be more attractive, but he kind of contradicted when he said that the alpha male is what the women really go for. So,
yeah, it's an interesting view or take, and I get that. Okay, but if we go back and we think about Myers-Briggs, right? And we have the different types, they have the archetype, the diplomats, so on and so forth. So what he's really comparing to me is an I and an N. So an introverted intuitive versus an extroverted observant, right?
Baby, I don't remember. I remember the introvert, whatever. I don't remember the slash. I remember the slash.
You done left me
Hey,
out.
I don't remember the slash, baby. I just remember, I remember by a bunch of alphabets. And listen, that was in 1999.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna send you a chat. I'm gonna send you a link in the back end that we can look at later, just so you can pull it up as well. Because it ain't nothing that everybody would just be thinking on, what have you. But like, to me, that's exactly what he's describing, is someone who's more sensing than thinking.
Yeah.
Right. So the beta male is more sensing. They're feeling along with you. They have more emotional intelligence, perhaps, according to those theories, than the males.
Right. And what I do remember is that a theory never becomes a fact, right?
Exactly. Hold on one second. I gotta mute up.
Yeah, a theory pretty much is an explanation of a fact. So, but listen, this was interesting, honey. So y'all can sit down when your dude gets home or whatever. You can say, "This you right here." Oh, let me play the other. I'm gonna play 2, and then I'll stop again. Hold on.
All right, I'm back. Okay.
Omega male. Have you ever seen a Ben Stiller movie? Well, he's the perfect example of the Omega male. Eccentric, nerdy, and very laid back. The Omega male tends to act like he doesn't have a care in the world and can sometimes be seen as a little lazy. Omega males tend to be kind of immature, irresponsible, and don't usually have a lot of ambition. These types of men are known to have a high level of intelligence, but they are not known to make use of it, instead preferring to play video games, sit around watching movies, or collect things like comic books. Whereas the alpha wants to dominate, and the beta just wants to keep his head down without any fuss, the Omega male has either opted out, doesn't care, or has totally given up on being either. Number 4. Gamma male. The Gamma male is quite an interesting character, being thought of as comprising of a little bit of every other personality type. The Gamma male is adventurous and creates his own path in life regardless of other people's opinions, enjoying learning and having new experiences like the Sigma male. He is independent, choosing for the most part to do and act as he pleases. But unlike the Sigma male, he is also quite eager to gain the affection, respect, and admiration of others. Interestingly, it's believed that an alpha male can transform into a gamma male when he starts to become more aware and conscious of his actions and consequences. This is what a gamma both so well liked as well as independent. The gamma male is thought to be the headed and grounded of all the male personality types. Number 5. The
Now I got kind of confused with the definition of a gamma male, right? I understood the what was a delta male, and I was like, oh, I thought about somebody that's a delta male around here. I should keep that to myself. I ain't saying nothing. But the gamma male, now to me, that was kind of a complex. What equivalent to if you put that on the Myers-Briggs scale? What would be the alphabets for that?
Well, sure. Well, I'd actually argue that that would not necessarily be as much. Well, it is a Myers-Briggs thing, but I also think that this is now where he's conflating personality type with maturation. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So, like,
Gotcha.
to me, again, and now we're talking about two different topics at hand. Them maturing and evolving, is a maturational piece, and that's not a
Right.
change necessarily in personality. Now, what I will say about this gamma thing that he's talking about, and where maturation could, in theory, come into play, is when he's describing that alpha male. Quite frankly, it's not very pleasurable to interact with them because they want to win at all costs. Absolutely, they're going to argue you down. They're not going to take an L, even if they're wrong or whatever. Like, and we've all been around those type of people. I'm not going to say male or female. There are people who are just like that, who just want to win at all costs. They feel like they have all of the answers. They are the main person who, and everybody else is just beneath them because they haven't caught up to being an alpha, or they weren't blessed with being an alpha, right? But that doesn't make them accurate, nor does that make their perceptions of who they are accurate. So what we're talking about here is that when that alpha male realizes, hey, this isn't even a competition, like that's not even what this is, then they could evolve based upon what he's saying into, quite frankly, a more mature version of themselves, which is the gamma, is how I saw it. What did you think?
Right. When you put it like that, correct, because it's about, when you think about it on the scale of evolution and maturation, like you said, you would think that, okay, it's like a alpha male evolving and growing up or whatever, and settling in as more of a gamma male personality type. That makes sense.
Because if you think about it, okay, someone who is truly mature, right, and confident in and of themselves and what have you, at some point you get to that point in life where you realize whatever your perceptions are of me, or whether you got the same answers or different answers from me, it doesn't change my value. And therefore, there's no fight or hunt, if you will, if he wants to use the animal one. There's no hunt in me constantly trying to sway you or down you or pressure you to think the way that I do, or to see things my way, or to give me some sort of credit for who I am or what I have brought to the table. That's what, based upon his description and also, commonly shared with this whole alpha male thing, is kind of what happens there. And a lot of these people who believe that, alphas are supreme, is, okay, well, everybody around the alpha needs to bow down and let the alpha fully lead. And like all the rest of us are back here just following blindly because I'm with the alpha. But what we know to be the case in just humans, period, and maturation and emotional intelligence veers you more to the gamma side of it that says, yeah, I know I'm an alpha. I know, again, I'm using their terms. I know that I have these skills. I know that I'm more feral. I'm more, I'm more this, that, and a third, but I don't have anything to prove. I don't have to prove that. And that's where the strength lies, in that I don't have to prove that. I don't have to, force that on anybody. I don't need to be identified as such. I just am that I am. And that way, I also understand that there's value in the other people around me also. That's how I take that.
That is well put. I like that. I like that transformation of it. Yes. So, honey, now the next two, especially this next one, I was really intrigued with this one.
Uh-oh.
Listen to this one.
Delta male. The delta male is a bit trickier to understand. He is a man who has experienced trauma in his life which made him reserved, slow to trust new people, and he often gives off a vibe of not caring. Due to his difficult past, he often harbors resentment towards people and will be quick to blame others for his problems and shortcomings. By blaming others for his own issues, the delta male is a good example of a self-saboteur. He will self-sabotage his life and future by thinking that there is nothing he can do to better himself. He is manipulative or lies to get what he wants, which makes it difficult for other people to trust him or even want to be around him at all. Once upon a time, he may have had a ton of friends and been the life and soul of the party, but his troubled past has turned him into someone who lacks self-control, full of resentment and hate. Number 6. The Sigma male. Now we come to our personality type, the one that is seemingly the most popular, the Sigma male. If you're going to be any personality type, this is probably the one you hope to be, and probably the reason you clicked on this video. The Sigma male has all the positive traits of the alpha male, the confidence, the self-assurance, the ambition and popularity, but without the huge ego, aggression, and need for validation from us. He can socialize just fine and can manipulate and adapt to situations as and when needed, even taking on leadership roles if he wants to, but he has no interest in the opinion of others and is more than happy to be on his own. He isn't afraid to play by his own rules, and he comes across as both exciting and likable. He is calculated and cunning, taking his time to listen to others and respond carefully, so he doesn't make a fool of himself or say something that he'll later regret. He lives his life with intention, a thirst for knowledge and gaining new skills, as well as seeking out new experiences and adventures, but on his own. People find him to be intelligent and funny, with a quick wit and a great sense of humor. He doesn't need a partner in his life, but his mystery and willingness to break the rules attracts the females in droves. But that's not his goal in life, just a happy bonus. Every personality type from the alpha to the sigma are unique in their own way. Each acts and behaves in social and business environments. Many men claim to be a sigma male, but the truth is that the elusive sigma male is the rarest of them all. But who believes in these archetypes anyway? Sigma males and omegas have only recently started to gain recognition as personality types. For a long time, things were believed to be pretty much black and white, with males being categorized into either that of an alpha or a beta. A sigma male typically has traits from both main types, especially alpha, but is also very different in his own right. Sigma males are typically harder to read for many people, especially as the fact that mainstream psychology has boxed men into alpha versus beta for such a long time. But once people start to understand the sigma, they will see how they are independent thinkers and lone wolves rather than being in a pack like an alpha. They're good listeners whilst being able to state their opinions eloquently and in a considered fashion, and they're disassociated from many of the social conventions, hierarchies, and rules that other personality types will live their lives by. The sigma male doesn't seek to lead nor follow, but is comfortable in either position if he must be. Plus, he's usually a good judge of character, abstaining from the immediate judgment of others. The alpha male versus sigma male. Clarified the personality types, we're going to talk about the similarities and differences between the sigma.
And I won't bore y'all with the rest unless y'all want me to. Hey, Lady Tech. But yes, so those last two girls almost took me about it. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing desirable about this. As
Yeah.
far as for me, I know that for other people that might be different. Okay, so here's my first thing that I thought about as well when he started talking about this. So what he talked about with, I think it was the Delta. That was the first one. That was the first one you just played, right?
Yeah.
It was a Delta.
Yeah.
That's the self-fulfilling prophecy. That's the entire concept of self-fulfilling prophecy is for you to self-sabotage. You think you're not worth, or that such and such is not something that you're deserving of. So you sabotage it. That's again a self-esteem concept. That's not a personality concept. So that's where I feel like these things are getting bastardized or generalized and bunched in places that they really are not.
Right.
Don't you?
Right.
Did you think that, or what did you think about that?
I thought well, it seemed as if that the Delta male, how he was classifying, is maybe probably the worst one. The person you don't want to even deal with. because everything was, like I don't think he called them. It seemed like it'd be liars, manipulators, you know, one that will, have something good going, but will self-sabotage himself and mess it all up for him, probably and everybody else. You can't trust them, and all of that. And it was like a whole bunch of negative traits. And I was like, wow.
Well, and I heard it, and I immediately thought, that sounds like a personality disorder. It doesn't say.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, like with all due respect, that's a personality disorder. That's not a personality type necessarily, or it's a predisposition to approaching life's challenges in a different way. I question that quite a bit. As far as the way he is categorizing it, not to say that that isn't one of the categories as it's defined by those who, came up with this archetype system, this particular one. But I mean, to me, that's a whole different ball of wax, and I have a hard time thinking that there's people who that's just their personality type, is to just self-sabotage. That's not how that works.
Right. It did seem a bit bastardized, as you said, but it was like a lot of elements that was added. I don't know.
The other part that I wonder, okay, so clearly this video discusses the concept that you can kind of mature out of being one archetype and transform into another, right? So
right, he said, yeah.
What's to stop a delta from going into therapy or maturing or whatever the case may be, and now he turns into a beta, sigma, whatever, based upon the way he's describing that.
Yeah, but listen to this right now. This is just me, right? I am a person that I like to take a person in their their natural progression, however they move, what's naturally in them. Like when presented with the situation, what is your natural response to it? That's what I like to look at, because that'll tell me whether or not I'm going to fuck with you or not, depending on how you move. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much the translate is how you move, right? So I don't, because you could probably translate this better. I'm not in favor of people trying to change certain qualities. I'll put it like certain characteristics or whatever. Because to me, it's this who you are is who you are. If you a low down, dirty, goddamn shame, yeah, you probably need to change that. You probably it's a good idea to change that. But is that who you really are? Because I just think that feeling that it may always come back up. It's just sitting there. It's like you're forcing yourself to be something that you really don't want to be. You know who you are, and you really don't want to be that way. You just forcing yourself because society tell us that that's the right way and whatever. And most likely you know good versus bad. You know what I'm saying? I can't, when people go and you can tell me if I'm I don't know if like when people go to seek counseling, whatever, to change some things. I don't know if, and I'm talking about outside of depression and all of that, but I'm talking about when they go to counseling and to talk about those personality traits. I don't know if that's changing, if they're asking to change who they are as a person, or are they being asked to, are they being told, like, listen, you do bad stuff and you need to like not do it because here's the ramifications and you might alienate people, nobody wants to be with you, whatever. I don't know how to put it. It's just I'm just big on a person not changing who they are, as long as it's not like you're not finna jump, you're not real all fucked up or whatever. I'm not talking about that type of stuff, but it's like it tells me, and I know I'm all over the place, but it just tells me who you are at the core. Maybe that's that's what I look at. If you're a good person, how you respond to certain things or what you say to certain things when it occurs, that'll let me know if you're the type of person I want to deal with on whatever level. But if something comes up and it's always some, because you have some people like some come up, well, let's hide this right here, or don't tell that person about this, or it's always some kind of, some shady shit. I want to know that about you. I want to see that happen because that's your natural. It's how you act. That's you. So I'm not in favor of people changing those characteristics, I like to know that stuff up front because that'll let me know I'm not fucking with you. Let me know right at the top. You know what I'm saying? Or how deep I will. You know what I'm saying? So that's no.
But you know what? Like, and that's the whole concept. Am I echoing? I think
no.
Oh, okay. So that's the whole concept, though, or part of the core concept of the Myers-Briggs personality stuff is that there's certain things that you can take that test. I've been taking that test since 2001 was when I took the first time, and there's certain things that just don't change. Like there's certain things that you're just not going to change those things. Those are truly who you are personality wise. But then there are components of it. For instance, if you have enough training and enough intention, you can become a more thinking person or develop those skills a little bit more.
Or you can translate it right. Yes, that's what exactly what I'm trying to get
to. You can work on some things. Like you can absolutely work on some things. You're absolutely going to mature.
And that's the stuff I want. That's the stuff I'm saying. Yeah, you can work on those things. But there's some stuff that's who you are at the
You're
core.
hardwired that way. It's
you're the yin to my yang.
Yeah, I mean it's nature versus nurture. Some things you're just hardwired that way. For instance, I have always been since 2001, and I've taken the test pretty much. I can't even count the number of times I've taken the Myers-Briggs in different settings, impromptu, schedule, what have you. And that introvert is always my strongest category, and I've never even inched closer to extroversion. I just keep going closer and closer to further and further into introversion. It's not changing. It's not going to change. Now, I am absolutely what people call now an ambivert, because I can tell you right now, when it's time to walk into a board meeting and present, or if I got to go in and mix and mingle to get some stuff done, I can absolutely turn it on. But that's not where I live. Like I have developed the skills to be an extrovert when I need to, that I can turn them on. But hardwired, I'm always going to be introvert. I'm always going to prefer that, and I'm not going to get energy from doing those extroverted things.
Right.
So that's really where it comes down. But at the end of the day, you are who you are. And then, of course, when you do have people with like personality disorders and other big issues, like, oh boy, you got a whole other ball of wax that you got to address.
Right. That's a whole nother situation,
Whole nother situation.
Yeah, right. You are exactly right. When you take that test, some of those things, you're right. They don't change. It's not
going to change. Yeah,
it's not going to. That's just who you are at the core.
Now, when I look back and I think about like when I took Myers-Briggs, I did at least one every year in college because it was a part of. We had to do it for the job I had on campus or whatever. And I always I would only change within a couple of points, right? But now if I look at those that introverted score back then versus the introverted score now, it's like a 20-point difference, which is significant. Because and that's 20 points further into introversion. It's not going in the opposite direction. That's one of those things. I'm just hardwired.
Oh wow.
Dang,
okay. Okay.
Yeah, but that Delta one threw me off a little bit. That one gives me pause. I wouldn't tell people to hang their hats on. And you even heard him towards the end. He said, "Yeah, but who really believes in these archetype things anyway? And archetypes anyway?" And yeah, because he knows there's no science. There's not science backing him up 100%. Like at all. Like some of this is just some stuff that people have put together or some theories they have, but they don't pass muster once you start really breaking them down a little bit.
Right. Yeah, Taylor. Yeah, it's a good comment because we talking about you men. We talking about y'all ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, you doing a great conversation. Yeah, you gonna go home and look in the mirror like, am I what am I?
Yeah. But let me tell you something though, Angie, and this is the reason why I take issue with the way that these whole personality type things are being managed, right? Or being discussed within this, whether it's the manosphere or whether it's just general conversation, is this. I do not care for the fact that a lot of people will then adopt, well, I'm an alpha male, so that's just the way I am and that's the way I'm going to be.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I don't like that. And so now you feel like that gives you license to be an asshole. Nah.
Right.
You see, that's where I see a lot of people use it. And that's when I say it's being bastardized, because you're saying, well, I'm an alpha male, so that means I'm going to talk over you. I'm not going to hear your side of the point. I'm not going to show you respect. I'm always going to be right whether you want me to. And that's because I was blessed to be an alpha male. No, you're an asshole and you hard-headed and you don't want to listen and you want to be a jerk to other people and be given license to do so, and ain't nobody putting up with that. So then you try to attack the female, or you try to attack the other people who say, hey, you're treating me wrong, or you're doing too much, or this behavior is inappropriate, and you just go, yeah, that's because you can't handle an alpha male. No, that's because I'm identifying you as an asshole.
Right. Right. Exactly.
And you're not gonna sit here and try to convince me otherwise. So that's where you're bastardizing personality types, because each person is still accountable for themselves. Each person should still be mature. Each person should still demonstrate emotional intelligence. The same way I'm sitting here talking about, well, hold on, there's like 20 different other parts of personality and behavior that come in here that still haven't been factored in. So if you just are hanging your hat on, well, I'm alpha or you're a beta, so that's the reason why you're listening to your woman. No, you know what I'm saying? Like you're trying to make something seem like, or trying to justify poor behavior all through an archetype, which quite frankly is just a theory. And you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I still have a right to demand more of you or to demand respect from you. And quite frankly, I think the whole entire concept of an alpha male, and there have been some people who are starting to talk about this as well, that you can't possibly be an alpha male if you're not also able to recognize when somebody else can do this work better than you.
Right.
That doesn't mean you're Superman. So that's where I take issue with it, is that to me, a lot of people will use it as like, I'm going to just pound my chest and you got to bow down to whatever I do because I think I'm an alpha male. Well, one, you're thinking of something that is just a theory. It's not you just put that on yourself. If that's the case, I can think that I'm Beyonce. I'm not.
Okay. Exactly. Yeah. They use that as, and that's not the only thing they use as a justification or an excuse for their behavior. That's not the only thing. But you are exactly right. They will throw, I'm an alpha male. You just can't deal with an alpha male and that. I'm like, what? No, you're an asshole.
And there it is. Yeah. You're an asshole and you don't want nobody to say nothing to you about it. No, you still got it. Nowhere in any of these archetypes does it say that you're not responsible for your own behavior.
Right. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. And you're right. It's the shit. It's all over the place now. The one I thought was very interesting is that Sigma.
Yeah, Sigma.
Jesus.
See, these things will take you on a wild ride.
Yes. Hon, I was sitting with my mouth open. I was like, what the hell is this degree? What is going on? They done start putting it like the damn fraternities. What's going on?
Yeah.
That's Sigma. My God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was eye opening.
It's a very interesting concept. How did you get down this rabbit hole?
girl, I was sitting up here. I don't know why that shit jumped into my in my timeline, and I was just. I said, well, let me click on this. What are they talking about? These different types, because I didn't recognize the names and stuff. So I don't fool up with that psychology stuff, like that. I don't do that. Like I said, honey, when I triage those people, I usually get people. I do outside behavioral services for 'em. I usually get people who have some severe not it, they need assistance, but they have anywhere from light to severe type mental health issues, drug addicts, and sometimes I get some juveniles, and a few times I'll get some senior citizens, whatever, as referrals, whatever. I triage the situation. The only thing I know is when I look and I see that ICD, I'm always called ICD-9. It starts with an F. That diagnosis code starting with an F. I'm like, that this is okay. So I really go to paying attention, but other than that, so and this just dropped in, and they was talking about and it really started from a video. They was talking about a sigma male. I'm like, what the hell is a sigma male? And I clicked on that, and when they went to talking, I'm like, oh, I know who that is. I know who that is. And then of course, you got the next video coming line, and this was the next video, and it really spoke of the rest of the different personality types. And I was like, ooh, I ain't know nothing about all this, and they don't put them in a goddamn Greek fraternity. Lord, they so crazy. These men so crazy, but and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And that's how I got all up in paying attention to that stuff, because sometimes, honey, you got to go to your understanding, because you be like, huh? Like somebody got to give me some understanding, because I'm like, huh? And that's how
and I wonder how many of these men as well, or people in general who believe in these archetypes, are you researching other things too? For instance, there's leadership types, and we know what's effective on the leadership type. But there's all different types of personalities that can be leader, including a servant leader, meaning that a person leads through their service, like they are demonstrating, they are getting their hands dirty with you, and therefore the crowd is following them because of that. So like, it's all these different elements, and quite frankly, it's part of why I even became interested initially when I got into college in psychology and stuff, is because it's never going to be this one-dimensional view. Same thing with this whole R. Kelly thing. People break it down. Either you're going to like him or you're not, or you're going to have sympathy for him or you're not. You're either with them or you're against them. And to me, few things in life ever fall in that category, because there's so many other elements. You at least need to be able to take them into consideration before you make a hard and fast decision. So that's the same thing with these men, on this alpha male, this, that, and the third. Okay, well, if you sum your whole self up, everything that you are, you sum that up in a personality test, or in how you would classify yourself, we're going to lose a whole lot of things. We're going to lose your upbringing. We're going to lose your spirituality. We're going to lose, your intelligence, your cognitive ability. We're going to lose so many other factors that play a role in how you navigate life, or how you choose to navigate life.
Because a lot of people don't even consider the variables that play a part in all of that, what you just said.
Exactly. And that's what, the newest research that's been coming out that's really been interested is all about the lack of understanding related to emotional intelligence in men, and that society in and of itself has kind of hardwires them to believe that emotional intelligence is something you don't need to worry about. And because that actually creates more challenges for them to navigate things, as opposed to improvement in that, because they're ignoring or discrediting the value of the emotional side of navigating life. That's stuff that they, and they're not going to go digging into that the way they like to dig into this alpha man.
Right.
They don't want to dig into that part, but it's a very valid point.
Right. Well, I mean, emotional. Now, do you think emotional intelligence is a big thing when it comes to men, so to speak?
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, especially, and I would even go one. It's just in general, we all have emotions.
Right.
Period. We all have them, and I don't believe that. Just for me and my belief of evolution in human beings, we wouldn't have them if they weren't valuable. They are. If you think about it, emotions are what we show up with from the
Right.
womb.
From day
Sad,
one.
mad,
Right.
happy.
Day one.
Sad, mad, happy. We're hardwired with them. But then you have society which tells or kind of influences individuals to discredit that, put it to the side, not, for one group, and then for the other exacerbates the role of it. So now you have this great inequity, and quite frankly, you have a silo that's now built because you have one person or one group of people who's told, hey, overextend the effect of emotions, and then you have another one that says under. So how do those two meet in between if they're going to interact with each other? The other
Right.
part is then you're also having males that are commonly taught to discredit their own emotions, to not acknowledge their own emotions, to suppress their own emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know off the rip that causes kind of, for lack of a better term, an emotional explosion, right? In other
Right.
parts of your life. So it's
Right. What's up,
absolutely
Levi?
significant.
How you guys doing?
Uh-oh.
Yep. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Exactly.
Hey,
Hi,
hey,
Mr. Levi.
how you
And
doing,
the
D?
reason why this one, Mr. Levi, but the reason why I asked you that is because I don't see the men even recognizing emotional intelligence until it's something until they feel like it's working against them. Then
Mm-hmm.
they'll, I got, I feel this way too. But go ahead. Go ahead. What's up, Levi?
Hey, I just wanted to jump in. A lot of people think I only come in when I'm yelling and talking about my cousin's situation, but I wanted to demonstrate how multifaceted I am. Listen,
Alpha male just came
Alpha
on in and
male.
just
Oh,
no,
baby, I was already and gave him that label. Baby, I was, yes.
I mean, honestly though, in all honesty, do you guys, from what you know of me, just listening to me from a observatory standpoint, would you consider me to be an alpha male?
I don't even think I want to answer that
Uh
question.
oh. No, well, before you answer, let me explain this to you guys, that the relationships. I have two daughters, and I think I've said it on here before. When my biological daughter was first conceived, I wanted a daughter for one. For two, I've said to both of their mothers at times, like, you'd be arguing or whatever, and I would say to them off rip, like, listen, you can give me the baby. I can raise a child. You feel me? I ain't got no problem with raising a child alone, especially daughters. You feel me? Like, I ain't got no problem. And I've never analyzed myself as pertains to this whole alpha male um, uh, characterization, because what I find in the black community, you walk up to the average nigga, and the average nigga gonna say I'm an alpha male. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And that
Mm-hmm.
to me is so mischaracterizing, and it is so convoluted, and it's just like you know. And I was gonna ask Miss Mo, and which you are aware of the fact that a lot of times when you speak about these psychological profiles and what is the textbook version of the things that you've learned, the wealth of knowledge that you've been able to acquire. I always, when I'm listening to you, I always say, Miss Mo must understand that, well, I believe that, whatever comes out as it pertains to Freud and all these different analogies and hypotheses and theories that they placed on the table, I would suggest that we um, revisit them and offer an addendum to, so to speak, when it comes to Black people in America.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You can't just use. I don't believe you can just use the textbook. Because most of them, let's be real, they were analyzing and theorizing about white Europeans. You feel me? So when you take a group of people who have been put through the most dehumanizing process that's ever existed throughout the annals of history, I believe, you can't just put that take that cookie cutter approach and say, well, they fit into this, he fits into this category, or she fits into that category. Understanding that, what, and I'll say it again, when you ask the average black dude, do you consider yourself an alpha male? He will say yes, because of the environmental impact of basically I gotta be their definition of that is carrying a thing, ready to set it off. Remember back in the day, they had the song Roughneck. I need a roughneck. I need a roughneck. You feel me? And that's what black people. What I learned was their idea of an alpha male. You've seen it on YouTube where people say, "Well, I'm an alpha male," and don't even take care of their goddamn kids. You feel me? I'm an alpha male, and your kids are accusing you of molesting. I'm like, yo, like I have a problem with these different characterizations or mischaracterizations when it comes to our people. I'm being honest with you. I have a problem with. I said to them, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. To Miss Mo and to Angie. If you are a black man, supposedly, I have a test. I tell niggas this all the time. Pick up your phone, go to your call list, recent calls. If you can scroll up or down 3 times and your children's telephone numbers are not on your screen, three good strokes, 1, 2, 3, then as far as I'm concerned, you don't even deserve to be on the planet. I mean, I'm real hard on so-called men who are not in their children's lives. So that's my test. Alpha male my ass. You feel me? Like, yo, you got to be the hunter, the collector, the ones that goes out and collects the wood. You feel me? And that person who is represented in that home or in that relationship or even with your children as someone who is a provider. And I'll be quiet and listen to you guys' response. But tell me how you would define me, because I've never asked no one this. Like, just from what you know of me, would you consider me to be an alpha male? Or whatever. I won't get offended. Hey, Miss Wall, you can call me a damn transgender or a damn transgender. I wouldn't. I've been called everything on this motherfucker, so I wouldn't get offended. They call me every damn thing. Shit, whatever. I don't get offended at that shit.
I done died. Oh no.
I can't.
Oh, but you know I done called and gave JoJo his goddamn diagnosis. This is what you is.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the people done said it. The people done said it. This is you. No, I think I think I would lean you towards more alpha male, but it's something else. You got some qualities of one of them other people. Let me see. Because you know how to put y'all all in the category. I put y'all on the category when I was listening to it. I go, oh, this who this was on YouTube. This him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you. And I was wanting to go look for the women. I was gonna put y'all asses in the category. Yeah.
I think we need Angie, we need to have a whole session where we just put the pictures up there and we break them all down.
Absolutely.
Because what they say I be diagnosing people around there. I'm like, this is you, baby.
Yeah. I'll say this, Mr. Levi. I do not and again, I'm only using the same archetypes that this video just had. I've already said I don't put a lot of stock in this, you know. I do not believe that you would qualify as a alpha using their definitions, and I'll explain why. To me, is more in line with the sigma side of things, the gamma side of things, based upon what they've described. And here's the reason why I say that. because I do see in you, and I do not see that with everyone who's in this particular sector, that you will absolutely, you're looking to hear, to understand. And even if you still hold to your point, you're not just going to throw the baby out with the bathwater just because I have to be right. You thoroughly enjoy being
Yes.
being right. And
Yes.
you also thoroughly enjoy, I think you are a natural leader, and you're willing to go out here and do it on your own. You don't need anybody necessarily to follow you. Whereas based upon what this describes, that alpha is almost feeding off of the sheer fact that people need to follow me. If people are not, then there would be some questioning of their own skills and abilities. And so I don't feel like that's you, as far as the alpha side of things. But I think depending upon where you are, I think your level of maturity far exceeds that of someone that I would deem to be an alpha male. What you said about the whole thing of, like, again, if I go on the block, every dude out there is going to say they're alpha, and nobody's going to want to, because there's been a negative connotation to some degree placed on this concept of a beta male or anything other than an alpha. But like you said, it's not even possible. That many alpha, 10 dudes all being an alpha, you're not going to get anything done.
Right.
Like you said,
Nothing.
somebody has to be doing the back end work, doing the other stuff,
Right.
and there is value in that. Like
Right.
I'm that true crime person. Like, nobody's gonna sit here and say that Big Meech and Terry, that both of them were not leading.
Right. Exactly.
You're just not gonna sit there and tell me that just because Terry was a little more quiet, he was running the operation, quite frankly, more than Meech. You know what I'm saying?
Meech was out partying.
Exactly, as far as the financial piece of it. And like, he was the one that, was taking care, making sure all the families were good and the business was straight and whatever. And quite frankly, he even gave the advice to Meech, like, you need to chill and not be so flashy because you're drawing undue attention. You're not going to sit there, and quite frankly, they both are extremely well respected even to this day, because people understand and value where they were. Now, you're not going to sit there and tell me that everybody who was under them by default was also an alpha. It just wouldn't have worked that way. And quite frankly, even Meech and Terry still to this day have significant clashes, because they both have this leadership style and approach to them that just never the two shall meet. So I hope that answered your question, Mr. Levi. I don't say alpha, but I don't put enough stock in it that I would sum it up one way or the other. But I guess definitely, I'm never going to say the name. If they come up here, I'll say something to them. But a whole lot of people up here, I would absolutely say that they're alpha males, but it's for all the wrong reasons.
Right.
I think you're on the opposite end of that spectrum.
And I think some of them really don't know, that be yelling it out. They really don't know the elements of why they are considered alpha male. They just think, oh, because I'm just a natural born leader, and I think I got it down pat, I know everything, and so boom, that makes me an alpha. No, it's more detailed than that. A lot goes into that. But
and I'll say, like my mama always say, yeah, some people can lead you to hell.
Yeah, exactly.
They're leading you into some nonsense. They're not leading you into anything that's effective or good. So what does being an alpha in that case get me?
Like, people, like I said, but I don't know if you heard, like, most people think that I like men that I could run. This is if you don't know me. Until you know me, then you'll know, okay, she don't like that. But like guys that, she can run over, just shut up, do what I say, and blah blah blah. Blah. That is not the case at all. I don't like that at all, because I get nothing from that. You know what I'm saying? And so in some relationships, people used to wonder, well, because I don't have I never had a household set up where, okay, well, because he's the man, he's the leader of the house, whatever. I know what some people say the Bible says and all of that, whatever. I have never, that just had never worked with me. And I know the Lord knows. Look at me, here my justification and excuse. The Lord knows that all of us not gonna go by everything the Bible say, and they know that that's just not one of them I'm following. Listen, baby, I negotiate. Baby, I work my skills with the Lord, everybody in heaven, everybody else, baby, I work them. But listen, so they just know there's some stuff I'm just gonna go along with. So, you have a lot of women that say, okay, he's the head of the house and blah 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 for whatever reason, whatever, and that's fine. Let me tell you something. When I was strictly in school and didn't work or wasn't at that time making the most, whatever, I'm still not following that whole that shit, because that's just not what I'm going to do. So they said, well, Angela, how you figure out, how y'all, how y'all not butt heads, right? And I say, you know what? It's quite simple. We are smart enough to know that, listen, we're going to follow whoever has the best plan of action for the situation, or we're going to intertwine some of the best points from each other's, decision that we've made, and then make that the plan. But it's not going to just because I'm trying to tell you, and due to doxing, I can't point it out no more, but I've showed y'all. I keep telling you about this one dude, baby, drive me crazy, and he always think that it's his way or the highway with everything, and he would have a little issue when I picked up a little steam, and people were saying, well, I like Miss Angie Wade, I like Miss Angie Wade, and it was like, now we're gonna do it this way, without even considering my plan or what I got and whatever, and knowing that I'm a thinker, and that it's planned from A to Z. But when his shit blew up, and did whatever, who he had to come back to? Me, to straighten it out, to figure it out, whatever. Okay, especially because this wasn't his hometown. Oh, that don't make me start having no flashbacks somewhere. But what I'm saying is, so that's how we determine. That's how, because I'm not a follower, and then I'm not really dealing with nobody that's a follower. So that's how we kind of figure out how we're going to proceed, and not all hell break loose every time we got to make a decision about something.
But see, here's it is for me now. I am not a follower in areas that I know I have expertise or strength in. For instance, like, I don't mind following you. For instance, when it come time to go fix this car and get on up underneath here and what's going on, in the pipes at the house and whatever the case may be, that's not my area of expertise. So I don't have no problem. I want you to go ahead, take the lead on that. But at the same time, if you're not the best with money management, and I know that this credit score looking good over here, I'm not following you over there into ruin.
Girl, you
just
got
because
to be right,
I'm trying to submit down to you. And also, a lot of people just like to. That's one thing I would say, and hopefully I don't get in no trouble in here, but I'm gonna say it anyway. A lot of people, especially in the Black Christian church, we about to get in trouble now. Black Christian church will just take a verse here and a verse there and keep preaching it and pushing it, but you don't take the whole picture in. I have read the Bible cover to cover several times, not once or twice, several times, and in several different versions. Okay. And I feel like there's some other verses in there that people just gloss on over or don't read about as much. For instance, anytime that Bible says that, that man's supposed to love his woman like God loves the church, God don't make me do nothing stupid.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. He not gonna forget. He not gonna, as Mr. Levi was saying, he not gonna forget about his children. He not gonna just drop you at the time when you need him most. He not gonna not sit there and listen to me and hear me even when I'm crying and whatever. He's not going to do any of those things. So where does that piece come in?
Right.
That's an equal piece.
Right.
That's your contribution to it, but they tend to beat you over the head with what our role is supposed to be, and you're not
Yes.
focusing on what your role, and
Oh,
that
girl,
is a
I'm about to
great
run around this house
responsibility.
hollering. Hallelujah. Yes, I'm about to run around. Y'all look at your neighbor. Since we talking about the church, say neighbor. Girl, I'm telling you, now I did forget about that piece now. In the areas where, of course, I don't know nothing about whatever. Of course, they take that over. And in the areas in which, I take that part over. And that's how we, but where we got two different, we got, two strong opinions on one situation, we try to whenever that type of stuff have come out. But yes, honey, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about them people in that church. And listen, y'all, I didn't want to do it, and I tried not to do it. But I had to start reading some of the people in the church. I had to really let them know what time of day it is, because what they'll do, just like with this narrative pushing that they do out here, they will take certain parts of the Bible and somehow make you not fitting to be somebody's wife or to be a human being or a believer of God or whatever. Meanwhile, you catch them on the wrong day. They cutting a fool and doing whatever. They cussing whatever. Now, I read and I cuss, right? Why you gotta let the devil use you like that? Why you got to such? Well, is the devil you using you when you laying up here with this dude and you ain't married? And I can go down a whole list of stuff that you're doing, but you supposed to be so churchy. That's why some people, you the very type of person why people be saying they don't like to come to church or whatever because of people like you. Like, don't tell me just because I'm cussing and acting a fool, is that on one of the sins and stuff? I ain't read that. I ain't see Moses write that down. Thou shalt not cuss and act a fool and go off on people. He ain't write that. I'm gonna find something, but yeah, so they'll find something to make you look like, just because they go to church every Sunday and Bible, Bible school day on Wednesday and revival day on Friday and stuff like that. Just because they go all the time, they try to take just little things out. You're right, just little pieces out the Bible, not the whole thing, not even a whole section. They gonna take little, and then try to beat you over the head with it to make you seem like you less than or you a bad person. Like, how's that? Only thing you can tell and say about me is I'm cussing and fighting. What else I'm doing?
Well, and here's the thing that we've kind of created. And Lesman, I saw your comment. I don't want to forget it. But we somewhere in there, I think there's a difference between religion or the practice of religion and Christianity, right? So, like, to me, the Bible fully acknowledges that pretty much we all have sinned. But we have created within our culture, within these churches, we've created for ourselves this hierarchy that your sin is better than my sin and your sin is worse than my sin. And therefore I can come over here and I can get down on you because at least my sin is a little lighter than your sin. And your one is really the one that I care about. And quite frankly, that's even spilled over into our politics. You're focusing on, for instance, and I'm not going to give my own opinion, nor am I asking for it. But for instance, right now, with all this stuff about, with babies and whether they should have them or whether you should have your choice for your body, whatever case may be. Okay. And the main thing a lot of people will say, or as they call them in the media and the evangelicals will say, well, the Bible says that you shouldn't do that, right? But the Bible also says you shouldn't overeat. But I don't see y'all passing any laws about making these daggone 4 for 4s a little smaller and a little healthier, and so I don't see you wanting a law for that, because in their mind they've prioritized, well, this sin is worse You know, this one is worse,
Yeah.
or my thing is better or worse. And now I can then come to you instead of offering grace and also acknowledging like, okay, we're all working through it. And whatever your conviction is, which is another big part of the Bible that talks about, it's about your own personal conviction. If one day, Angie, you start reading or you start thinking about it, you said, really, the way I'm cussing these people out, I should not be doing this. Now you're convicted. Now that's something that you should try to work on. You see what I'm saying? But if you right now don't seem like you got the conviction. So you know, God has not pricked your heart about that particular thing. So, you know, that's between you and God to work through. You see what I'm saying? It's not something that you have been convicted on at this time, but other people chooses to be convicted on your behalf. Now you thinking that you in better shape than me, and you're really not, because you're doing other stuff on your side too, like you said. So, you know, people do a whole lot. I ain't mean to go down the full church.
No, but but it needs to be said, because they will sit up there and I'll be like, you can only get me for the you know. But listen, but when somebody come up here that needs help with their light bill and need some food or whatever, you looking crazy. You ain't nowhere to be found, but you the church people. Who is out here getting it done? This one. So don't bring it here.
Thank you.
I will read you.
That's why you know, I've said it multiple times on here. I'm a double preacher's kid. My dad, of course, has passed away, but my mom still is in the church and is a preacher and pastor, and now pastor's wife and all the stuff like that. Out of her 3 kids, none of us are currently attending church or a member of a church right now.
Oh, wow.
And we haven't been since my dad passed away. And part of that reason is, Angie, if I told you, talking about them stories that you got from the streets, if I told you the stuff that I saw and encountered within the church, and we all, because for instance, and we all believe staunchly in Christ. We all are very much have a strong relationship with Christ. But because of what we have seen and encountered, and because how things have been so convoluted, like you said, that you're not even helping people. You're just bringing people in and browbeating them. You're not helping. You've moved away from the point and the belief of Christianity, and now you're more so focused on these religious things that, quite frankly, most of which are not listed in the Bible at all. These are constructs and things that we have come up with. What you can wear and how you can sit and what you can sing and what beat the music gotta be and who gotta do it this way and how we gotta take the offering and walk, you know, what the ushers need to wear, black and white, and the robes that got it. You more caught up in that and forcing that upon me. And again, that has nothing to do with my belief in the Bible. So it's the concept for me, I find it very stifling to like the whole, like and keep in mind, I'm old country Baptist backwoods kind of church. You know what I'm saying? Like those are kind of churches I grew up in. I find those to be so stifling. And at the same time, we looked around, me and my sisters were talking about it the other day, all of those sister churches that we have, very, very small towns. So we only about 8 churches, maybe. And each one of those never had more than maybe 100 or so people in them. Like that's how small it was. Out of those churches, none of them have more than maybe 30 members now. None of them. Because it's very stifling to be so caught up in the pomp and circumstance of it that I can't actually feel fulfilled. I can't come here and find comfort. I can't come, you know what I'm saying? Because you're more worried about, you know, oh, the usher didn't give me my fan on time, and you had your heels were too high, and it's all this other stuff that I'm like, I'm not here for that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just not. So anyway,
I remember back in the day, you know, listen. Oh, you go ahead and answer Lesmit question, because I'm getting into something else.
Okay, yeah. We got all off track. Let's see here. She said, because I forgot it because I went so far down the other way. What factors?
I gotta post it up there.
Okay, what factors do you see with more women being the head of the household? And do you see personality traits flipping at times? Okay, so that's a loaded question. That's a loaded question. I don't know in those cases if those are personality traits flipping, but I do feel like we as a society now, and especially I would say my generation and younger, have been challenging the kind of stereotypical male and female gender roles and are pushing towards just do what works for you, your family, and your household. And I don't think that has to do with personality. That has to do with personal belief, uh, personal interests, and the partner that you happen to be with. Now, as far as women heading the household, are you talking more so about single mothers or what have you? Or are you talking about situations where there is a couple and there's a female who is heading a household? I guess if that may, hopefully she's still here and can clarify what she's asking, because I think those would be two different things as well. Now, when it comes to that reversing or pushing those gender roles, while I wait for her to respond, I'll say the textbook side says there is no difference. And as far as who's choosing to take on what or who does what, but what the research does show is the more balanced the workload for the home, and that's everything that it takes to maintain a home and a family in a healthy way. The more balanced that is, and the more that it leans on individual strengths that they bring to the relationship, the more successful the relationship and the less likely it is to lead to divorce. So let me give you an example. Let's suppose if we dumb it down, we said there's only 5 things that it takes in order to lead to have a successful household. Let's say one of them is paying the mortgage. The other one is paying the car bills. One is taking care of the children. One is let's say cooking dinner, and the other one is doing laundry. If we just had those 5, if you put laundry, groceries, kids, and the mortgage all on one person, you're going to have one person over here who has one big responsibility and the other who has 4. Right? Does it matter which person gets what? Because you still have somebody over here who is taking on a huge share of the responsibilities. And so it's creating an imbalance. Whereas, what if one person says, I'm going to take the majority of the financial pieces, and you take the laundry and the cooking, and we split these kids down the middle as far as what we do. I'll get them showered, you take them to practice. Guess what? Now we both have 2.5 responsibilities. We both have an equal role. Now, where this also comes into play is, and quite frankly, I'll go ahead and share, this is in my household. My boyfriend loves to cook. For him, it is stress relieving. He loves to do. Now, keep in mind, according to, the stereotypes, he would be considered a man's man. He want to get his hands dirty up under the car, all this stuff. But he also and he cooks well. He loves to do it. And quite frankly, when I do it, he's sitting there over my shoulder working my nerves because he coming in here and wanting to add to the recipe and wanting to do this and wanting to do it because he likes doing it himself. And he finds it as a stress reliever. In my house, 99.9% of the time, he is cooking. Not because he's a male or I'm a female, or should I be cooking just because I'm the female. He enjoys it. I don't have no problem. I don't have any problem with it. And nor does that make him any more or less of a man because he enjoys doing the cooking. He still does all the yard work and all these other things that you would look at as traditionally male or female, but the cooking, that's him. Now for me, on the cleaning or whatever, I took up slack in other ways, but that's the way that it works for our dynamic, and we have an even workload in that arena. If he's cooking that night, he don't have to worry about no dishes. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm taking that part on. That has nothing to do with our gender. The gender stereotypes or tasks or whatever you want to call them, those are social constructs where people have kind of told you that this is what a woman should be doing. There is nothing biologically, psychologically, or otherwise that says that that has to be the case. So I personally believe that when it comes to head of household and how work and things are being split up, or responsibilities are being split up, quite frankly, even financially. If you make a little bit more than your man, why should he be stressing himself out trying to figure out how to cover every single thing or working 2 and 3 extra jobs when he does not want to, because he feels like, okay, well, that's my gender role. I have to take care of all of these things. Now, if that's something that he wants, that's different. But if this is not something, and you all feel like you all come up with an arrangement where you say, okay, well, I make 10% more than you, so I'm going to put an extra 10%, or I'm going to help with that 10%, and you cover the rest of it, or what have you, whatever that arrangement is, I don't think, and there's no research to suggest that that is going to up. And look at what Lasman just said. I didn't even see, I wasn't even on the screen. She said, what about being the breadwinners? I think that like I was saying, comes down to what works in your household. What do you feel comfortable with? Now, if you are the type of woman or person, but specifically we're talking about women in traditional gender roles. If you are the type of woman who feels like I'm not going to be happy with a man who's letting me or asking me to pay the bills, if you are that type of person, that I do not recommend that you get in a relationship with somebody who wants to go 50-50, because you're going to you're going to end up breaking up in that relationship, because you're always going to, for whatever those reasons may be, you're always going to feel like you're not being valued or cared for in the ways that are fulfilling to you. If, however,
girl, I was gonna talk. I'm gonna talk after you, because you know I was disagreed with some. I mean, I had my own view on what, but go ahead, because girl, you is leading right on into what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
All right, I'll wrap it up.
No, you ain't gotta wrap it up. No, yin to my yang, baby. The more work you do, the less I have to.
Okay, so here's the other piece of it. Now, if you are a person who says, look, I just want them to get paid. Yeah, I'm the breadwinner, but I don't care. Like, I don't care. I just want these bills to be paid well. And I want to make sure that both of us, with whatever incomes we bring to the table, that both of us are able to live in a similar way to our income. And we just put all this stuff into a pot, or we do it by percentages or what have you. And that has no effect on how you feel fulfilled in that relationship. Then go for that. Who is telling you that that can't work? There's absolutely people every single day who they feel like, look, I'm bringing in, let's suppose I'm making $100,000 and my dude is making $50,000. Together, our household is $150,000 household. Some people feel like, okay, well, I just want that man to cover everything as far as the bills go. Well, guess what? You're going to be living a $50,000 lifestyle with $100,000 in the bank. If that's how you want to live and that's how you feel comfortable, go do that. For me, I would rather live a $150 lifestyle. And we're going to split this thing up in such a way that we can both live a $150,000 lifestyle. Other people might say, okay, well, you put your percentage in that's equal to your income. I'll put my percentage in, and we both, you keep your extra money, I keep my extra money. But as far as these bills go, they get paid. There's other people who might say, okay, well, I live $50,000, but I don't feel comfortable with her spending that extra money. So I'm going to go get an extra part-time job, and I would feel better about myself or feel more fulfilled in doing so. By all means, you go do that, get your extra part-time job, work yourself a little bit more, but she's still going to have her $100,000 and you're going to have whatever you have to cover the bill. It's whatever dynamic works. I think where we get into more trouble is when we try to fit ourselves in to these gender roles, these stereotypes, and people telling you how things are supposed to be. That's when you actually end up in a difficult situation, because we're all unique as humans, and therefore our relationships are always unique also. So if I'm now trying to make my relationship look like my grandma and my granddaddy's, but I'm not my grandma and my granddaddy. I'm going to create situations where I'm now creating more conflict or bringing more challenge into my relationship than is necessary. Whereas if I'd have customized it to me and my partner's liking, and if that works for us and we both feel fulfilled in that, nobody should be able to tell you how to manage that or how to navigate that. Hopefully that answered, or that's, I'm not gonna say it answers your question, Leslie. I'm saying that you heard my perspective. Let's put it that way, because I'm not telling anybody how to navigate a relationship ever.
Right, right. Now, see, I don't know if because I'm a little old school or what, but
Mm-hmm.
now I'm like when it comes to housework and things of that nature, whatever, I'm not doing nothing. I'm not cutting no grass. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not pressure washing no house. I'm not. I'm not doing none of that. I'm gonna do I'll do the dishes and here's the thing. I hate
But
doing
you
dishes.
don't find
I'd rather
fulfillment in those things, though, Angie, right? You don't find
uh,
fulfillment in pressure washing the house.
right.
You don't
I
find
don't.
fulfillment in
I'm
cutting
not
that
even
grass.
considering none of that.
What
I'm
if,
not. Are
okay,
you
but what
crazy?
about a person who, like my grandma, rest her soul, she loved being outside, the grass, the gardens,
Yes,
the
you
plot.
have those
She loved that
people.
stuff. She loved it.
You have right. She love you have people that get out there and will tow those flower pots and all that, whatever they be doing out there with that little thing and their little hat and whatever, and going to the place and find them little plants to put in there, whatever. That's
Mm-hmm.
fine. Okay. But I'm talking about pushing one of them goddamn things or sitting in one of them things, driving around like a damn fool all in the backyard. No, I'm not doing that. And here's the thing. This is even better. I'm gonna tell you how I work with you. Most of the people I know that they don't do that either, men. So what we do,
I got a
I mean,
lawn
over
care.
here the people, take care of that, but you have to pay for it. But we
Yeah.
always had a service. Now
Me too.
I had one husband. He thought I said, well, listen, let's just put it on the service. Let's just because it ain't that much. He was like, nah, I got there and do it. Okay, fine. That's because he wanted to get out there and do it. I'm not gonna actually get out there and have a heat stroke either. You know?
Exactly.
But you
Exactly.
endeavor to pay somebody, but I'm not going nowhere near it. Are you crazy?
That's how I am too. I'm the same, Angie. If you could see me right now, my hair, my nails, all of it's just always done, and especially my nails, my pedicure, year round, all that stuff. I'm not cutting that grass. I don't like
Yeah,
grass. I'm allergic. I don't want to be. I don't get nothing out of that at all. I'm not doing it. And don't,
baby.
if you try to ask me or put that on me, I'm not going to
Uh-huh.
feel confident by that. So I'm not doing it either. But
Real, right.
but I know my younger sister, for instance, she wants to move back out to the country because she thinks it's calming. She
Uh-uh.
loves that stuff. And even her boyfriend really don't want her to do it. Her fiance, he don't want her to do it.
Right.
For her, she finds it calming. And quite frankly, my daddy used to be the same way. My daddy would cut that grass about 3-4 times a week. And we like, the grass has not grown. But it
Right.
was just calming for him to do it. So if you want to do it, go ahead. But like you said, I'm the same way with my dude. If you don't want to go out there and sweat in that heat, I don't either. Pay this little man the $100 every 2
Man.
weeks to cut it.
Let them cut it because listen, and on top of that, and I got to have a man. See, my stuff, I have subsets and sub. It just sub all the way down, honey. It start off with one, then I got A, B, C, D, E, F, G right under it. And if I got to have a dude, if he see me trying to go out there and figure out how to start up a lawnmower or something like that, he gonna knock me in my head. Get your ass from out of there. Girl, no, you don't do it. That's right. I'm not doing it. Let me tell you something. When I try to bring groceries in, if I have to bring groceries in, Jesus Christ, if I have to do that, if I'm caught and ain't nobody here, I got to bring groceries in. I know, and they know that I'm leaving water and shit in the back. You get it.
I ran around with that case of water for 2 weeks before I bring it in here.
Yes, I'm not doing shit. And guess what? I haven't been on a regular schedule with no hair, no, and I never do fingernails, but with toes and all that shit, and I don't know how long, because I got other stuff to do. I have to put my other stuff first before I start taking care of me back again. Before I start wearing all my clothes, all my bags on, they still here in paper. So that's not even an excuse for me. I'm not doing it. Are you crazy? What?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I be looking, child, let me tell you something. It'd be like the end of the world, baby. I had to bring in some water the other day. Honey, you should see my face. I was crying and cussing the whole way in. I was like, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Or if I know water is on the that's what I need, baby. Let me see. Let me call what the people name is Instacart. I'm not fucking around. I'm not doing that. Are you crazy? I'm not doing that. And then so I just have a lot of little extra stuff. Listen, I'm not fucking around. I can't grill because I'm gonna blow up and kill everybody. So I like to get, especially like to have a dude that can work it out on that grill and stuff like that. But I'm not doing none of that. But you have a lot. Another thing that really and you have to, unless you know a bunch of, you might not experience this unless you know a bunch of single women or thirsty women or whatever, or you recognize them. They will display all these, what I call them independent qualities. I don't need a man to do this here, and I can do this here, and I can do this, and I can do that, and I can cut the grass, and I can do this and whatever, blah 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 blah. That's fine. Do it, dummy. I'm not doing none of that.
That's not.
And guess what? And they're not going to expect me to do it, and they're going to love me anyway, because I'm not doing shit. Are you crazy? None of that.
See, some of them like to do it though. We laugh at my homegirl. I'm not going to say her name, of course. Not that anybody would know her, but my homegirl, her mom, she oftentimes will post these pictures and stuff in our chat of her mom, like putting together IKEA furniture and all this stuff, and we always are laughing, and we're like, girl, why do you have your mama lifting up that stuff and putting all it together? And she said her mom loves to do it, and she gets upset if they don't let her do it. For her, now of course she's not going to do it to the point of hurting herself or something if it's something too heavy, but she really likes assembling things, fixing this. That is a true interest of her. She said even in her off time, she just is on YouTube watching people make tables and all kinds of different things that she truly enjoys. So you can't say that they tell a dummy to do it, because my thing is, do you enjoy it, or is it something that, of course, there's some things like, for instance, I don't think any of us, me and my boyfriend, for instance, neither one of us enjoys doing the dishes. Like, it's just not, neither one of us enjoys it, but it's a household task that has to get done. Where do we either balance it out, or where do we have something that we can make sure that task is getting done in an equitable way, that it doesn't feel like it's burdensome or harmful to the other person? Now, for you ain't doing none of that. And if somebody is trying to make you do that or what have you, then that's why it's a conflict. That's where it's a problem.
Exactly. No, what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about the people. There are some women that are into those type of things, or that's self-fulfilling. Those are hobbies. But I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about those. You didn't hear what I said.
Independent woman.
Yeah, the ones that think that that's making themselves more attractive to get a man.
No.
I don't need no man to take care of me. I can, we went out on a date. I paid for it and all this stuff like this. And my eyes be looking like, huh? Are you on crack? Mm-hmm. I'm not doing none of that. You're the one that's hungry. You asked me to go eat. You're the one asking me on the damn date. I'm not trying to sit up there and pay for it. You called me talking about, let me take you out somewhere. Now, I'm not talking about, I got it. I ain't got it. I ain't got the tip. I ain't got shit. I ain't got nothing. How about that?
No,
The
no,
only
no.
thing,
I don't
the
agree
only
with
thing
that.
that I'm going to be nice and ask because I don't know, because I ain't, I don't know.
Well,
When I look at
I'm sorry.
the menu, when I
Say
look
that.
at the menu, I'm gonna ask, do we have a budget? That's the nicest I'm gonna be. Go ahead, Levi. Levi,
Where did he go?
where
Yes,
you
can
at?
you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
I think I may have. Am I echoing?
No.
No, we can
All
hear
right,
you.
great. I gotta go, Clay. I have to meet this technician. Let me close this app out. Okay. Yeah, I have to meet this technician at my place of business, so I have to leave. But I wanted to say that while most people may find it trivial, or we kind of laugh at it, this, that, and the third, I think it draws parallel to what Brother Jojo always talks about when it comes to this feminist agenda. I
Oh.
understand what Miss Mo was saying as far as like some women enjoy doing certain things. However, what Miss Walker was basically saying is that she wouldn't deal with a man who is not going to bring the water in and certain things. Now, I saw this in Detroit I saw the decline in the 80s, mid 80s, when I would see dudes sitting in females' cars and the female would get out to pump the gas. And I would say to my homies, like, this is the beginning of the end, where you feel me, like, nigga, what? Like, there's nowhere in the hell I'm going to sit in a warm vehicle and have my girl get out and pump the gas. But I think that there was certain psychological defects and deficiencies, sociological, should I say, that, something happened along the way. And that is around that same time, I saw a growth in lesbianism amongst Black women around the same exact time, where we will be out. We were traveling. We were everywhere. Like we were in a lot of spots. We was outside, and I would see the women holding hands, and if a dude try to talk to the female, no, I'm with her, and it translated to me to disdain. Like, okay, I understand a lot of our Black women's fathers were not there, and I understand the systemic, sociological, economical deficiencies that exist in us as a people. All of these impediments that would impede on any group of people. I understand. I get it all. However, for any Black woman, I just don't get that. How could any Black woman be with a man who is not the sole provider, who is not attentive to that woman? The real relationships that I've had, even the women that I've dated, women don't have to do nothing if they with me. They ain't gotta pump, they ain't gotta do nothing. You feel me? It's just, and I think that comes from, this is what I want to ask Ms. Mo. I believe that it comes from my love for my mother. I believe that motherly son relationship translates to when a man chooses a woman, or when a man deals with women, is going to resonate in those female-male relationships when you really reverence and love your mother. So I think a lot of this abuse and this dysfunctionality with our Black men, it lies at that mother, where you can never convince me in a million years, and I'm not singling anyone out, that a man could, and I'm not singling anyone out, when I've heard how some of these men in the R. Kelly sector refer to the female alleged victims or accusers of my cousin, when I would hear these 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 30-some-year-old men like attack those females, I knew instantly, like, you couldn't have a thorough respect and love for your mother. You couldn't, because it's certain things you're not going to do. It's certain things, when it comes to how you view women, how you treat women. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hear that perspective.
What's yours?
Look at him getting ready for it. Look at him getting ready for it.
With that cigar.
Yeah.
You heard it. Y'all just lit it. So that's deep. You heard that. Go ahead.
Yeah. I heard, we heard it. Well, here's the thing. I do believe, we talked about it a little earlier, or mentioned it at least, that concept of nature versus nurture, right? And I do believe that if you have been, that based upon your personal upbringing and your experiences with women and all that, I do believe that that shapes how you view the world, and it shapes how you, kind of view what type of relationship you would personally desire, right?
Yes.
But I also think there are men, including abusive ones, and I'm not, I don't make any accusation against your cousin, but based upon the accusations are there, and what we've heard, R. Kelly loved and adored his mother, but the accusations that are there and what has, been presented in court suggest that that didn't 100% translate, or it translated in very unusual ways due to other factors that may or may not have helped to shape how he chose to act on certain things. Right now, again, that's only if we, just going off of what's there. So it's not a make or break. It's not a definitive sort of thing that, just because you treat a woman bad, that, or you don't treat them well, or you don't do the same things that, for instance, you do for your women, which is all very admirable, that means that they didn't have any love or respect or a good relationship even with their mothers. So I think that that's where you kind of, yes, it's an influence, but it's not a black or white sort of situation, because there's other things that, that male might have had. For instance, if there had been abuse from another person that wasn't the mother is viewed as the protector, but this other female person here might shape that I don't trust women who are not my mother, right? Or whatever, or I don't feel like I owe anybody anything. That can happen. Now, the other piece that I'll say, when you talk about the whole financial component or what have you, and there's a body of research that's been growing and growing about this as well, about a lot of men feeling an immense amount of pressure that then creates depression and a number of things, because they're trying to live up to the societal standard, and of having to be the full breadwinner, having to take on the full load of financial responsibility. And that's just like anybody else who's had to live independently. Just the financial responsibilities of day-to-day life are stressful in and of themselves, and carrying that for a whole entire family comes with a certain level of stress that is specifically detrimental to some degree on Black men. And here's why. Black women outpace Black men in earning college degrees, like, what is it, 3-1, 4-1 now, something like that, maybe even higher than that. And therefore, we know that the data says that, college degrees tend to contribute to higher earnings over the lifespan. So I think what's happening now with society is people are saying, look, I want a partner, and I want a true partnership, whatever that looks like, and I can create it in the way that I want to. And they're not held to that the man who could potentially, and not always in every case, because there's plenty of situations where, the man is the breadwinner. But you can't necessarily say, okay, well, you have to be the person who pays all of these bills if me, because of my degree or whatever the case may be, that I'm able to make substantially more, or I'm able to also contribute in some ways, and I feel fulfilled and okay with navigating our relationship in that way.
Well,
go ahead.
If I may interject,
yeah,
then we go back to the African American relationship dynamic, and that is what you just discussed, and that is the who's earning more. And if I've been in relationships where the females were very high professional females, and it never, like, I never even considered that, like, okay, what you earn is what you earn. If you are, listen, you could be broke as hell or earn. I'm going to still pay for everything as much as I can. I'm going to still, you feel me? You ain't going to go out. We go out and then I expect you to pay because you're earning more or whatever. No, it's going to be, I'm going to pay for it. On one occasion, only one time that I pass the check to a chick, and she was a stripper, and Yeah, she was a dancer, and I stopped kicking it with her when I found out she told me I'm about to start dancing. Okay, cool. But we can still be friends, but I ain't kicking it with you like that. You feel me? And I just saw where she started to treat me like certain things. When we became just friends, she would like talk to me like I'm a trick, one of them niggas at the club or whatever. And I noticed that. And this particular morning, I just came in from out of town with my girl, and I was so tired that I stopped by her crib and fell asleep. She going out with a dude, one of her tricks, basically. And she hands me this big, like a small trash bag full of money. And she was like, could you count this for me? Could you, this, that, and the third? I'm like, all right, when I wake up. So I woke up and I counted. It was a lot of money. So it was about close to $2,000 in ones and stuff. So when we went to dinner later, she took the bill and was like, handed it to me like I was a trick. And I was like, no, you pay for it or whatever. I ain't sleeping with you no more. You feel me? Like I ain't, so that the problem with
you ain't pay for the bill.
Man, I had an attitude like, listen, here's a chick, listen, every time.
Why is Mr. Levi dating scribblers? It sound like you was with scribblers.
What's going on?
No. Listen. She danced at the most high scale strip club in the city, for one. For two, she was like one of the best looking chicks in the city. But when I was kicking it with her, she was in school and this, that, and the third. So I guess she was like, I'm about to make some real money. During that era, a lot of females were doing that. However, it was the fact that every place we went, we painted the town. We went out of town. I spent, like, I would always pay. I ain't got no problem spending money. But how she pushed the bill to me, in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking, I just counted all that damn money from these tricks. And basically we kind of fell out because I saw, no, you ain't gonna be talking to me like with one of your tricks or one of these niggas trying to hit. You feel me? And that's just my position. So we kind of fell out. I saw her years later and she asked me what happened. And I told her, I said, yo, you just changed. Like, I ain't no trick. But what I'm saying is that when in any relationship and the black male-female dynamic is just a play, it's epidemic with us. In any relationship, we know we need money to survive. We know we need a certain, if you're used to a certain standard or a certain lifestyle, that's fine. But at the end of the day, you making more money than me or my assistant, she makes real nice money. She's corporate. But at the same time, when it comes to the baby, when it comes to her, like I'm paying for everything. However, when you look, this is what I want y'all to understand. Most African-American relationships, that money shit, that material stuff, you see it on Instagram, you see it on social media. And as children, or when we were younger, I always tell people it started with the Ebony and Jet magazines. If you remember, the Ebony and Jet magazines, they had the society page. It was kind of in the middle, I believe. Oh no, the centerfold was in the middle.
The
centerfold was in the middle. Yeah. I remember that now. But that society page, it would say so and so has his degree at Florida A&M. She just graduated from a black college, and he's a this and he's a that, and they'll be getting married. And I would always look at that and say, what the fuck that got to do with love? You feel me? Mm-hmm. What the fuck does that have to do with love? And I would always tell females like, yo, listen, when you look at those marriage vows, that is a friendship vow. It is void of money and all that goofy shit. For better or for worse, in sickness and in health, to death do you part. So that means in sickness and in health, means the woman might not be able to have sex no more. She could be suffering from an illness where she can't have sex no more, or the dude can't have sex no more. Does that mean you out? Or for better or for worse, he may lose that position or his money may run out. Are you gonna stick around? You feel me? And I know niggas who left. I know niggas who got the bread and left. I never understood it. Like, yo, if I'm with you to the end. I don't see that material shit, never have, bro. Let me say this real quick. One of the homies about a year and a half ago, I saw him somewhere. He was like, man, we were just talking about you. I said, what you mean? He was like, my homie asked about you. I said, what's up? And he was like, where that nigga at? That is the only nigga I ever met in Detroit who never wore that designer shit. I never wore designer shit. That is the only nigga I ever met. The homie was telling the other homie, that nigga would be in the club with some regular jeans on and a regular fucking shirt, pulling them, like just pulling females, because I've never been into that material designer shit, bro. And that's, to me, that's always been for women. That's always been for females. Like, you want the Gucci, you want the, yeah, cool. But guess what? Where a lot of females had to confirm with me, like, damn, at first I thought different, but now I see the average nigga who's wearing the designer this and the chains and the this and the that, he really can't even do for his female or female because he got to keep himself up. With me, shit, I put on some jeans as long as I got on some nice expensive shoes, and I love nice sports jackets. You feel me? I'm good. I'm not into that. To me, money is for the women and the children. That's just me. Like, you give me, hey y'all, you give me a grill, some kosher hot dogs, some turkey breasts, a few sides, a flat screen TV, nice outdoor grill, some movies and some documentaries. I'm good. I don't even accept birthday gifts. My baby, both of my babies, you know, they all, what do you want? What do you want? I'm like, nah, you know, they always give me something, but I don't believe in accepting Christmas gifts. I don't believe in accepting birthday presents. I don't believe in taking presents, period. I feel that's for the women and we the hustlers. You feel me? So it's for the women and the children. But getting back to that dynamic, Ms. Mo, this is why Black relationships in America, real wholesome relationships, are damn near non-existent. I live in the straight suburbs. I've lived in the straight suburbs for 20 years now, or less, a little less. But one thing you see out here, and I tell people this, are young white couples holding hands, walking their dog. Middle-aged white couples holding hands. Older white couples going to the theater holding hands. Notice in the hood, you don't see men and women holding hands. You don't even see that shit, bro, because it's all about this, what society has impressed us with, and that is, I got a bag, you got some pussy and a nice ass. I got the bag. Oh, we a couple now. But excuse my language. But at the end of the day, that's called tricking. That's called whoredom. You feel me? So not a relationship goes asunder a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years later. But she got with you because of that, bro. Like, you got with him because of that. Like, it's fake. I just can't do nothing fake. Like, that shit is horrible to me. You feel me? So I'll be quiet and listen.
I got a couple things to say on this. What I will say is that I don't know if the relationship is fake, but what it is it's not based in core values. And that's really what we know to cause for long-standing,
it's not
committed,
sustainable.
Healthy. It's not sustainable. It's not going to give you a long-term relationship, because at its core, even though we go through multiple changes throughout our lives, and you know what was once the priority for me when I was 20 was getting to the club, but what's the priority for me right now is making sure that I can retire early, right? Those things are going to shift, but my core values never changed throughout life. Family, God, philanthropy, different sort, like those are core values to me. And if you don't engage in a relationship that is based out of respect for, understanding of, and caring and nurturing each other's core values, you're absolutely going to be going in the wrong direction and on a one-way ticket to divorce and dysfunction. And we see that now. Now, I think what has exacerbated that more now is clearly social media. And there's even research that backs us up on that, is that you're trying to fulfill the picture But what you're seeing is a snapshot or a 5-second clip. You're not seeing how those two handle actual day-to-day life struggles and, if they complement each other in that way. So a lot of now we have associated with, and this goes back even into slavery, which I'll get into, we associate having these things, these material things, money, clothes, whatever, Louis Vuittons, whatever the case may be, that we have assigned value to, that is what we then chase, as opposed to, for me, I want to chase fulfillment. I want to chase those core values, those things that actually mean something at the end of the day. That's what I chase, and that's what I encourage everyone else to chase. And it's what also the research shows, that if you're focused on those things, you're not getting divorced. You're just not. If you establish yourself and you continue with that. Now, here's the piece. You are, I think, crediting, or were crediting to some degree, like just kind of current society and, Jet Magazine and that sort of thing. And I challenge that. The Black relationship was torn from the days of slavery. Why? Because we knew that at any time on New Year's Day, actually, that just passed us, that was the time when we would get dragged out and potentially could get sold off, broken up, whatever, never to be seen again, as well as we were put in a very vulnerable situation where you really couldn't protect the other partner. Like you could see your partner get dragged out and beaten, and there was nothing you could do. You know what I'm saying? Like you could not provide that level of protection. And then when these families are being broken up, it created a dynamic where the female, in many cases, who was left behind with the children or whatever the case may be, had to figure out a way to navigate this, whatever this life circumstance is, with or without you. Right. And the same thing, whereas the man can end up on a different plantation and quite frankly could end up falling for or being with, or whatever the case, another female. That might not necessarily be the case on the plantation where the female or the children might have been left behind. So I would argue that it actually wasn't at the onset of the 90s, the 99 and the 2000, but that we're actually still growing out of and adapting to the post-slavery world that really forced us to be in these kind of what we would deem now, quote unquote, as dysfunctional or imbalanced relationships where these women had to be empowered. That's what has survived us as a people this long is for us having been able to adapt to, even nowadays, to the imprisonment of our men and, the different sorts of things that oftentimes can pull our men away from us. And again, I know we're speaking in cisgender terms here, but that's our conversation. Now, you talked about Mr. Jojo, or you accuse Angie of kind of having, or me even having this quote feminist view. Mr. Jojo burns me up with that whole, well, you're a feminist, and he says it like it's a derogatory term. He says it as if, people should not be that any woman who's pretty much saying I want certain things or standing for herself or having a standard, that you're a feminist and that means something negative. Well, by definition, feminism is just advocating for equal access and equal rights to navigate life for women. And that is something that, black, white, or in between. In this country, we know that there have been inequities there. So to just kind of frown upon feminism would be the same as if you frowned upon a black woman who's saying, okay, well, I want black people to succeed, Black Lives Matter, or whatever the case may be. Why can't I advocate for an identity that I hold to be treated justly, to be treated fairly, to be valued at a same level? I take issue. I was on the other side the other night. I was listening in, but I wasn't really engaging in the conversation as much. But Mr. Jojo just kept going like, you're a feminist, like it was some sort of, the same way people go, you're a Republican or you're a liberal, like it's some sort of disgusting thing to, as a woman, want to still have a fair shot at the apple. So I don't know if that's a negative thing, the way that it's kind of being presented there. Now, what Angie was talking about, the whole kind of women is just like, well, I'm gonna do it myself to kind of try to prove a point. I can do it. I don't need whatever. Now, if that is what those women feel like is fulfilling for them, so be it. But we know for a fact that companionship is absolutely a core piece of life. And if you're trying to convince yourself that you don't need companionship in any way, shape, or form, you're going down the wrong path. So, you know, again, there are things that you can set up that are absolutely dysfunctional. And I would say the people who are just trying to prove a point that I could do it myself, and they're not truly feeling fulfilled by that, and they actually secretly wish that somebody would take on a bill or take on whatever this task is, and they're not asking for that, to me, that shows insecurity in and of yourself, because you're not secure enough nor self-aware enough to acknowledge, hey, these are the things that help me to feel fulfilled and loved. I'm just too afraid to ask for them because I'm too afraid that you're going to let me down or not acknowledge those things. That is totally different. And again, that's a setup for dysfunction on your part. The same way that it's dysfunctional within a relationship if you are doing things just because. The last thing I will say is, my point with this whole conversation, Mr. Levi, is, for instance, you said yourself, like, for instance, you won't even accept birthday presents and stuff like that, right? You said,
right. Well, I don't ask. I don't.
Well,
Yeah, I don't like them. I don't
You're
even
not
like
looking
them.
for 'em.
Yeah.
You would rather give. You would
I
rather
really
give
don't.
to
Like,
other
I don't want that shit.
Yeah, you would rather give to other people. But here's the thing, Angie, maybe this is another conversation we can have. Have you all heard about the love languages theories that they have? That different people have different ways that they express love, and it's really only a handful of ways. And for you, you don't receive love through gifts. You don't. That's not so, like you said, I don't want that. Why? Because that's not how you don't look at those things and go, wow, you really love me because you gave me these items.
Absolutely.
You don't look at that way. You rather have their time, or you rather have physical touch, or well, you know, and I don't want to go down the rabbit hole on all of the different types of love language, but you're saying what you're really communicating to the world is, I don't receive or interpret love in that way. There are, however, other people, including plenty of other men, that acts of service is one of the love language. Gifts, those are, for some people, if you give me, it doesn't have to even be an expensive gift, but if your baby just draws on a piece of paper and makes a card for you, it just touches your heart so much. Why? Because it's a gift, and that is something that I interpret, and I can see that, and I interpret that as love. I say and argue that there is no issue with that. For instance, my guy, I can give him every gift on the planet, he don't care. But if I go in there and cook his favorite meal, which would be considered an act of service, you would have thought that I just put this man on a pedestal. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You would have thought that I just set this man as the new king of England, and he was ready to rule the world. Like, that's because for him, acts of service, or if I go in, for instance, he needs some more tank tops, and I just go to that store and I get it. It's not that I'm giving him the tank tops. It's that he knows that I took a little time off of work, or I went on my lunch break. I acted on this on his behalf. And for him, that's more touching. My argument with all of this, and to be said, is I don't think that it's fair for us to look at men and say, well, if you don't accept and or give love in the same way that I do, that means you don't love your girl. No, that means that you, Mr. Levi, or you, my boyfriend, or whoever, you don't interpret that action as an act of love, but it very well could be an expression of love for that person. So what do you think of that?
I think you're absolutely right. The greatest gift, birthday gift that I received, it's weird. Like, my oldest baby, she knows me more. She knows me. So she, you know, Dad, what do you want for, like, baby, you know better. I don't want nothing or whatever. But she wrote me a poem. And she also recited the poem in audio.
See, I be crying and boo-hooing.
And the poem, the beauty of the poem was she went all the way back to her first memories of her dad. You feel me? And in the poem, and you could tell she put a lot of thought into the poem. And I cried to I shedded a tear, like, wow, because she was talking about the car seat. You feel me? Like, and the music, because I've always listened to classic rock. I've always listened to Stevie Nicks and Fleetwood Mac and Crosby, Stills and Nash, and her mom's side being more ghetto. You feel me? Her mama listening to Mary J. Blige and them, and I would be listening. And she, in her poem, she started off saying, I just recall like asking myself, she thought it was phenomenal that I could be sitting driving in my truck. She's in the back. She's a baby. And how does he know the words to these songs? You feel me? She was like, how does he? She thought that was like some kind of like genius shit that I would be able to recite the words to these classic, to these white songs. And then she went from that to elementary school, middle school, high school. And that was like, oh my God. Now, to me, the best expression of love for me is when, y'all gonna laugh, but it's true, when a woman listens to me. You feel me? Like when a woman listens to me, oh, that's the best expression of love for me. You feel me? Because I'm not gonna steer you wrong. And even with my babies, like when they call and say, Dad, you told me that, I was thinking about something you said and you're right. That's like, oh, okay, you really love me, because not that I'm always right. But you know how the black woman is now. The black woman, and shit, don't believe in, you feel me? Like, I ain't gonna say all black women, but the way it's set up, most, I don't want to say that.
Stereotypically.
There we go. That you got it. Stereotypically, the black man can't tell them nothing, or you're not putting a lot of thought into what you're saying. Like my assistant, being in corporate America, she would call and complain about certain things in corporate, and I would always say to her, "Why you did you write it down? Did you note it in your computer? Did you note it? Did you note it? Did you note it?" Then when it would rise to a certain point, she would be like, "I'm filing a complaint, this, that, and the third. What day was that when I said this?" And had you just listen and just note everything. When you got a racist person, a supervisor, some shit, just note it. You may come in one day a minute late and they say you were 10 minutes, tried to write you up for 10 minutes. So you note that shit. So that is the best expression of love for me. Now, getting to the feminism, you made a statement. You said the feminist agenda was women asking to be treated equally as men. Now, I don't know any sane person who would have a problem with that. Women are supposed to be treated equally. Gay people are supposed to be treated equally. Hispanic, white, whatever. You treat, that's a human thing, that you treat people equally. But in the sense that the feminist agenda promotes it, they basically say women are equal to men. Now, in that phraseology, yes, just as the co-pilot is equal to the pilot. That's how I see it. But two people can't fly this damn plane now. You feel me? It's the co-pilot and the pilot. Now let me be clear. You can never convince me that women deserve to be playing football with men. That women. Listen. You can never convince me that a woman's role as a firefighter, a firewoman, is equal to a man's role as a fireman, because sometimes there are situations where those people have to, like 911, climb up 2 or 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 stories, and now the damn building's on fire. I'm a big nigga, and I need somebody to carry me out this building, and there's some woman standing there in front of me. I'm like, God damn. That's when feminism really meets the road with reality. That woman, that short little woman can't carry my big ass out that building down them steps. But you take a short man, you take the average man, if he's trained in that, can pick me up, put me over his shoulder, and walk me down them stairs. So I've been in situations where I've seen with my own eyes. We were in a restaurant once, and somebody took a brick and threw it at a police car. It sounded like a gunshot. And we up in the restaurant, me and the homies, and she went boom. And the police jumped up, and we didn't have nothing on us either. And it was a lot of racial tension at that time and against the police. And the police guy and the police woman jumped up and they got behind the thing. And I swear, I'm looking, we all got low because we thought it was gunshots. And the police woman gun was shaking. She was scared to death. And I heard a guy say to the police woman, this dude in the restaurant said, shit, give me the goddamn gun. You feel me? Give it to me if you scared. You feel me? So yes, we're equal. Men and women, God set it up that we are equal. But we must recognize our respective roles in our equality. And I know I sound anti-feminist when I say this. We are equal. But I'm not going to treat a young lady the same way I treat a young dude. We're equal. I'm not going to speak to my little young cousins that's male the same way I speak to my female cousins and nieces and stuff. I'm not going to speak to them the same way. I'm going to sit baby girl down and say, come here, baby girl. Let me explain this to you. You know, don't be out here having sex, this, that, and that. I'm going to talk to her a certain way. When I talk to the male, I'm going to say, look, man, what the fuck is you doing out here? What the, you know, and those roles, man, those roles by us, and I think JoJo would agree with that. White society has taught us to misconstrue and to distort the roles of how we treat male and female. I really believe that. And I think as a result of that, a lot of females now have disdain for black men because they're not as sensitive to the black female. They're not as a protectionist to the black female. I have never, you know, back in the day outside, especially we outside, it's late. I see a young lady pumping gas or going in a liquor store. She might be about 20 years old, 19 years old, you know, 23 years old. I pull off to the side across the street and I watch that young lady. This happens so many times. And if they knew somebody was watching them like that, they wouldn't believe it. But I would sit and I would watch them get in the car safely and drive off because of one word to approach that young lady. It's going to be a motherfucking problem. I will give my life. I ain't got no problem with giving my life for a woman. Like, you ain't going to beat no woman in front of me. You ain't going to disrespect no woman in front of me. And I'll close by saying this. You were talking about, you mentioned my cousin. We were talking about the allegations of abuse, this and the third. One thing I noticed, and correct me if I'm wrong, in Chicago culture, when it comes to black men, there seems to be a acceptance and, in a sense, a praise for pimps. Listen to me very closely. As God is my witness, I was with my cousin years ago. Let me say this. We've never glorified pimps in Detroit. To me personally, it is the lowest form of human being, a pimp. I believe they all should be killed, to be honest with you. Anyone that will prostitute a woman, have a woman prostituting herself. Hell, if you're going to prostitute yourself, at least keep all the goddamn money. If I was a pimp, I'd be broke. Like, just keep, well, you did it. Shit, keep the money. You feel me? Shit, keep the money. Fuck it. You did it. You've been out here all day. Keep your goddamn money. You feel me? But that acceptance of pimping is, I just don't get it. And in Chicago, I noticed that lifestyle, man, let me tell you something. I'm going to be quiet after I say this. When Pimps Up, Hoes Down was being filmed, I said, listen, just the God's sign is truth, my right hand to the Most High God. I was in Chicago, met a chick, went back to Detroit, called the female, and I'm like, I'm on my way back. However, I was so impressed by her because in Chicago, the women that I would meet, they would be doing their own hair. Like, they're like, I got to do my hair. Like, damn, y'all do your own hair in Detroit. You know, you got the salons, you feel me? But I remember going out with her. We went to a room, nice room, hotel. And I remember walking downstairs to smoke a cigar, go to my truck to get something to drink. And I see this white man with this big hat walking towards me. Then I see these men with these big ass green. It was Bishop Don Juan and them niggas. As a lie, my right hand to the Most High God was Bishop Don Juan. It was the white one. And they walking in the hotel, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, it's a Halloween. Is it Halloween? What the fuck? I'm like, it's a masquerade party, I'm thinking, right? They in the lobby hanging around in the lobby. I go back to the room and I start, what's up, man? What's up, baby boy? I'm talking to them. And I'm like, what's going on? They said, it's the players ball. We filming across it. I was like, what's the deal? They're like, it's Bishop Don Juan. And I said, what's up, baby? This, that, and the third. When that Pimps Up, Hoes Down was being filmed, I was right across the street, and I couldn't believe them guys with them outfits on and that they was holding a pimp celebration, a pimp ball, because in Detroit, it was the drug dealers and the plant workers and the entrepreneurs that were the hot. We were the hot ones. You feel me? Niggas that was outside doing that, niggas that worked at the plant. You couldn't distinguish between a nigga that was an entrepreneur and plant worker, the drug dealer. Everyone hung out in the same circles. But if you were a pimp, I don't think I met one in Detroit. Like, yeah, I'm a pimp. Like, your ass would get beat. Like, what the fuck? You a pimp? So I just had to say that if you can comment on a feminist thing, I would say it as far as women not being equal in that regard, as the feminist philosophy, what they try to promote. And if you can comment on Chicago and the pimp culture, please, and I'll be quiet.
Let me say something real quick. So, a lot of what people have to realize when it comes to, people in general, but especially in this sector, definitions of how we define things sometimes, most often, come from how we see things, right? So I'm not speaking for JoJo, whatever, but I think I can say this, right? His definition, what a feminist is pretty much skewed by his take on history and societal norms, right?
Yes.
Meaning that, when just like that word cracker, we think that, hey, no, not cracker, I'm sorry, redneck. I'm sorry, not cracker. I mean, cracker. Lord, take that off. Not cracker, redneck. Okay. And with some black people, and I found to be a lot of black people, they thought it was synonymous, right? They thought it meant to say, hey, because truth be told, if we out there calling you a redneck, most black people, we are really calling you the C word. We are being racist. But because, I've always worked with a majority of white people, and I have a lot of white friends. Like I said, when I think it was Lawton Childs, when he died, and he was a governor of Florida, he in his one of his last writings or something, he was laying into all my rednecks and whatever, and black people, whatever, was in an uproar. They almost tore it up. Mm-hmm. And then they said, no, they said a redneck means this, that, and the third. And we was like, oh, and I said, well, honey, if we out there calling you a redneck, we are low key, saying something racist against you. Because I didn't know nothing about that. That's shit to me, that means the same as the C word. Right. So, and I think I think just based on his definition, his take on history and societal norms, he will kind of classify people, some people as feminists, because you saw how he kind of tied it in with being a, possible, member of the LGBT plus, whatever. And see, So that has nothing to do with nothing.
But it does, Ms. Walker. It does.
Well, to y'all, but not to the actual definition of being a feminist. That's what I'm saying.
Can I say
and
something? Because I had to step away. I'm with you on that, Angie. Keep going.
Yeah.
All right.
And to group that together, and then you add his two friends along, Bottles and James, then hey, you got a whole new definition of feminist coming out the mouth of JoJo.
Exactly. And let me, Mr. Levi, I had to step away for a second, but I listened to you the whole time.
Yeah.
That's what Angie's saying is 100%. And it's why it was burning me up so badly, even when Angie was having a conversation with Mr. JoJo the other time. And it's been a couple of times they've had that. It's because you cannot quantify or put an extra spin on what feminism is. You're talking about a difference between a feminist movement and your perceptions of what a feminist is asking for. The actual term feminist, again, is just say, I want an equal shot at the apple if I want to. The same way that, for instance, you a big, strong man, as you say, right? If that house is burning down and you decide, I want to run in there, grab somebody, like you said, on my shoulder and run out, you can do that, right? And nobody's going to assume. But at the same time, if you don't want to run in there, there is no obligation for you to do so just because you're a big, strong male. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what we're saying is that if there is a woman who wants to play football, as your example said, she is qualified. She wants to do it. This is something that she wants to pursue. We're saying don't discredit her just because she is a woman and assume that she cannot achieve or that she is not qualified. We see that right now. Quite frankly, just here recently, we just got our first female referee. She's not in the throes of things. We're saying don't discredit that she doesn't have the football knowledge to call the game just because you feel like men should be able to do that when she is just as fast, just as agile, just as, has a good hawk eye on what's going on at the line of scrimmage and can call a false start just like anybody else, whatever the case may be. If she has that ability and she wants to pursue it, don't you start with me. So if she wants to be able to pursue it, that she should not be immediately discredited. Or for instance, if there is a woman, for instance, there are women who are bodybuilders. Actually, it was an African-American woman here recently that just broke a world record for the biggest deadlift. If she wants to run in there behind you and pick somebody up on her shoulder and bring him out, which quite frankly, she's probably way strong because I think she went 650 or close to 700 pounds. She picked it up. She picked up. If she wants to run in there behind you, you shouldn't be putting your arm out and say, you can't do that because you're a woman, when she's just as fast, just as strong, and wants to go in and help do whatever that's what true feminism is. Now, the way that you are kind of viewing it and the way that Mr. JoJo was viewing it the other night was just women wanting to be in a man's place. You don't have no right to be here, period, just by proxy of the fact that you are a woman. That we're saying that feminism is actually you saying, if you want to and you're qualified, I'm not going to use your gender as an eliminating factor to you even getting the opportunity. We're not saying put us in places that we aren't qualified to be in. We're not saying, to do things that are unreasonable. None of that. We're saying that if somebody who is qualified to do it or wants it, and there is nothing about their gender that would change that, and they're qualified, give them the same fair shake that you would give somebody else. Now, off of that topic, because I want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
We talked about the love languages thing as well, of course, the 5 love. And for you, yours is quality time. Somebody stopping, giving you the undivided attention. It also is words of affirmation, because all of us have all 5. It's just kind of where they're ranked. So your daughter pouring into you and sharing and affirming that what you did for her mattered, that is significant for you. My point is, or at least the point I'm trying to make on behalf of people who are living outside of the traditional gender roles that I think we all grew up with, and I'm using my quote fingers when I say that, is it's not okay, or I challenge us to not look at somebody else who theirs is actually physical touch and they don't care anything about that poem. I don't mean no harm. some people, for me, like I said, I'd be boohoo crying with you. You've told that story a couple of times, and each time I'm so touched at the idea because it would touch me, right? But there's some people that say, man, I don't care about that poem. I'm not Maya Angelou. I don't care. Run me a pair of Jordans real quick, and I would really know that you love me. I'm saying, and I think that's the same way when we're engaging in a relationship. I don't think that it's up to each of us to say, because I interpret love, affection, appreciation, and care for me in one way, that somebody else who's doing it totally different is automatically not showing their person the appropriate amount of love and respect. So let me just give one last example. So let's suppose we're talking about a female. Okay, so there's five love languages. There's words of affirmation, there's physical touch, receiving gifts, quality time, acts of service. Okay, so let's suppose that it's not necessarily this simple, but again, we're trying to just use a quick example for our purposes of our conversation. Suppose that there's a woman who gifts is not her thing, acts of service are not her thing at all. Meaning that paying the mortgage, I don't see that you loving me. I just feel like you paying the mortgage. Who cares? I don't care how it gets paid, right? Or, acts of service, you going out there cutting the lawn for me. Like, yeah, you cut the lawn, but I don't receive that as you intently love me. But quality time, they do see that way. So if they are saying, look, I don't really care about acts of service, and I don't really care about how these bills get paid as long as they get paid. I care about the fact that your butt is at home every night, and by 7:00, we turn these phones off. We watch our shows together. You care for our children. We go on vacations together. You invest time and energy in this relationship, and I then feel strengthened to be able to go out here and help us do this together. I think that it's not appropriate for me to then say, hold up now, or Angie to say, hold up now, that act of service of cutting that grass for me, that's a big damn deal. Because if you let me cut that grass, I assume that you do not love me. It's not, we cannot then say for Angie that she can say to the person who says, I don't care about that. I care about his quality time and him speaking to me, words of affirmation in a respectful way, and him touching me and giving me everything I need every single night.
Okay, so stop right there. So the woman who, when you say the touching part, here's the deal.
Physical touch is one of them.
Mm-hmm. Got you. And this is the problem that I have with academia and those astute individuals such as yourself who were produced through academia. No. I get you. But here's not with you per se. This is the problem what I have with those who come off that assembly line of academia. Is that, I'm gonna tell you what it is that you guys normally come from a place where you can just, I get what you're saying. I get that now. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying the woman who chooses a man based on his materialism, or the woman who chooses the man who enters into a sexual relationship that's predicated simply on sex, then the guy who chooses a woman was based on those things that we just talked about, and that is basically their needs are being met because they sit and they read books together, they go for walks, this and the third. Mm-hmm. When it comes to sustainability and the longevity of what a relationship is supposed to be, when I describe the marriage vows, those who produce the writings in academia and those theorists and whatnot, psychologists, psychiatrists, all of them, they kind of do it in such a way where, well, you fall into this category, you fall into this category, you fall into that category, and all of them should be acceptable and all of them are right because that's just the way that person is. But in my mind and in my world, there's no justifying a woman hooking up with a nigga based strictly on what he has, or a nigga hooking up with a female based strictly on her ass and sex, or a man. You can never give me an excuse as a man why you're not in your children's lives. I've heard it all, where, the mama be tripping, this, that, and the third. When we was outside, you couldn't be around us if you were not in your children's lives. When we was outside if you made $2,000 or $3,000 in a couple of days, a day or two, it's none of our business. That's your money, what you just made. But I'll be damned if I see your kids and they not dressed nice, or I'll be damned if you gonna go to the strip club and you ain't stopped by your baby mama house and drop off at least $500 for her and those kids. Those were our rules. Those were our standards. So when I come on YouTube, I'm not used to this shit. I'm not used to you feel me? I'm just not accustomed to niggas not being real men. And really, it kind of put me at a disadvantage because I didn't know this kind of shit existed because we've never been around it. We ostracize those individuals. You feel me? So just on those 2 points, I want, Ms. Ma, I want you to please respond and tell me what constitutes those categories you talked about. That's fine. But what constitutes a no good nigga? What constitutes a female who would, what constitutes a no good ass woman? What constitutes these things? And that's the problem I find with academia is this nicety. Be nice. Be nice. Everything is nice, and feminism is not tied to the LGBT community. You feel me? And I just don't subscribe to that. Like, it is what it is. Everything can be perverted, and everything was perverted. Let me say this real quick. Give me 10 more seconds. I was listening to the Dr. King speech on his birthday, and he was talking about love your enemy and the principle of love. And I'm listening to this man, which I've heard it before, say it several times. And he would always caution his audience. And he would say, now, hold on. When I talk about that principle of love, it has nothing to do with emotions. But people miss that. Black people took what he was saying and that philosophy that he brought, and they allowed the powers that be to pervert it. So it was perverted. Feminism has been perverted. Conservatism has been perverted. The Democrats, the algorithm, whatever philosophy or ideology you subscribe to, it has been perverted. This is why I always try to refer to myself as a purist, someone that looks at things in its purest form. I don't know about y'all, but I can honestly say that I possess probably more conservative values than the liberals, liberal values. Oh, you think? You get.
We know.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Well, let me say this. Coming straight off the assembly line not too long ago myself. Okay, a lot of what I'm talking about, though, Mr. Levi, is not just focused on the scholarly view. If you and Angie can definitely tell you this. Like, a lot of times when I'm talking, and even especially like Mr. Jolo, he loves to try to get a gotcha as far as what perspective he wants me to speak from, right? And I don't have a problem doing that. But I'm truly speaking about both. Like, there's times where I'm like, hold on, well, my personal beliefs are, but the textbooks say, or I have personal, quite frankly, the fact that I believe what I believe in Christianity. There aren't textbooks that necessarily back that up. That doesn't mean that it's any more real to me. Yeah. Right. Or that I don't still have the societal pieces or other things that aren't documented in the textbooks. Right. My point is, I don't believe, and this is in a like it's the textbooks that have helped to influence and help shape my ideas and opinions. But my ideas and opinions are not solely just what's in the textbooks. Like, even some of what I'm talking about right now, textbooks are not going to 100% back me up on it because there's pieces of life that haven't even been researched yet. Right.
And they don't cover everything.
They do not cover literally everything. The whole point, quite frankly, the whole point of people getting a doctorate in philosophy and doctors in science and doctors in education is that they have at least the skills to go continue the research. You just constantly, there's always a topic that hasn't been addressed, hasn't been proven, or for instance, most things are still living in theories, meaning that here's some ways that people think it works, but nobody really fully knows. We're just saying, hey, this is kind of something you should think about, and it usually works most of the time. So what I'm talking about when I talk about these relationships and what chalks up to a no good person, my argument is that is in the eye of the beholder.
We just said, so you confirm what I just said. You just confirmed it.
No,
So that's in the eye of the beholder. That's in the eye of the beholder.
You did not let me finish.
I'm sorry.
It's in the eye of the beholder. However, there are also core values that I just talked about, and things about like people just being morally appropriate. Like, for instance, someone who's going out here and unaliving people just for the heck of it, or whatever the case may be. Even the same thing with your cousin. The people who were willingly engaging in some of the acts that were described there, and they enjoyed it, they loved it, they felt fulfilled by it, I don't have an argument for that. It's the people who, again, if we believe what was put out there, if those things happened and those people were not fulfilled, and there was a power dynamic, if there were these other pieces there and these people do not feel fulfilled by this behavior, or they're asking you not to engage in this behavior, and you continue to go through with it because it fulfills you, but it crushes them, that's where it's inappropriate. And I don't care what age that were to take place. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like, when it comes down to what makes a good person, there are just core moral things. Are you hurting other people? Like, yeah, you can still look at people and say, like, okay, overall, if you are hurting other people, that makes you not a good, like, you're not doing good things. We can all say that and we can identify that. But what we can't do is say, well, because you don't pay for all of your kids X, Y, and Z, and you don't pay for all of your wife's whatever, and you split the rent with her, you're automatically a no good person, when she's saying, I feel fulfilled by you because these other love languages piece, you far exceed them on me every single day. And I'll even go a step further. I think this is a big reason why a lot of times stereotypically men think, and even something I think Mr. Jojo even said it the other night, where if to somebody he said, well, if you were getting the physical play, I'm trying not to be inappropriate, but if you were getting physically pleasured by a man, you wouldn't be acting like that. Well, quite frankly, that is just a societal claim, and it is a false belief that every woman is moved by physical touch. There are women out here that you can put it on me every which way you want to. It can be the biggest, the smallest, the movie, everything about it can be through the roof. And it still is not going to fulfill me and change me into some different person. Now, there are people who that physical touch love language is substantial to them, and it almost feels like they'll change or what have you, because you have the physiological piece, the serotonins and all these different things that affect the body, which that's different in every person. And then you also have the people that physical touch is deeply communicated to me that I am loved because you have touched me and done these things to me. And therefore, it is of greater value to them. And perhaps those people would be in a better mood because they would feel more loved because of the physical touch. But that is not the case. And a lot of men, and we hear that all the time, well, if you was getting this and if you had this, and your problem is you didn't get that, and that's why it is. When actually the problem might be, I didn't get the words of affirmation. I didn't get the acts of service. I didn't get X, Y, and Z from you. Or I just think what we was talking about way earlier, you're actually under this alpha male and you're being an asshole, and therefore I'm being an asshole right back. You see what I'm saying? So it's more to it than that. And I'm not just saying that from the textbooks. I'm saying that any of us, when we take and apply that, I gotta see love, and I gotta also, even when I observe other people give love, it has to look the way that it looks for me, or else it's wrong. That's where we're getting into muddy waters. Whereas we would encourage each person to be self-aware enough about how you receive love, how you interpret love, and to engage in relationships where you are receiving love in the ways that you appreciate, and that you are also giving love to that other person in the way that they appreciate, or you find some middle ground to make sure that you are satisfying each other. And if you're not doing that, then perhaps you should reassess whether this relationship is worth having.
I agree, and let me say that, like Young Miami, and she just came out and said she likes golden showers. That masochistic lifestyle
Uh-huh.
is very prevalent, or prominent, should I say, in celebrity culture. If you go all the way back to Judy Garland, Hollywood, they call it Hollyweird. In Hollywood, who would ever thought that the father on the Brady Bunch was gay? Who would have ever imagined that Batman and Robin actually had sex before, like was having sex? Batman and Robin. What's his name? Adam West and the guy that played Robin. Google it.
When that came out.
What you telling these people business for, Mr. Levi?
What's up? What's up, Sponge?
Hey, Sponge, bro, what's up? Yeah, who would have even thought it? That Adam West was bisexual, whatever. That whole celebrity dynamic and how they get down and things of that stuff, I've never understood it. Like I said, I've always been more conservative. But what the problem that I have with it is that, and I understand that it is not a good thing to come across as being judgmental. What people do in the privacy of their own bedrooms, I agree with you 1,000%. As long as they're not making another person do it against their will or harming someone, is their business. And I totally subscribe to that. However, there is an area where what people do in the privacy of their bedrooms and what they do in any society can infect a society where certain immoral acts can eat at the moral fabric of a society. It can erode an overall society. Now, what they do is their business. I was having a conversation about the homosexual thing, and these females were telling me, I forgot where we were. They were like, well, that's their business, hey, you're right, that's their business. I'm not getting into no one's business. But I asked them, well, if he's grown and they get down, which is true, ain't none of my business. But then I asked them something that threw them for a loop. I said, so you said as long as it's two consenting adults, you don't have no problem with it? Absolutely. Well, how about if those two adults are brothers? That's a grown man. They got the same mother and father. They're brothers. And that's another grown man. They're adults. If they choose to have sex, are you trying to tell me it's not it is what it is? Then they was like, oh shit. They couldn't even really answer that because incest and these types of things now can eat at a society, the moral fabric of a society. And this idea that anything should go. Then we go over to bestiality. We go over to babies and children and those who are trying to push for that to have pedophilia or whatever to be accepted. It's certain things now. It's a very tricky thing because you can't dictate to grown people what to do. However, laws, which we talk about all the time, the rule of law can. So a lot of people who have a problem with my cousin having sex with, let's just say, 18-year-olds. Do I agree with it morally? Not at all. But I heard that guy, Jason, I forgot his name, that was interviewing with Azriel.
Jason Lee.
I heard him just going at my cousin like, yeah, this motherfucker, nah, nah, nah. But then a few days later, he's talking about all the things that he sucked and how he took this woman's man and how a lot of these mother alphas don't even know I didn't had your man and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, wow, what kind of society is this where people can come at R. Kelly and condemn him, which I don't agree with it. At the time, let's say 45 to 50-year-old man having sexual relations with an 18-year-old female. But no one has a problem with a man saying he ejaculated in some wife's husband's rectum. All I'm saying is that when you just said it all, and this is what academia does, it's all up to the eye of the beholder. And then now you have society going awry. You have society it's the eye of the beholder. Now, once again, it's a very thin line because what people do is their business. And I'll be honest with you. In my life, I have found more of a humility and humanity when I've encountered gay people. You rarely find them being abrasive, or if that's your thing, that's your thing. You feel me? I've had to check gay guys. No, I don't get down like that. But at the same time, we were out one time, me and a couple of homies, and we just bar hopping or whatever, and we walk up in this spot, and it was gay night. So we go in, they smoking weed, I'm drinking or whatever, we having a nice time. And we looking around, and the people are nice and friendly, and we at the hood bars and shit where niggas are mean mugging you or whatever. And we like looking like the females were kind of together, and one of the guys approached the female, she was like, "Oh no, I'm with her, this, that, and the third." And it just dawned on us. I guess we were we drinking and shit. So I said, "Wait a minute, hold on. Is it gay night?" So dude asked old girl, "Is it gay night?" And she said, yeah. So we ran out of there and we laughed about it. But I said to the homie, I said, "Check this out though. We almost got into a fight at the last bar. The bar before that, niggas was mean mugging. Who would you prefer to live around? If you had to live on a block with these people, or niggas that's trying to put the thing on you and pull the thing out and all that violence and shit?" We talked about that for hours, bro. Like, I don't have anything against people who are humanitarians that treat people with respect. I treat everyone with respect. I've never had a problem with gay people at all. But at the same time, this is not a theocracy. I do not impose my spiritual beliefs on nobody. However, when you look at the authors of academia from an Americana perspective, the European intellectuals, you cannot deny that it comes from a place of homosexual persuasion. I mean, you take my man James Baldwin, brilliant black man, brilliant, genius. But he, how many black men have gone into academia and come out gay?
Oh,
Listen,
what?
I'm telling you what it is. I studied this thing. I believe that Don Lemon is an ultra intelligent dude. And I'm talking about just going past reading a teleprompter. I've kind of looked at how he speaks, his mastery of the English lexicon and the language, and he's very intelligent. When he veers off from the teleprompter and he talks about his perspective on things, he's very intelligent. But damn, 95% of the black intellectuals in media are gay. And I believe academia has something to do with that. Now, I know you tripping, but I believe that the colleges be turning them gay.
Well, I don't know how I made it out of 3 of them then.
The men. I'm talking about the men.
Oh, okay, so I'm cool. I guess we didn't have that issue, Angie. We didn't have.
Yeah. Keep on speaking, Levi. Keep on.
Yeah,
white women are drawn to me because of what they say, my sophistication. like they're drawn to me. If I'm holding a conversation at the market or at the meat counter with a white woman, it's like, oh my God. I think that I pride myself on not being produced by academia, and I pride myself on being self-taught. So while I can hold conversations with those who are at the top of academia, I can still maintain my Black presence as a Black man, a Black male. But what you will find, and I don't want to say this in a stereotypical way or just across the board, you'll find a lot of Black intellectuals, and I consider myself to be one. They lose that fervor. They lose that male essence where you, now come on now, if you were to go through the colleges that you attended, Ms. Mo, and if you were to go through the graduate classes, you're going to find a lot of those guys are going to be gay, and you're going to find a lot of those guys are going to be married to white women or Hispanic women or Asian women, because it's something that they lose. You have Kevin Samuels, who I didn't like him at all, who made a living on preying on Black women with low self-esteem, telling them the stupidest shit. Oh my God, that was the stupidest shit I ever seen, where Black women are calling this nigga, God bless the dead, you know, he's gone, but they calling this man and he's telling them, well, you a 6 or you a 4. So you need to look for a man that's a 4. You don't qualify to be with a wealthy man because you did. And I'm watching these Black women with low self-esteem buy this shit. But at the same time, he dies tricking with a Latino or half a woman that's foreign. See? So it's confirmed that he didn't have an ounce of respect for Black women. He was a very intelligent man.
We can't say that. We don't know.
I can say it because I watched. Listen, I saw that nigga. Hey, Ms. Walker, I heard that nigga speak 3 times and knew what he was about. Listen.
I thought it was gay.
You thought he was gay? Probably.
Yeah.
Hey, Ms. Walker, probably was.
And the reason why I thought it was gay. Well, okay, go ahead. I mean,
go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Walker. Go ahead.
No. I didn't want to cut you off or whatever, because but the reason why I thought he was gay is because, and I think this just goes along with my the thing that I accuse JoJo of having, my history and my societal norms. I just thought he was a little soft, and I always say, I like men who is rougher than I am. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Now, in that softness, Ms. Walker, would you agree that you could see in that softness that he had a disdain for Black strong women?
I could see that. I don't know what his problem was with Black women, but he had a problem with them. I felt that way.
Thank you.
I felt that he had some type of problem with them, and I did feel like that if he was into women, when you look at his history, you would see that the women he dated were probably white ones and stuff. Women that were not Black, or if they were Black women, they had white behaviors and stuff like that, what they consider to
absolutely
be the traits of a white woman. You know what I'm saying? So, but
absolutely,
he was just really a soft type of guy. And let me say something, because with the academic spiel you like to put out, and of course I hear from another person. This is my opinion. I don't have to be no one else's opinion. Education to me is just the foundation of a lot of things. It did not do nothing to my core beliefs, and my core beliefs and my core values. That's how my life is structured. Okay, that's how I operate. and just about anything. And Levi being a Virgo, if people may think we complex, but we're really not. We're really simple because hey, my core belief and my core values run my life pretty much. Okay, like when you were talking about I'll take it back to when you were talking about the love languages and what about gifts and things of that nature. Okay, like my list goes like this: it's respect first, care and thoughtfulness on 2, love is 3, like is 4, right? So with that being said, when it comes to what I like, as far as in the opposite sex or whatever, it um a whole bunch of bullshit, material things, whatever, that is not number one with me. I don't look at things like that or whatever. If I respect you enough and if I love you enough, then I can make do with your ass if you don't have a lot, right? Okay, but here's the now here, I got to out on that because I can help you. Like I've had people say, you look. I've been in somebody chat and they say, you look expensive, or I've been told you look expensive, or I can't afford you, or whatever. Okay, that's probably true. But here's the thing: I can assist you on the way to affording my ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I can help you. I can flip your ass. I ain't talking about no drugs and shit, so don't say that. What I'm saying is, I can arm you with some shit to where and I ain't gonna be my money doing it. So I ain't giving you shit. That you understand that? I ain't giving you a damn dime. But what I'm telling you is that I can show you give you some steps to being a productive individual, or if you need extra, I can probably show you how to get it. I can flip your ass if that's what you desire. But I know I buy a lot of bullshit or whatever, and I get that, and you would probably think, "Oh, she into mature shit." No, but when it comes to gifts and presents and shit like that, I'm not a person that asks for nothing. I'm not gonna ask for shit. And if I have to ask for something, we ain't gonna be together no more because I just don't work. That's not how I do. Okay, and that has something to do with core beliefs and values. Shit, I was raised with, and that's just how it is. But when it comes to gifts and stuff like that, now you know that birthdays and Christmas and things of that nature, it doesn't mean that I'm like over, everybody got to get me something, whatever. But if you do, that tells me that you was thinking about me and thought, like Levi said with the poem and stuff like that. You can give me a card, and with a blank card, and you wrote something out there, let me know that you was thinking about me. That's what it is. It doesn't mean you had to give me $1 million on Valentine's Day or whatever. But that would let me know you really think about my ass. But I'm just saying, but if it's the thought that counts, and I put that over love. So that's what I'm saying. So it just goes along with what I believe. But if now that I'm big on thought and whatever, not big on the birthday or Valentine, not big on the holiday per se, but I'm big on thought, and you ain't got my ass nothing, or we gonna tear it up. We gonna tear it up. I thought you didn't care about it. I said that's where your ignorant ass went wrong. That's what you don't know nothing about.
Absolutely.
That's not the point. It ain't about what I'm big on thought.
Absolutely.
And that's what I was saying though, Miss Angie, as far as we all pull from those 5. We all view them in some way, shape, or form as an expression of love. It's really just a hierarchy, if you will, of where you place it. And be clear that can even adjust sometimes based upon the person, based upon the expectation. For instance, nobody looks at their children especially before they gotta have a real job, and say, wow, I do not feel fulfilled that these children love me back because they don't give me any gifts. Because you
Right.
adjust that, because that then becomes bottom of the totem pole for them, because you know that's not something that they can even give to you.
Right.
And therefore you can't get fulfillment and expressions of love, even though normally with your man, that might be your number one. You want to see the
Yeah.
gifts flowing in regular. You know what I'm saying? So it's more to it, and we as people can adjust it for certain situations or how we want to navigate a relationship or whatever the case may be. And I encourage us all to be cognizant of our own. And they're really quick quizzes and stuff that you can even take if you just want to do it for fun, for you to do, just look up a 5 love languages quiz and take it so you can get and it'll ask you different questions and it'll help you get a better idea of what your love language style tends to be, and maybe even have your partner do it. And you might be surprised, because for me, for instance, I love to give a gift. I don't care nothing about receiving one, but I love to give a gift of something that I know you either really need or really want, or it has some big sentimental value. Like I'm so excited for Christmas time, not because of what I'm going to get, but because I know I have been paying attention every little time you brought some up. Sometime 3 years ago when you pointed something out in the store, and now I went and found it. Different things like that. I love to give a gift.
Yeah.
Now, but in that same way, that doesn't mean that because I love giving gifts, and for me, I'm expressing at that point, I love you because I got something that I thought you would really, really like. That doesn't mean that that person is going to receive that gift and automatically understand the level of love that I'm expressing, because again, I might be giving that gift to a Levi who's like, yeah, I appreciate it. It is something really nice. But if you would have written me that poem, I would have been boohoo crying.
Right. Right.
So that's not to say that Levi doesn't accept or understand, or nor that he, like he said, people do give him stuff, and I appreciate it. But if I had to put it in order from 1 through 5, I put that gift a little lower down. I really just want to know that you're here, that you express to me how you feel about me, that you provide that service. Now, I do want to say something else, Mr. Levi, you were talking about, and I don't know how we went here as much. I get where you're going, but the concept of someone being of LGBTQIA plus identities or expressing themselves and living their lives openly in that way is in no way can be conflated with someone who is engaging either inappropriately, disregarding that person's desires, or someone who's engaging with someone who's substantially younger than them. And here's the reason why. One is not a moral dilemma at all. The other one absolutely is a substantial one, because there is a power dynamic that is being exploited. Now, what Jason does and who he does it with and all of these different things, that's different. But if there is no power dynamic there that is being exploited, you cannot equate that the same way as you would a 16, 17-year-old who is brought into a relationship by a 40, 50-year-old person. You see what I'm saying? And then engaging in that relationship in such a way that one of the people is saying, I don't want to be treated this way, or I don't want to engage in certain activities. Y'all know I always say consent is everything. Somebody's saying they don't want to do that, and you continuing to press upon or coerce, or even quite frankly continue to act on that behavior. That's where those two are absolutely, like, they just can't even be put into the same ballpark at all.
Absolutely.
That's absolutely going into what my beliefs are, whatever. I don't think that there's any moral dilemma at all with anyone living their life, how they want to live it, or walking openly in their truth. I think that's actually a positive thing if that's what they feel and both parties feel. When there's a power dynamic that's being exploited, there's a significant concern there. And we know with that trauma ensues. That is,
so you don't have a problem, for the record, I didn't mean to cut you off, for the record, you don't have a problem with two blood brothers, same mother and father, having sex with each other?
I absolutely do have a concern with that.
Hold on, wait a minute. You just said consenting adults, though. Hold on.
No, sir. But hold on. Let me just be very clear about something. Again, when we're talking about LGBT and we're talking about, I don't know if you could say this on YouTube, INCEST, those are two very different conflated things biologically. And again, there is trauma that ensues and is the outcome of those relationships. Scientifically, we know that to be the case. We do not know that to be the case when two adults who are consenting, who also are fulfilling each other's desires, and they both identify in those ways. Those are not the same.
Please allow me to challenge that. Please allow me to challenge that.
Absolutely.
The outlawing of incest. Incest was only outlawed and is outlawed in most countries because of the genetic deficiencies that normally occur when it's a father impregnating a daughter or a brother impregnating a sister. That genetic thing is what makes it
the biological piece. That's what I was saying.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. So you got two brothers, shit, they can't get each other pregnant. But what I find, according to what you said you definitely have a problem with that same lifestyle if you introduce or inject into the conversation incest. When it becomes incestuous, then you have a problem with it, which those two brothers may tell you, look, we grew up in the same house together. We do what we do. We grown. Why do you have a problem with that morally, but you don't have a problem with Jason Lee or these guys? Some of them, I've heard them say it, that they are a bottom person, a top person. What they do is their business. But what I'm saying is that, do you agree that certain sexual you can't even put a word on it nowadays. You can't say it's immoral. You can't say it's society accepts your definition of it. But just explain to the people, what difference do you have between two strange ass men meeting each other, engaging in that, living with each other, engaging in their lifestyle, and two brothers? Maybe you can expound on it more. Explain that.
Sure. Just like I was saying before, one yields trauma and one does not.
Trauma to who?
I'm sorry?
Trauma to who?
In cases where there's familiar, intimate interactions, trauma absolutely is birthed out of those situations. That's not the case with two consenting adults that are not in that situation.
Okay, so what if one of them was adopted? They're not biologically, they just grew up in the same household. Or what if one of them lived next door since they were in kindergarten? Now they're 27 years old having sex. Is there trauma there?
That would depend on that particular person. And if that person, if they're doing it and both people again are consenting and they have worked through and identified that there are not these familial connections that would be inherent in the other circumstance, then there likely would not be, unless there's a situation where there's a power dynamic, one, like I said before, or two, if there's a situation where there's forced acts or other sorts of things that would create or breed trauma.
Familiarity, you're saying to these people, these good people on YouTube, that familiarity, it is familiarity that makes it traumatic. No, because the people, that's what I got out of it, that you're saying, well, they're familiar, they grew up in the same, well, you have to make that make sense. If that's the case, like,
sure. Well, you were talking about, for instance, somebody, you live right next door to a person, and pretty much y'all can't, like, we all I think a lot of us did in Black families, like, you came up like brothers and sisters, even though you were not blood brothers or sisters, for instance. Yes. And you were saying, what about that dynamic? Is that not morally wrong because you all have navigated your lives as if you were family, and now you're transitioning and saying, okay, well, we're going to engage in same gender intimate interactions. Why does that not breed the same thing? Correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's the question.
So I am saying that when we're talking about actual blood relatives, there is the research is very clear, and also my personal belief is that that is inappropriate because of biologically as well as emotional trauma being the offshoot of those sorts of interactions, right? I'm not saying that is the same for buddy A and buddy B later on in life, both identifying consenting without any coercion, without any influence, without any trauma, nothing like that. Both of them identifying that they would like to engage romantically with each other and they choose to do so. There is no trauma that's going to be created from that because both of them have consensually looked at each other, assessed their relationship, identified that there are not those same boundaries there, and therefore they choose to engage in that. That's just a person that you came up with. And let's be very clear, Mr. Levi, if you were looking at the same situation and there was a female next door to a male and they, we came up that same way, like for instance, there was everybody in my house. Like that's just what it was. My mom kept everybody in the neighborhood. Everybody was there. Pretty much everybody was my cousin, sister, whatever the case may be, even though they were not. If one of those people who was a family friend who grew up with me ended up dating or being with another one, and it's a male and female, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So why is it any different if it would be two males or two females?
Well, what I'm saying is that you turned the gun around on me. You turned the gun on me. I'm holding the gun. She strategically turned the thing on me. Hey, what's going on, New Black?
How you doing, Levi?
Hello.
What's up, brother? Listen, what I'm saying is this. It all comes down to what you said earlier. That's the eye of the beholder. Certain things, I believe, my opinion, certain acts, immoral acts, whether it's urinating in public or two men kissing in public, I believe it eats at the moral fabric of any society. I believe that. Now, if the two men are kissing in public,
can I ask a point of clarification before you move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
So, are you saying that two consenting of age males who are otherwise, let's assume that they are otherwise engaging in healthy love language exchange, they are respectful of each other, all of those things, just by proxy of the fact that those two people who are engaging in a healthy way with each other are of the same gender, then that means that they are damaging society, correct?
Let me clarify it like this. When it comes to what we view as social norms, beauty is all in the eye of the beholder. Listen, if let's just say those people who stay in apartments, I've had a couple of people say that, well, one person said this to me before, that the homie was telling me, he said, man, it's just a bitch. I gotta go to the office and ask them to let me out of my lease. I said, why? A gay couple moved upstairs. These are two dudes, and he could hear them having sex at night, every fucking night, up over his fucking bed. I'm like, oh, hell no. We talking about this, like, what the fuck, right? So a half an hour or 10 minutes into the conversation, I said to him, I said, you know what's crazy, bro? If that was a chick, don't let her be a bad chick and her nigga up over you having sex. You would be like enjoying it, like, oh, he tearing her ass up. You feel me? So it's the behind of the beholder. The thought of two men doing that up over him, oh, I gotta move. So you feel me? It's just these are the things people don't discuss. Does that make me anti-gay? No, it does not. But it does make me a realist in the sense that if everybody on the planet turned gay today, the planet would cease to populate. It would be over with. Like, okay, we dying out now. You feel me? So that dynamic that God put in place, that's my own spiritual beliefs. You feel me? I ain't got nothing against gay people. Nothing at all. I would jump out in traffic to defend a gay person if a group of people, if he or she was being accosted. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's all in the eye of the beholder. And what you said goes back to what I said, and that is academia teaches us that there's really no real wrong, yeah, I'm not going to say it like that, but we know that Jeffrey Dahmer was wrong. But then you will have psychologists that will go back and say, well, that's because he was abused. You saw that with Charles Manson. Well, he was in orphanages and this and the third. So the textbook assessment often basically tends to excuse bad behavior. And I'm sorry, brother Black.
Okay, I'll just say one thing, and I know somebody else came up, so I'll stop talking by running my mouth too long anyway. But I gotta say this, Mr. Levi, two quick things. No, and I think that's a common misperception of psychology, is that a lot of people think that just because we have identified a root cause or a contributor to the behavior, that is in some way pacifying or excusing the behavior. To say that we believe a contributor to, someone like Jeffrey, right, that we're saying, okay, well, there were some traumas that happened in his life that may have contributed to that, is not the same as saying, and because of that, he should be free or he should not be responsible for his behavior. You are still responsible for that behavior. If you notice, I've always been very respectful when it comes to speaking about your family, right?
Yes.
I've always done that. I've never been a person who's going to say something negative. And I've definitely also said that I do believe that there's some things in his life that may have been an underlying contributor to him not, potentially, as it's alleged, navigating, relationships in inappropriate or hurtful ways to others. That doesn't excuse the fact that he still has to take accountability for that behavior. We say it all the time in the field that I work in, that ability or inability is no excuse for poor behavior by anyone. Now, can we identify that root cause? Yeah, but you identify that root cause because that needs to be addressed by that person, or that it could have been a contributing factor in that situation, but it does not excuse the behavior ever. And there is no psychologist that I am aware of, or anyone in my field, I've never heard that ever, that is looked at as, well, you can't hold that person accountable because there was some sort of, influence that may have contributed to it. It just does not work like that at all. It's identified so that because you then have an obligation to address it, or to, even if you don't know how to navigate it, that you're trying to avoid it. That's what you should be doing. You should not just say, well, because I've had this trauma, and that's what even a lot of people say in this sector is, well, he had this and he had that, so let him out. No, that's not how this works. You still have an accountability for your behavior and being able to manage your triggers if you believe it in that way. Also, I know you're saying that, and I don't believe in any way that you would ever, harm someone who is of a different sexual identity or what have you than you. But I will say, by nature of saying that exposure to or increased exposure to same-sex interactions has negatively harmed society, in and of itself is absolutely saying that individuals who identify in that way are negative to our society.
Listen, sweetheart, let me say this real quick. Brother Black Panther, give me just 10, 15 seconds to respond, because I want the brother to speak, and we can have this conversation later. For one, let me say, I take issue when you say you don't say it in a condemning way. You speaking in general when you say that my cousin did things that were harmful or harming other people. I take issue with that when you see people, a lot of the so-called victims, leaving and coming back to him. You see a lot of the so-called victims literally when the party's going on, as Real said in that documentary, what happened to all the nice things that he's done? Why do y'all only talk about that? Him being with young teenage adults, and I'm going to say that I don't agree with. Yes, there is a degree, from my vantage point, of exploitation whenever an older man is with a young lady, or vice versa, a man or a woman. yes, it's normally something underlining there. And in his case, he being a celebrity. But when you say this harming people, when I hear someone say, well, your cousin harmed people, I want to see police reports. I want to see individuals who broke free and ran to the closest damn police car, police station. I want to see individuals who claimed they were being harmed prior to the Lifetime docuseries. I want to highlight what Dream Hampton herself said when she says every single person that she interviewed for Lifetime, she asked them specifically, do you think he should go to prison? And every single one said no. So with this harming narrative, they said he was harming Joycelyn Savage. They said that he was holding her hostage. Once he was arrested, I heard the other side. I heard people celebrating, saying, now she can go home. Well, damn, she ain't been home in 4 years. So then they switched the narrative to, oh, that's because she's brainwashed. You feel me? So this harming thing is the one thing that I have a problem with, because me knowing dude, I've seen how respectful that he's been to women, young ladies. You know what I'm saying? I see that extra caring person when it comes to females, and it's just one of those things from my vantage point where he has been caught up in this propaganda-led thing or machine where it looks as if he's a monster to certain people. It looks as if he was harming people. And then it's so many goddamn escape routes when someone points out, wait a minute, I heard the woman one of the women, Ms. Faith Rogers, sit on a witness stand and say the things he had done. And then, well, did you go back to him? Yeah, I went back. But then here comes the academia, here comes the psychiatrist, here comes the psychologist. Well, it is because abused people often suffer from the Stockholm syndrome. They don't see the abuse. Come on, man. It's simple. That Stockholm syndrome shit in these textbooks don't apply to Black people. You are not going to start, listen, hold on. I've dated a lot of Black women, and if you tell them that they can't eat, they gone. You out your goddamn mind. What you mean I can't eat? You ain't gonna listen. Ain't no Black woman gonna sit there for no nigga. I don't give a fuck if it's R. Kelly or whoever. And I need to eat. You can't eat till tomorrow. They're gonna climb out a window. They're gonna do some of the ones that I have encountered. That is so insane to me when I hear people say he starved them and this, that, and the third. So I don't accept that. And I had to say that, brother Black Panther. I'm so sorry for talking so long.
And
I
hate to do it to Mr. Black Panther too, but I gotta just say this. It's gonna be the shortest thing that I can possibly say. Harm is not defined by the response to the harm. And
according to the white man.
Go ahead, New Black. Go ahead.
According to the white man. Go ahead, New Black.
How y'all doing? I was driving and I said, you know what, let me pull over, because I heard Kevin Samuels' name get mentioned, and a lot of people, well, I just want to chime in on two things. Kevin Samuels and a Black family. Those are two things. It's like, I think Kevin Samuels just go around his tone, his delivery. His overall message was that certain women out here are demanding to be with a certain caliber of men, and that's not right. You know what I mean? That's the overall tone that I got from him. Of course, it sounded harsh because you hear a 250 or 300-pound woman saying that they want a six-figure man. And he's like, wait a minute, you got 2 kids, you deserved it. Why do you deserve this? You know what I mean? It's not, that's one thing, Brother Levi.
Yes, sir.
The second thing is that we got to bring back the Black families, you know what I mean? Because the Black families has been it's interrupted. It's been interrupted since I'm 43 years old. It's been interrupted since I was a little 5 or 6-year-old. You know, my mother, father, rest in peace, we grew up in the projects. in Chicago. You know what I mean? And by us being in the projects or whatever, you know, the white people would come out there, do their inspection, because you wasn't allowed to have a black man in that family nowhere, you know? But my father was in that family. So every now and then, I think every couple of months or every couple of weeks or whatever, I don't remember. But when that cracker, excuse my language, when the cracker come out there, they looking for men clothes, men shoes, you know, because they whole thing is to break up the black family. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So it's like you gotta keep the white people out your business. First of all, that's the first thing.
That's right.
You gotta keep these crackers out your business.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And if R. Kelly says you're not gonna eat today, who knows? Maybe his woman was getting too overweight. You know what I mean? He wants to be fit, feminine, and looking good for him. We don't know that. You know what I mean? So if we say, no, you're not gonna eat for 4, 5, 6 hours, you know what I mean? You've been overeating or whatever. We don't know the overall tone of that. You know what I mean? But that's for the man to decide what his woman, and if she's agree with it, she agree with it. You know what I mean? If she don't agree with it, then go home and take your ass home. And I'll find me somebody else that's gonna agree with me in my house and my rules. You know what I mean? Nobody is holding you at gunpoint to be here. So if you can agree with, if not, I find a woman that's gonna agree with it. That's all. You know
Yes,
what I mean?
sir.
But we gotta stop. For instance, I'm in a truck stop right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm really a revolutionary in the mind because for one, I like maybe a year ago, I saw a black man and a white man fighting. I said, oh shit, it's a fight. So I see, oh, that's a black man. Let me get out this truck and go help him, my brother. This is my brother. You know what I mean? And I got here, put my boots on, put my coat on, and we both had to fight this cracker because I'm not gonna stand by and let you fight this black man on my watch when I know who I am. No, we both. That black man was like, brother, where you come from? I saw a brother that needed help with this cracker, so that's my job to help my brother. You know what I'm saying? You okay, brother? He was like, man. He's like, thank you. That cracker was giving me some problems. I said, man, you my brother. I gotta help you. You know what I'm saying? And we made sure me and that brother both walked away to our truck. He walked into his truck. He got his, and we left that white man right there on the motherfucking ground where he belonged. That's when you know you're supposed to help your brother at all times. And the battlefield is everywhere. Miss Angie Walker, you're a lawyer. You know what I mean? I'm a truck driver. I got 2 trucks that I run or whatever. And it's like the battlefield is everywhere. And you must battle on a battlefield. If you see a black man being unjustly accused in court, your job and any other black woman or man's job in that courtroom is to defend that brother. Even though he might have had killed 1 or 2 people or whatever, but if you see the case is not fair and they're lying in court, you gotta fight this cracker by all means. Whether you're a school teacher, read the best school teacher books about black people beating white people down. You know what I mean? You gotta train up a child in the way they should go. You know what I mean? And a lot of people say you can't be racist. Okay, what is the definition of a racist? IST is on the end. A pianist. Pianists specialize in playing a piano. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So if I'm a racist, that don't make me feel bad. First of all, because I love my people. So if you call me a racist, that don't mean nothing bad against me, because I'm gonna help my people however I can. You know what I mean? So, like I said, when you're a school teacher, teach revolutionary school books. If you're a principal or a carpenter, the battlefield is everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
you gotta fight for one, because you already know this is your brother, your sister. And if it's 2 men going at it, 2 black men, let them have at it. But at the same time, try to be a voice of reason. And that's all I'm going to say.
I have a question.
Yeah, hold on. Mr. Levi, I have to. I'm sorry. And I probably going to have to jump off here in a second, too, because my man just got home. And so I need to give undivided attention for a little bit. I might be back.
Yeah.
Mr. New Black.
Take care of your business with your man.
Okay, I do mine, right?
Now, you would never hear me say that. Because I ain't doing shit.
Well, here's the thing.
I ain't doing shit.
Here's the thing. All we do is just check in with each other. Just how was your day? I want to have that time. We like to have that time together without us You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't like I gotta go and do nothing, rub his feet or nothing like that. He don't even want anything like that. But it's just like when we come in from the day, we stop and check in with each other.
What's wrong with her?
Yeah, no. We just stop and check. We stop and just check in with each other, even if it's just like 20 minutes, and just to make just me and you, no phones, no nothing, and then we finish with the rest of the night, however that turns out. So anywho, we can talk about it another time. But Mr. New Black, one thing I'll agree with you on is when we talk about the Black family. Black, I agree 100%. We derive and we are a communal culture, meaning that we are a culture unlike white American culture that is more individualistic. We are communal in that we thrive in part off of each other. We that same thing you're talking about, jumping out and supporting each other, and just off that strength, because that is what a part of what we still have from Africa. Even though many of the pieces have been distorted and broken along the way, but we still are communal cultures that operate best when we're caring for, supporting each other, and those family units that kind of continue to interact and intertwine and interact with each other. Now, where I do bring a question to you is you talk about, one, you talked about the whole thing about, well, if R. Kelly was starving his women, maybe the women were overweight. And I know you were saying part of that in a little bit in jest, but still you were saying it that way. That's where I feel like it gets back to the bigger conversation that me and Angie were having earlier that sparked all of this, right? It is not another human's place to enforce upon someone else what they need to do. Now, if he had a problem with their size or whatever, there is nothing wrong. Or for instance, if my man came to me and said, boo, I think we need to, get in shape. We need to, maybe spruce things up. Okay, he can. But for him to try to starve me in order to get the result that he wants, that is not his place. And again, I'm using it in reference to the way that it was discussed.
Yes.
It is not appropriate for us to create a limitation or enforce that against that person's desire. On top of that, even the claim of, well, they kept coming back or whatever the case may be, that has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that we do not have that right. The same way that you as a man, if your woman said, hey, you getting a little too big or whatever, so I'm just going to starve you out, you would take great issue to that, because it's inappropriate for anyone to try to force upon you what they think that you should be or how you should be eating or whatever else it is that you should be doing. The last thing that I will say is this. You talk about the fact that you saw another Black person out there, and so you jumped out there to the rescue, and I commend you for that, because a lot of us these days in time, it's not even safe, quite frankly, to do things like that. But my question is, when are you going to jump out of the truck for a Black woman or another Black person, regardless of their identity? Those girls, many of them were Black. Azriel was Black. And to say that she said out of her own mouth on at least 2 different occasions that she was beaten with a shoe.
Well, but can you believe her though?
Hold on.
Jesus Christ.
Because I got to jump. So when is it then, sir, that same desire, in the same way that we, quite frankly, even as Black women, we stay, the most people who are riding and caping for R. Kelly right now is absolutely Black women. You can't tell me that Sky Life don't go hard. You can't tell me that these rest of these women who rock with him for real, that they go hard for him. And many times the reason is because it's a Black man and I want to help him. My question is, when do we say, okay, well, Black women are Black too? When do we not say, hold on, it's a Black woman out here getting hurt, let me jump out my truck and say,
he would.
That's what we are saying. The people who people are saying this is not okay for them women to be treated that way.
But you can't.
However many times they went back. So what the situation is, that's another Black woman, period. And as a part of this communal culture, I'm going to stand up and say, you cannot treat them that way, and you need to be held accountable because they have been hurt.
Okay,
Miss
when can I jump in back?
Let me say this to Ms. Mo real quick. I gotta go. Let me say, without a doubt, Black Panther, the way he described it, he would jump out for a woman, for one. But 2, he was saying, basically, I believe what he was saying, well, my cousin might not like him like that. He's talking about from a celebrity standpoint. And you're right, Ms. Mo, no one has a right to say to a woman, oh, you can't eat. No, I've had women who were thin as hell, and I say, you need to eat some more. You feel me? But if she don't want to eat no more, what the hell are we gonna do? You feel me? But on that note, I want to say to Brother Black Panther, it's simple, bro. I have a question for you. What if, when you were strapping your boots up to run out there to fight the man, the white dude, if somebody has stopped you and said, hold up. Now, all of y'all are truckers. And you know it'd be some nefarious, crazy shit going on the road. If someone had stopped you and said, that black guy was just in his truck. He caught him in his truck, still in his wallet with money in it. Which you had proceeded to help the black guy fight the white guy. And the black guy was the one culpable for being a thief.
Let me know when you finish. So I got.
That's it. That's just a simple question.
Okay. First, I got to go back to the beginning, which was a sister that asked me a question. Okay, if I'm telling my woman, baby, you done got to 250 pounds, you damn looking like a man. Okay, if I say you just don't eat no steak, no Doritos, or nothing for the next hour or day or whatever, it's up to her to say, I want to eat what I want to eat. Okay, take your ass home then. Because in my house, you're going to follow my rules. This is my house. You want to be with me? Okay. You have access to your body. Women have access to their body, but men have access to marriage. So if you want me to keep on messing with you, I don't want you to do this no more. You have a right to say, I'm going to stay or I'm going to go. Now, if you go, you go. Okay. But when you come back, just be ready that it's got to go my way. That's number one. You're not forced to deal with me. You can go any time you get ready to. That's number one. Number two is to Levi. If I caught that brother stealing, going into a white man's truck, stealing him, knowing me, my mentality, y'all not going to agree with me, but he deserved it because y'all stole us for 400 years. So guess what? Steal whatever you can from this cracker. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Wait a minute. So you see the brother, let's say you saw it transpired, and he was coming out the white man's truck, and you heard the white man say, hey, guy, you're stealing my wallet. And he starts fighting the brother. You gonna tell me you gonna run out there and help the brother beat the white man's ass and the white man's in the right?
I will tell that white man, call the police, but you're not gonna put your hands on my brother. Brother, get up out of here. But I'm not gonna stand by. Call police who you want to call. Brother, get up out of here. You got his wallet. Cut me up on something. You know what I'm saying? You got some money from the white man, give me some money too, because shit, I wish whenever the oppressor can get oppressed, bro, I'm all with it. You know what I mean? Because y'all owe us. Y'all owe us blood, sweat, and tears. Y'all owe us reparations. So whatever this cracker got in his wallet, you need to add some more to it so we can feel leaving. That's just me.
That's so funny.
It's a little twisted, but guess what? You my brother. I hope you got at least $1,000 from this white man. Shit, because he owe us more than that. That's just my mentality.
Hey, Black Panther. Then a month later, the man went on, and you on the road with your Christmas money for your kids, the same nigga that went in your truck and stole your shit.
You still say you can't uphold people in the wrong. You cannot uphold people in the wrong. I got no common sense
to lock this goddamn door so I won't get stolen from. You know what I mean? But
he might rob you at gunpoint. The same guy robs your ass at gunpoint 2 months later around Christmas time. And you looking at this nigga like you was the one that was, you feel me? Like, bro,
I mean, the game is what it is. It is what it is, but I know how to protect. I got something to protect myself on the road so I won't get robbed. So it's about who get the drop on whoever. You know what I mean? But I just cannot stand by and watch no black man get his ass beat in front of me.
Hey, if he wrong, brother, he wrong.
Like, here's the thing.
That's
where I think that black protectivism can go too far. Because if we're protecting people, even when they are, again, getting back to that term, if they are harming our community and possibly could be out there to harm more of us, that is where we need to be drawing a line. And in a communal culture, we can absolutely do that. And I would go even further to say we are morally obligated to do that. I don't have to defend you in the wrong. That is one thing. And maybe that's just the way I was raised. My mama always raised me and raised like, if you didn't do it, I'm a rat to the ends of the earth. That ain't my baby. But she ain't gonna sit up there and say, free my baby when she know that her baby did whatever. She gonna just put her money on the books in silence and come up there on visitation day. That's what that is. She's still gonna say, you're gonna be responsible for the stuff that you do. I'm not gonna sit up there and uphold you. I'm not fighting for no damn body. I did something that's where we just differ. I'm gonna say one last thing and then I'm definitely gonna jump off.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I know you gotta go.
This one thing about our difference, Mr. New Black. you view the household, it sounds like the way that you speak, as it belonging to a man, and that a woman just happens to be engaging in it. And that is where we will always differ. Because if you are my partner, for instance, my boyfriend, my partner, my life partner, quite frankly, that's what we're dealing with. My life partner, there is no, this is my house, and if I say such and such goes, then you can just leave. No. We're in this together. We are truly partners. It is not a partnership if you have put a power dynamic in place that if I don't comply with your rules, that you in some way, shape, or form have some sort of upper hand over me. Now, this is what has happened in Mr. Levi. We talked about this a little bit earlier. This is another contributing factor that the research shows actually has put towards why so many Black women are pursuing to be breadwinners, because we know that from past history that financial, if I'm constantly and totally dependent upon you financially, it does put a power dynamic in place in a relationship that we know is actually not healthy. An equal partnership, even if you are the breadwinner, you don't get to come home and dictate to me my body, my whatever, everything else about me, and say, if you don't like the way to the rules that I set, you can go, because I don't mean no harm, and I'm gonna go for it right now. I don't know how many of y'all saw them pictures of James Harden feet. If not, just Google it and they will show, because they was talking about it this week on the Shade Room. That man has come on and talked about so much, the basketball player, about how he got to have his women this way, and they got to do this and they got to do that. And if you look down at that daggone man feet, he talking about so she got to have a pedicure, whatever. Them things look like monsters walking around. Okay. Like, so you can sit there then and say, well, my body, you don't get to tell me about how I got to use my body. And if you don't like my body, then I got to leave. You don't get to put in a power dynamic. You are not dating a child. You are not engaging with a child or an animal. You are engaging with another adult that you should respect enough. And you, especially as a Black man, you should respect that person that you have decided to engage in a relationship with enough that you would not dare to see her as a subordinate that you get to dominate. On top of that, we just talked about this a little bit ago as well, Angie. We talked about the fact from a God point, they said that you should love your wife the way that God loves the church. God don't force me to do nothing. And he don't say you get out if you don't do it the way I told you to do it. It don't work like that.
It don't work that way.
And I totally agree. I totally agree. The only time I've ever said is when I'm going out with my girl or other females I've dated, and she's like, let's go. And she got the, hey, Miss Walker, she got the tip of her ass out, her titties showing. I'm saying, hold on, wait a minute now. You feel me? And that's because I know that can get me into some shit in the streets. Like, it's going to be something. You go down here with me looking like that, because niggas going to be, you know what I'm saying? Then it's like, you know, you got to put a sweater on or something. What you mean? You feel me? But I agree with Miss Mo. I'm sorry, brother.
I'll say in that situation, that's the thing. If you say, like, for instance, my dude the same way. And again, I told y'all before, my dude, he is a reformed street dude, right? And I'm gonna tell you, if it's one thing right now, he ain't getting in no trouble about nothing. But one thing he do not play about is Mo. Period. He don't play about it. But if he were to say, boo, for real, can you change that? And he'll even tell me, he'll say, look, because if somebody say something to you, I'm gonna want to punch him in their mouth.
It's gonna be a problem.
You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a problem. And you know what? That's not him telling me that we don't leave the house unless you do. It's him expressing to me, and then me, out of care for him, saying, I don't ever want to put you in that situation. I'm going to likely go in there and change or make some sort of adjustment because I'm looking out for us. We are a partnership. It's not some like the way it was presented by Mr. New Black. It was kind of presented in a, it's my way or the highway, you just living in it. And if you don't do it, then you can go. That's showing a mutual respect for one another. I protect, even though he protects me in a different way, I protect him in that same way. I'm not going to put him in a situation that he could be, you know, out here in the streets getting into it because I decided to do something. You see what I'm saying? He's going to let me know. And that's him communicating that to me. To me, that's different.
So are you saying Mr. New Black? Are you saying Mr. New Black is wrong? I thought it was beauty in the eye. Is it in the eye of the beholder? Wait a minute, hold on. You saying he wrong?
Absolutely, he is wrong. If he is choosing and forcing another person's, his own desires on another person's behavior, absolutely wrong. And there is a power imbalance there that is inappropriate. Yes, and that's not beauty. Now, here's the thing. Don't get me wrong. If we are and even in the RSK situation, there were certain people, for instance, Haley Calhoun, I believe it was. She said sometimes, like, I didn't mind this stuff. Like, I actually enjoy it. There are people who do engage in the sadomasochistic sorts of relationships or power dynamic, and that's what they're looking for, and they enjoy it, and they are consenting and participating in that. That is totally different. For instance, if Mr. New Black finds a person who says, look, I want you to be totally in control. That's how I do it. That's how I want it, whatever the case. And she doesn't feel forced. She doesn't feel, that is what that person chooses to engage in. That's totally different than you just assuming that in every single household, the man is in charge and that woman has to constantly live under those live under that rule that I have set because I am by nature the man. It doesn't work like that. It should be a equal dynamic. Those core values we talked about before should be aligning.
Well,
Mr. New Black can find one that has his core values because it ain't Miss Mo.
I mean, I'm already blessing it. That's why I say I have 2 wives already. You know what I mean? So it's like that's why it's a problem in the Black community.
He on some other shit. Go ahead.
That's why it's a problem in the Black community. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, women have a say-so over their body, sex. They have a say-so over there.
You got 2 Black African American wives?
No, they're not African American. They're African.
There we go. Yeah. See,
because
Black women ain't going for that shit. New Black telling them they can't eat and shit.
That's why I don't marry women in America because their mind has been poisoned from white civilization. I take it back to the beginning. You know what I mean?
Well, at least he put clarity.
I gotta go.
Okay. Okay.
Not all. But Levi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For instance, like she was just saying, I noticed that sister said, my dude. She never said my husband.
True. My partner, my dude. Exactly.
The husband is the ultimate. The husband.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. But he said he's specifically saying his culture. He has African women, and that is acceptable. She says my dude, and that's just culturally awkward for him. But now that he's offered clarity, that's why I asked him, are they African American women? Because certain things are just culturally different. And now that he's put his perspective on it, it makes sense. However, when I engage with Miss Mo again, the one thing that dilutes or weakens her argument, if you listen to her, and I'm not talking behind her back because we can have this conversation in the future, and that is listen to Miss Mo. Everything she's saying relies upon what she views as those women telling the truth about my cousin. And that's why I have a problem. Like, well, she said this. She said he beat her with a shoe. She said this. She said that. Come on now. Is that how it goes?
Well, you know what?
That's it? Because she said it happened.
I wasn't in R. Kelly's home. You wasn't. Nobody. Miss Mo wasn't. But just imagine this, for instance. If a woman lies to you about her age with a fake ID, and you know your life is in jeopardy, you think I would hit that woman in the head with a shoe too? You just put me in a mouth. You just put me in the hands of the devil.
You all locked up.
Now, no, because for one, that shoe is not going to really damage you or hurt you. But now you're taking years out of my life to deal with this no good white man. Now he got the ups on me. Now I can be fighting for the rest of my life because you want to finesse and you want to try to trick me with a fake ID. You playing with my life. You're playing with my life. So if I slap you, it's not a slap out of I hate you. It's slap of anger and frustration because now you just handed me over to the no good white man now. And now I'm fighting for my freedom. I'm sitting here with a 30-year sentence now. This is why you cannot date African American women because in their mind, I didn't deserve this. But now you put me in the hands of white men. Now I gotta fight for my freedom. You deserve that and more now because you just ended my life now. You know, I should be really angry at you right now for playing this mental game. You could, if I'm a predator. If you want to help the world play me as a predator, then why lie about your age? Come and be saying you're 16 to see what I say then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stop playing these mind games with me.
More in there cussing. That don't happen.
No, it's cultural. It's cultural differences, and Is not. I would never agree. Even though I can rationalize what you're saying, but the proper response to that, whenever a woman lies to you or whatever, just to go on about your business and say, "Go, you lied to me. Get the hell, just go."
He tried to go about it. He sent the back home. I'm not gonna attack this woman on Miss Angie's page. He sent the girl back home. Then somehow she came back. What are you trying to finish the job now? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now you gotta work.
But listen, if you're being fair, you got to consider now. I don't know what parts were, and I'll give y'all this, right? I don't know what parts of the testimony was just testimony, and what parts was testimony supported by evidence. But if you're being fair, and if you want to say, want to put blame somewhere, you got to say that both sides had some contributing factors as to the outcome. You got to at least go there if you want to be fair. You can't say it was all, one side. You can't say it was all him, and then you can't say it was all her. Although the evidence pretty much shows that was mostly him, but if you want to be fair, you got to be fair now. You can, and even if you want to take it back, you could say, what, you could talk about causation, and was what the prosecution used, and the test for causation is the but for, but we can flip it and use it on the defense side, right? We can say, well, but for the girls being there, this wouldn't happen. Okay, well, if you say that on the defense side, other than maybe Jane Doe number 5, there's some kind of how she got there, why she went back, and all that. It's still some kind of thing with that. With the other ones, whatever, you got to say, well, why were they there? You know what I'm saying? If they weren't in that situation, then none of this would have happened, right?
Yes,
you can say
ma'am.
that.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Jane Doe number 5, you can't really hold her responsible for much, because at the end of the day, if one of her parents or two of her parents basically had her to lie to my cousin and say she's 18, that from the inception, from the beginning, her being around him, so if you talk about causation, if she came on the scene through the direction or of one or two parents, and under false pretenses, you're 18, go. You're 18, go. Anything that is said, not done, but anything that is said after that in the way of testimony or whatever, we cannot believe, because she came on the scene under a lie, under false pretenses. You feel me?
Right.
So if you were sent in, no credit at all.
Nobody should be treated to a crime.
That's right. That's right. Thank you.
I believe nobody should be treated to a crime. That's why I kind of took her out the equation. But if you want to use the causation, the but-for test on the flip side, on the reverse. But what I'm saying, as far as, I just want to talk about some of the things I didn't get a chance to jump in. But when New Black, when you're talking about your dynamics and what you believe as far as relationships and all that, how it goes or whatever, like I said, my core values and my beliefs and all of that pretty much dictates my life, right? And I know now, before, early on, when I met guys or whatever, they didn't check off all the necessary boxes, or maybe most of the important ones, whatever. So you kind of say, okay, but listen. So you start talking about, well, I really don't like this, and I really don't like this, and then I found out that, what, I'm changing that person. So I'm gonna get out of that. Okay, I'm gonna get out of that. So now, since I'm older, I started saying, hey, I like for them to come the way I like them, with all the, most of the shit that I like. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to say too much or whatever. They ain't got to say too much of me. So a guy that's dealing with me or whatever, they already know that I'm not going nowhere to stick have my ass out. Never have, never will, and my boobs out, and and all of that type of shit or whatever, I'm not going to have my arms out. That's just me. So they don't have to worry about that type of stuff. Now, if they were attracted to, they got one of them stripper people out from the stripper clubs, well, that's the risk. That's the risk they take. She might go outside with her ass out or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. And then I want to speak to when you were saying, like, if you tell a woman she needs to do this, that, and the third, whatever, and she got a choice, whatever, yeah, just like Mo said, if she agrees to it, or if she's in line, yeah, no harm, no foul. But I think, and I think that it's unfair for you to get the woman in your situation, because now this is your situation, and say, okay, well, your ass can't eat pork after dark. You can't, do this, do that, whatever. And now you got a choice to stay or go. What if you done got her feelings involved? What if she done gave up, whatever? And see, that's why you do a lot of little prevention. You need to get them how they, how you like them. And then instead of worrying about when they get there, and then you got all these ultimatums and all this extra bullshit or whatever. Because I tell you quick, you meet me out, whatever, and if I'm dolled up, whatever, don't get sold on that. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I go up and down. I eat what I want to eat from time to time. And you see all this hair today, I might have a fit and say, let me tell you something, I want my hair like Holly Berry tomorrow. So if that's what you caught up on, you're going to get lost in the sauce.
You know what?
I hear you, Miss. Whole shit. Because I don't want no shit later.
I hear you, Miss Walker. And that's why I hate that young lady left, Miss Mo, because from what I heard, her say might do it. She never said my husband. And I want to ask her, why is this your dude? Why is this not your husband? You know what I mean? And
marriage ain't for everybody. And you don't know if you don't know how long they've been together, whatever. Marriage ain't for everybody.
Okay. But guess what? For instance, this been on my heart to say this to you for a long time, Ms. Walker.
Oh, no.
I admire you and JoJo's relationship. I admire your relationship. You're a smart, intelligent lawyer. He's a revolutionary. You know what I mean? So just imagine if you and JoJo would have met each other, I don't know, from your knowledge, I could say you're probably in your 30s. No, I'll say your 40s or maybe your 50s.
God bless you. Go ahead.
Okay. So that's just me. I could be wrong. JoJo sound about the same. Good, but just imagine if you and JoJo would have met each other in y'all 20s, y'all have a force to be reckoned with. Him being somewhat of a revolutionary, and you are a lawyer. It's like y'all. The world is y'all's, you know what I mean? Because he can show the family how to move, and you a lawyer, just in case one of the kids have to go and stand in front of a white man and be judged or whatever. You know what I mean? That's when you come into play at. Y'all have a beautiful relationship, you know what I mean? And it's like, at the same time, even though you may, I don't know this for sure, but it sounds like you may make a little bit more money than he does, but you cannot elevate your money over your marriage. You have to always, the guy made a woman to be Adam's help me my obligation. That money does not make you the top person. You know what I mean? It should not define you as the leader in a relationship. No, the man is always to be the leader in a relationship. You know what I mean? And the man is supposed to lead his family. He's supposed to provide and protect. You know what I mean? Protect at the end of the day. If all else, you're not making that much, okay, be a protector then. You're supposed to protect that woman. So the other sister said, would I jump out and help a sister, a black woman getting attacked by a white man or a black man? Yes, I would. I would slap him up, bro. Don't put your hands out here in public. What happens behind closed doors, how you chastise or how you discipline your woman, if she's calling the police on you, or she get your house shot up, I don't know the situation. But don't do that outside in front of me. As a man, take that shit in your house. What's in your house? The police, I cannot control your house or how you run your house. I cannot run it. And neither should a no good white man try to run your household, because guess what? You both gonna lose. You're gonna end up in jail, and she's gonna end up what, on the street some motherfucking where. So keep the white man out your business. Y'all handle things how y'all handle things. You talk to her, baby, you shouldn't have did this, baby, you shouldn't have did that. Y'all come to some type of mutual agreement where y'all both want to put yourself in some type of harm's way, because guess what? There's plenty of brothers in the jail right now for slapping a woman. I'm not a person that condones abuse, but in some situations, I'll tell you, for instance, you just play with my livelihood, lady. You just don't know what you did to me. But guess what? Levi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kelly got the power to flip this whole situation around. He got the power to flip this whole, be a man. Like he just called into that man show.
Yes,
I love Azriel. I know God's gonna bless us to get back together. Even though she's mad at me right now, you gotta use game, bro. You gotta have game. She gonna come back to me, even though I'm gonna forgive her. I'm gonna forgive her, and guess what? That's gonna make her do what now, Levi? Go in front of that white man and say, you know what? I'm sorry. He my boo. I lied. I did this. You gotta
said that?
Say what?
He said that?
No, I'm giving it. Levi, I know what I'm saying. I'm giving an example. I'm giving an example.
If he said that, I was going to say, baby, let me go and roll and tumble and go and just roll and tumble on
you gotta make it seem like you miss that woman. Mary, baby, if I get out this situation, you're gonna be Mrs. R. Kelly. I know you mad at me right now for lying about the money behind the couch. Baby, I understand we go into it or whatever. You know what I mean? I know you know how to do the right thing and this and that, but you're gonna be Mrs. R. Kelly when I get up out this situation. Guess what she's gonna do?
You like to run game and manipulate.
That's what but you gotta do something to get up out this situation. You gotta right or wrong. You gotta do something to get up out this situation, right?
Your ass fit in.
The game is to be sold, not told, bro. You right?
Yeah. And that's how you get your freedom back in society. Deal with your woman. Deal with your woman. Don't deal with your woman in the courtroom because you're a black man. You're gonna never lose. You're gonna always lose. Deal with your woman behind closed doors. Buy her a Gucci bag or eat her out or take her shopping. You know what I'm saying? Then guess what? Levi? Marry her for a year or two. And then the relationship ain't working out. Now I gotta go back to Deutschland now. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
He got a hell of a game plan, don't he?
R. Kelly got the power to get himself out this situation. He's got to use his brilliant mind and let God speak to him and show him what to do, and then it'll happen. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
But she got to be willing to. She missing them shopping sprees. She missing them all the trips in her riding down Chicago in that nice expensive Spider or whatever. She missing that right now. She beat herself up like, damn, I had $1 million man. I let him go. You're not gonna find Pookie and Ray Ray not gonna give you that girl.
Money. It's not all about the money.
It has to be about the money, Ms. Walker. If the parents,
it's not all about the money.
If the parents schemed and lied to get her in that situation, it had to be about the money. It had to be.
I'm talking about as far as relationship goes, whatever. If that is what that again, if that's how your core belief value system is set up, then that's fine. But with most people you ask isn't all about the money. But y'all listen, and I'm gonna let Sky jump in. Let me tell you something. With all this bullshit up here, New Black is up here talking. Let them go set up a channel. They're gonna be some thirsty, desperate ass motherfuckers lined up for his ass with all this bullshit. Yeah, New Black, I'm here. I'll be there for you. I love you, New Black. Blah blah blah. New Black. Like what?
I would tell them.
What he said?
I would tell them. I'm not looking for a third wife. I'm not looking for a third wife.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. They don't give a fuck. Don't worry about it.
I'm not going for it. No matter how good they look, how much game. I'm a man in the day. But listen, if you from America,
don't worry about it. It don't work that way. You ain't listen. It don't even matter. That's where we are. What's up, Scott? Oh, Scott, what happened? Yeah, it don't even matter. They'll line up for you, baby. Don't worry about it.
I just heard a couple of biases. It just appears that I heard you made the comment about having rules in the household. Now, we know that's not a crime. And this is my whole thing. The bottom line is when people don't like Kels, it's everything that he does is magnified into criminal activity. Okay? You walk in my house, I got a list of things you can't do. You can't go in my kitchen. When you come in my house, you got to take your shoes off. You can't walk on my carpet. You got to come in and wash your hands. You see what I'm saying? It's a list of things I have too. But it's like, how come when Kels do it, it's like, oh, he's abusing somebody. It's abuse. Why
Yeah,
can't he?
yeah.
Why can't he have rules for his home? You can't go in my white room. You see what I'm saying? You got to stay in this guest room.
I don't think it's the problem with having the rules. That's fine. But when you bring someone in there, then you just can't be okay. Well, the rules is this and the rules that And here again, it take a special. Not I ain't gonna say special. It take a certain. I ain't gonna say a certain type. I don't know. I don't know what it takes, but it ain't me. Okay, because I don't want to hear none of that. And I want to tell you back the money. Where New Black at? Let me tell you about the money, right?
I'm still here, but I gotta leave in like 5 minutes.
Okay, well, about the money, right? So you say, about if I make more, whatever. Here's the thing, right? Ain't nobody ever asked me about how much I make, because I don't fuck around them type people who interested in how much I make, because how much I make ain't a part of our equation. Yeah, I ain't doing shit. I done told you that. Listen, it's not something go awry or whatever. Of course, I got backup or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I got backup maybe a month or two, and you're gonna have to figure it out, because ain't gonna be no James Evans shit and all this, because we're not doing that. Something gonna happen. Ain't gonna be no James Evans shit, and I got to wait for Rollo and them to come on, whoever, and go down to the pool hall and shit and all this. We ain't doing none of that. So ain't nobody. And let me tell you something. University of Florida, I used to date, and I call him University of Florida. He said, "You ain't never brought me a hamburger." And I thought for sure I bought that boy a hamburger or something one time. I said, "You sure?" Tell him you ain't never brought me a hamburger. So all that don't apply to me. Other stuff apply to me, but we don't even get into that conversation about no money or whatever. Don't ask me shit about how much I make, because I ain't asking you nothing about how much you make. All I want to do, you got it? Do you have it? That's all.
Well,
you
yeah.
got it.
For the most part,
yeah. I don't need to know too much more. You got it? You got it? Okay, all right.
For the most part, a life in America is basically built on that. It's like whoever makes the most money is a person, for the most part, that runs relationship. That's how it is in America. For the most part, that's how America put a value on money. So if that man make the most money, 9 times out of 10 he running a relationship. The woman do it, 9 times out of 10 she's looking down on that man. She's running a relationship. But it's like for most part, it's like nobody's getting married nowadays. Marriage is supposed to be the ultimate goal. I know you just said that. What if that's not in the cards? Okay, but when you're 60, 70, 80 years old, it's like you're going to need somebody to take your teeth out and take care of them. You know what I mean? Because that man can always get up and just find him a wife. That man, whether he's 60 or 70 years old, he can always go and find him a wife. But guess what? When that woman makes 60 or 70, the land is not going to be filled with men trying to marry that woman. That's just a gift of it all,
Yeah, I can see that. What, Sky, you got something to jump in? You need that something to add?
Good luck. I like talking to you, Miss Walker. I got a ready ride now. My clock.
All right, New Black.
Peace and blessings to everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
All right now.
New Black comes in, baby, and we're gonna call his perspective radical. New Black is radical. Ooh,
but this
like, what?
Because y'all keep doing this. It doesn't matter if the person, whoever comes in as a guest has to follow the rules. It don't matter what age they is. I don't care if I take my niece come living up in here. Guess what? She got to follow the rules. I don't care if my mama come living up in here into my house. Guess what? She got to follow the rules of my house. You see, but once again, we put R. Kelly in a situation, and then now everything is inflammatory. Why doesn't he have the right, just as every other human does, to make rules in his home?
Okay, but why can't the rules be a collective? Not like, okay, just because I'm the dominant, or somebody done say that. This is where I have problems with, household, the structure of households. When you start hollering about somebody as the dominant, somebody's the dominant, I have already shut it down. And see, and I, again, prevention is also another thing that runs my life. When I'm not gonna encounter nobody that's gonna sit up there and holler about no motherfucker, because I'm the dude or whatever, I'm already the dominant, and all this other bullshit that goes along with that. I'm already, I'm already doing the goddamn Michael Jackson sliding back off your ass, because I don't understand none of that, because I'm not coming nowhere and then, well, I run this or whatever. I just don't do those type of rules and regulations and shit in my life like that.
But Angie, that's why God gave you 2 feet to lead. That's why, for people to have, book knowledge, but not have common sense and can't apply it to real life and real situations, it's useless. You see what I'm saying? So it comes down to, it's my house. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you don't like my rules, like my mama would tell me, you could Chevrolet, shift your left foot, then your right foot out the door. It comes down to that. Just as simple as it applies for R. Kelly and anybody else. But the bottom line is, if you don't like the rules, you leave. If I meet a guy, Angie, and let's say I do move in his house, because I don't play them rules neither. You ain't gonna control me. If I don't like your rules, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say, give me 5 minutes. Let me put my shoes on and pack my bag and get my strawberry tea out the refrigerator, and I'm gone. You see what I'm saying? What fool stays in that and then decides to be the victim? It don't make sense. Not to me.
But you got to also take into effect that most of them guys don't tell you all of that going into the shit. By the time you done got in the situation 3 or 4 months down the line, here you go, you done gave up, whatever, and now you down in this situation with old dude or whatever, and now he done talking about rules and regulations, and now he done turned your life into a Lifetime movie. No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Life ain't fair though.
Life ain't my ass. You tell me. See, I'm an upfront type person. I tell you this, that, and third, whatever. And if some come down the line that I done changed my mind, or I done thought about something else, and I'll tell you. And that's at the point where, okay, we can start more with compromising, right? But up front, you start telling me all this crazy shit, and I can't eat pork,
but Angie, you got
and all this and whatever, and so you tell me that up front, I already know, and I don't want to be fucked up with you. That's how we determine who goes in the friend zone or not. That's exactly how we determine friend zone. Huh?
You got a brain and you could think. Okay, if people had common sense and knew how to structure their life, they wouldn't be in the situations they in, and they also, wouldn't be in prison. Okay, so everybody is not like me and you. I'm the same way. I'm gonna tell you out the door. You cheat on me, it's a wrap. Ain't no discussion about it. Ain't no compromising. You cross the line and it's over with. I let them know off the rip. So if either you take that or leave it. And that's it. But that's me and you. Some of these women are happy to be with an R. Kelly. They're happy to be in a life where there's more money than the household they grew up in. Some women, I got friends that want a man regardless of what kind of man it is. It could be a man that hit them, beat them, but they got a man.
Got a man. And there's some fools that tell you a half a man is better than no man at all. And I really go to looking crazy. I'm like, what?
There you go.
Are you on crack?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not going for it. I don't give it. If you ain't the right man for me, you ain't my man. I don't care what.
Right. Get your ass on. Like, are you crazy? You don't make no what? It's like, and then what happens? They start taking all kinds of bullshit just because they want a man. And I don't know, in the desperation of these women, I don't know if somebody told them you ain't shit unless you got a man, you ain't nothing unless you married, you ain't blah. I done seen where women be praying for them. That praying for a man, I think that's, I ain't saying it's something. I guess there's nothing wrong with it because you pray for other stuff. So I guess why not? That's not something I'm gonna do. But and then they pray for a particular man by name and shit. You be like, well, huh? That to me, that's bordering fucking voodoo. Like, what is going on? And I be just sitting and looking and years ago, when you have the little girl meetings and shit like that, and you hear all this crazy shit that be going on, I've been said a whole bunch of shit, and I look over at people crying and breaking. Oh, you're so wrong. But I've learned just to shut the fuck up and just start looking crazy, looking all of them, because I'm not gonna say nothing.
Right.
Because I think it's just some of this stuff is just weird to me. I mean, this one girl came to work. She got into a relationship, came to work. Next thing you know, she got the Bible, and we talking, and her desk was, across from mine, and she's talking about the dude and praying all this and whatever. A few weeks down the line, they all in the parking lot. He choking her ass and shit in her car and all this. Like, what is this? What is going on? This is what you prayed for?
Well, see, Angie, this is the thing, and
My God.
once again, we have to step into reality. When you first, like, I got a friend that she just met a guy less than 30 days ago, and she's introducing them to her children. I think it's way too fast because we all know when you meet a person, they put on their best performance. I do it myself. You see what I'm saying? I can't let them know I'm a nut early in the game because they're going to run off. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to put on my best performance, and then I'm going to slowly and gradually let you see me. And that's what he's doing too. So you have to give people time to see who they are, because I'm telling you, it never fails. One day the curtain's gonna go up and you're gonna be like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Who is that? I'm trying to tell you, you know how the saying goes. When you meet them, you meet their representative. Then 2 or 3 months down the line, they ass show up. And you be like, what the fuck is this? What the hell? Like, wait a minute.
Look, where's Sky
what the fuck is this? And I'm telling you, Scott, it's almost I got to the point where I wanted to I ain't gonna tell y'all. Well, that's kind of in production, but where these goddamn applications, I'm not fucking around. Not for me, but I'm just saying, I got the idea for me because it's like, baby, let me try to tell you about 7 years ago. I'm like, who the fuck is you?
Yeah.
Like what? Like what happened? Like, huh? Like, because it's like, and it's like certain things, right? And this is another thing, and I'm gonna tell y'all, stop telling these men what you look for in a man, and because I'm trying to tell you, they very good at becoming what the fuck you want, what you said you want, right on off the. Let me tell you something. I done had a dude to try to tell me that he was Deion Sanders. Let me tell you, I told the story before. But here's the thing, right? This was the key was on his motherfucking ass at that time. And I think Deion was when this happened, I think Deion was in college. He told me he was Deion Sanders and all of this him. I didn't know who the fuck he was. So that's why the joke was on him. Because you weren't going to get me, and because I had that built in that okay, listen, it got to be 6 weeks or more, and we got to be in an established relationship before you get any of this. You weren't going to get my ass. I didn't even know who Deion Sanders was.
That's right.
So and then he ended up dating a friend of mine's sister. Well, she was my friend too, and he had done got with her and whatever. And I was like, girl. And then when I found out who Deion Sanders was, and then he was still calling me on the slide, whatever. And I told him, I said, you lied. And I said, you messed with my friend. He told me, it's too late now. I'm like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, child. Because some guys get the wrong opinion about me. They think, okay, you got to come, you got to come to her like, okay, I'm a millionaire.
Mhm.
I'm on. I mean, the dates, the first dates and shit be something. You be like, oh my god, and I'm just so simple. My a good date for me, baby, is going to a goddamn basketball game, and then um one of the first dates. I ain't say gotta be the first date, of course. It don't have to be the first date, but one a good date to me, is just something simple as going over your mom and them house. And I'm
Mhm.
like, oh, okay, I see. Okay, because that's telling me, it's telling me something. Shit like that. But I get real deep into it, but I talk about this relationship shit I'm trying to tell you now. But and so but a lot of them, if you think that I want to go to the most expensive restaurant in the world and or do all this here and whatever and or go on all these adventure trips. Oh, we can go to this place where they go snorkeling and shit. I'm not doing that. Huh?
Right.
I'm looking like, huh? I'm not doing none of that. Or we can do this, do that. It's not that. I'm not that complicated. Like one guy I thought was so sweet when he asked me to be his girlfriend. He took me to the beach and wrote it in the sand, like shit like that. I'm like, oh Lord, have
Right.
mercy. I'm a big old sissy. I'm gonna
Right.
cry. I'm a big old sissy. I swear I love him. I love him so much, Jesus. Help me, Jesus. I love him. That didn't cost nothing.
Right.
That didn't cost a damn dime.
Right.
Because that just, and then I was like, oh, I respect shit like that because you thinking this is, this right
But
here.
look at it now. You want love and you want attention. You got to understand these women in this situation, what people are trying to stay in denial is they are moved by money and the possibility of fame and possibly the possibility of sex too. But they want to act
What's
like,
up, Dana?
oh,
Uh-huh.
hey Dana, they want to act like these women were so innocent and they didn't have a motive to get his money. They weren't around him for sex or to be or the possibility of fame. So when you look at it like that, your whole understanding of what's going on is delusional. You can't even understand what's going on because you're not facing this in a realistic manner. And that's just all it comes down to. We all have preferences of what we want. I'm the same way.
Mhm,
If you have money, that's great because I'm looking for stability. That's on my list.
mhm,
But what you're not gonna do, you're not gonna run game on me and buy me
mhm.
some flowers and make me think you love me or say you love me.
Yeah,
I think you love me. That's not gonna happen.
yeah, exactly.
It's not.
I've been in several situations where every time something, it's time to make up, here go a gift.
Right.
Here go a gift. Here
Yep.
goes okay. Now I ain't turned down no gifts. I ain't stupid. But that don't mean that everything is all good and forgiven. Cause here go a gift. What's up, mother? What's up? You back? Yeah.
I'm back just for a little bit, just a little, because I felt like I owed Sky some conversation. Because every time I get on, she gets off. Every time she gets on, I get off, and we keep saying we wanted to talk. So I'm gonna come on here just for a little bit because she had mentioned something like, "What's the difference between R. Kelly's rules and normal rules?" So whenever y'all get done, I'll
Go
touch
ahead.
on
Go
that
ahead.
Go
one
ahead.
and leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the difference between any dynamic that changes something from just general rules and general respect, for instance, things that you said that you do, have the same thing. I don't want people wearing their shoes in my house, walking around, that sort of stuff. The difference are a few key factors. Is the intent or the outcome humiliation? Is the intent or the outcome degradation? Is the intent or the outcome physical or emotional harm? That is where there is a difference. All of the rules or things that I ask for in my household, none of them, not a single one of them has an outcome that because I say, hey, don't walk through my house, you're now feeling humiliated, degraded, and you're physically or emotionally harmed. That is the difference. And we know those sorts of things because that's why we know very quickly and can identify when a child is being abused or when a dog is being abused, because we can look at the behavior that's being acted upon them and we can clearly see, okay, the intention there is not to actually stop harm. Or, for instance, I don't want people walking around my house because I have expensive material there. I have confidential things that I don't want everyone to be able to access. I also like to personally, just be cognizant of what my space is, so on and so forth. So I have reasons for that, but there is no negative outcome or trauma that could derive from that. That absolutely does take place when there's fecal matter being smeared on people. There's people who are losing large amounts of weight. Dominique said that her hair was pulled out. She said that she was beaten, I think, with a NutriBullet or some sort of kitchen item, whatever case. There's different, or a Keurig or something that got thrown at people. So there's other things that have consistently come out of R. Kelly's quote rules that clearly shows that if those things were to have taken place, they would not be harmless rules or things that were put into place just to prevent harm. Now, I will say, people navigating all in and around his house, I think that is 100% a reasonable request, not to have people just roaming around, especially since he's a celebrity, especially since I'm sure he had expensive jewelry, that sort of stuff. But hitting people with a shoe, not responding to their requests for food, and not having setups that would allow them to do different sorts of things. That's where the humiliation, the degradation, and the harm come into place. The last thing I'll say is there's also another element when it comes to the difference between rules and, in this case, what many have classified as being abusive, is there also should not be any safeguards or systems put into place that would prevent you from, pretty much removing yourself from there. Like you said, if I walk in your house right now and you said, take my shoes off, and I say, I don't want to, I can just as easily turn around, walk back out the door, and be done with it. Based upon what these individuals have said, yes, they do have that ability, but there were also, from what was the lady's name that said somebody was escaping? Was that Diana? Who was that said he asked her, why did you let such and such escape? And then all these other people kind of being in place that you had to go through certain channels in order to get access to certain things. You didn't have access to your phone. You didn't have access to certain things. So now there have been these other safeguards or systems that are put in that actually don't make it as easy as me just walking in your house, choosing not to follow a rule and leave. Nor are you going to argue with my ass when I decide to walk right back out the door. You're going to say bye. On my way back out.
Bye,
you know what I'm saying? Like, good, I ain't want you here anyway, Mo. That's what you would have been easily doing, or you wouldn't even acknowledge it. You lock the door behind me and you keep on living. That is what.
Okay, well,
that's the difference.
Let me say this, and this is why we'll never agree, because you believe the alleged victims and I don't. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is perception is your reality. Okay. And we can't say his intent because we don't know what his intentions were, but it's all in how I perceive it. If I perceive that somebody's rules are trying to control me and to keep me to do something that you want me to do, that's how I'm going to view it. So I'm going to take a negative while you might want it to be something positive. So I don't think that we could use that as a basis. For instance, a criminal. Okay, let's talk about the convoy. People believe that the government wants you to take the vaccine because we want to control you. We want to put something in your body so we can see where you monitor where you are. I mean, they have a list of reasons why they think it's something negative. But when the true intention is to do what? Help kill the virus. Okay. So when you have somebody on the opposite end of something, it's all in how they were raised and how they're going to perceive it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Okay, so it's not necessarily the intent. Everybody has a different perspective. Me, you, and Angie, we talk about things and we all have a different perception. I don't think, and I don't recall anybody saying that they couldn't leave. I thought that every person that made a statement, they were able to leave and they just didn't. Same thing when they were on the bus. Nobody said they couldn't walk off the bus and go home. Same thing when they found Dominique on when her mom went to pick her up. There was nobody in there with a gun saying you all can't leave. She had the option, and then they went home. You see what I'm saying? Let's stick to the facts. Some of them went home and came back, so they had the option to leave. So that's what I'm saying. But if you believe what the alleged victims are saying, that they got hit with a shoe, that the fecal matter and all the other stuff, then we're not gonna ever agree. Because I believe once you tell one lie, I'm not gonna believe anything else you say. It's just not. That's just me though.
Yeah, which
You know,
I think for me is also the reason why I don't personally believe R. Kelly, because to me I felt like once he lied about Aaliyah and I saw that marriage certificate, and once he lied about that videotape and I looked with my own eyes and who I saw, I've never seen the whole thing, but the clips I've seen on the news and everywhere else, I see R. Kelly. Once you lie about that, it's no way that I'm going to believe that everything else that's coming after that, plus that many people saying the same thing over multiple generations, that's not true. So I think we have the same perspective, but it's just used in different ways. And that's why, I always can engage with pretty much anybody about these sorts of things, because I see it just as that the same way that you do. And we don't got to get in no beef or nothing like that about it. It's just that we see it differently. Now, when it comes to, they came back and so on and so forth. Okay, let's use that same kind of analogy. Suppose I don't take my shoes off when I come to your house and we get in a little argument about it, but then I leave. And then we talk on the phone and you say, all right, girl, come on back over here. Just make sure you act right this time, whatever the case may be. And I said, all right, now, Scott, don't cuss me out again if I do something you don't like you did that last time when I ain't put my shoes on, take my shoes off. And then I say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and give Sky House one more chance.
But the question is, why are you coming back?
Well, here's the thing, because it's very possible that I've had multiple interactions with you outside of that where we weren't being abused. We never got in an argument. You know what I'm saying? Or you're telling me, hey, it's not going to be like that. And I still care about you for whatever those reasons may be. And therefore, I decide to come back. But that goes back to the same point that I shared a little bit earlier before you came on. And I jumped off for a real quick second, was harm is not defined by the reaction of the victim. Just me coming back, not coming back, all that doesn't negate the fact that harm was done to me in that particular moment. How I address it, whether I still engage with you, whether I don't, whether I cuss you out, whether I fight you, whatever the case may be, that never stops or changes the fact that I was harmed at the initial point of the incident. And quite frankly, that's even what the court's argument has been, and why I believe that they were able to convict him, because they are not also negating that, yeah, people came back. Almost multiple people took that stand and said, yeah, I came back. Diana said I came back. The employees, the alleged victims, all of these people said, yeah, I continue to have conversation or interaction, or I came back to the job even after bad things happened. That does not negate that something took place or went wrong. The same thing about me, if you're driving down the road and you get a speeding ticket on I-85. That doesn't mean that just because I get back on that same road again to go down and get something else, that doesn't mean that I didn't speed the first time.
It does mean that, because I wouldn't take that road if me particularly, if there's a spot that I had something negative happen to me, I'm going to avoid it like the plague. Now, if there's no way around it, like you're using a driving incident, then I might take my chances and go through. But mostly, I'm going to avoid it like the plague. But can we look at this incident and look at it like maybe they came back because they had an agenda? It's very weird that for all these people, these Diana Copeland and all these people and these victims came back to the same person for what? Can we just say that they had an agenda? Can we identify that?
I got an answer for that.
That part we can.
I got an answer for that.
Go ahead, Angie.
You know what? What I remember this. Sometimes the situation is they want the circumstances in the relationship to end and not the relationship to end. Okay? They want the abuse to end. They want a person to change. They want all those different things. They want to maybe help the person, or maybe want that person to help them. They want the circumstances in the relationship to change, but not the end, but not the relationship.
And
And I
can
want
I
$1
give
million.
another option? Hold on, let me get another option to you, Scott, as well,
Go ahead.
because that was an excellent one that Angie gave. But the other component of that could be that, or another, I guess, way to view that is, even if the person engaged and they in their head had some sort of negative intentions that they were hoping the outcome to be. For instance, if let's suppose that one of them wanted to steal all of his money. Diana wanted to take all of his money or do something, negative that she was trying to do. That, again, does not give license to say, well, you went in with bad intentions, so whatever happens to you, happens to you. You don't get a license to harm or abuse other people simply because they might have had negative intentions with you. That's the whole reason why the RICO statute was created, was because it was happening within the mob. Bad people were killing sorry, I didn't mean to use the K word. Bad people were hurting other bad people. The mobsters were going at it. The Genoveses and the Gambinos were going at each other and having bodies laying in the streets. That's the reason why it, in part, was created, was because just because they are both on bad sides of the law doesn't mean that their body needs to be left in the street and so be it, or that they need to be abused, or in this case, and that means that whatever happens to you, so be it, because you had negative intentions when you first came into it. So both of those are possibilities for me.
Well, let me say this, okay, in regards to Angie's response. I want $1 million free and clear so I could buy property and buildings, okay? In a perfect world, that's great, okay? But when does it come down to responsibility and accountability? Okay, if you put yourself in a harmful situation, then you have to be accountable and responsible for what happens to you. Okay, for instance, you have a situation where, like you're saying, there's a place that you went and there was danger. Okay, you know that somebody harmed you at this location. You continue to go back to the same place that you were harmed. When do you become accountable for putting yourself back in that situation that harmed you? When does that
But
kick in?
you can't. But your accountability can come in the form of, okay, you know what? You went back into that situation, and when you went back into that situation, let me tell you what happened to you. Now you're mentally all fucked up. You might got your ass, you maybe your side of your body all caved in. You're financially fucked up. You're estranged from your friends and all this and whatever. So there can be, it doesn't have to come in the form of some type of legal accountability or anything like that. It can come in a form of other ways, whatever. So it's like and I see what you're saying, but what your argument is, and I'm not saying nobody is I'm not speaking to somebody that's innocent or guilt or whatever. I'm just speaking with regards to the conversation we're having. So it it doesn't have to be, okay, y'all put myself in this situation, because if you think about the law says that we have a reasonable expectation not to be harmed in any situation, right? Therefore, if you do, then it may violate the law, either at the where slap on the wrist might be the result, or something, a stiffer penalty, right? That's basically what it is. I remember when Progress came up, he always said, well, will you take your child somewhere and whatever? And I used to try to explain to him, it doesn't, if I take my child, just say, if I take my child to someone that's a known whatever, killer, whatever it is, per the law, okay, I'm just asking, I have to put that out there. I have a reasonable expectation that, hey, my child is not going to get killed. If I go to, and just say if it's a business, right? I go to a business, and depending on how the law is in that state, I go to a business, I have a reasonable expectation not to be harmed in any way, not to get food poisoning, not to get blah, 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 blah. If so, then the result is they could be sued, or depending on what it is, they can be held responsible. They can have criminal liability. So
Now,
that's what it is.
I accept that on the first instance, but after you go back to the same, what was that club Larry was talking about, Mr. G's. If you keep going to Mr. G's, where you know that you got harmed the first time, or you got shot at the first time, or you know that's what they do up there, and people have died. I can't support you in that argument. I mean, if you go one time to get hurt, that's it. I agree. But if
Can I
you
say?
continue to go to a place that you know has harmed you or has the possibility of harm or hurt, then I feel like accept the accountability for what happens to you. I mean,
But
that's ridiculous to think somebody to expect a different outcome and you've already been given a certain outcome.
But me taking accountability on my side, like suppose I do take that accountability, that doesn't erase the other person's accountability for the people. Like suppose every night I walk down the street, same road, and every night I get beat up all 7 nights. That doesn't, just because I need to say, okay, yeah, I probably could have made some better decisions in choosing that route again, especially if it was avoidable. Yes, but all 7 of those people
That's
are
true, but
still accountable for their actions
but you
as
all
well.
aren't taking accountability for these victims. That's my whole point. You got R. Kelly pinned down. He wrong. He did it. He guilty because everything says so. But what about these women that continue this poor behavior, had an agenda clearly, and kept putting themselves in what they say is harm's way and don't want to accept responsibility? And
I don't know if they do it.
accountability.
I don't know if they do or not. I would say for me, that's just me personally. I have never said that they're whole totally blameless. I've never said that. I do feel that they could have all made some better choices,
Thank
especially once they
you.
reached adulthood. I do believe
Thank
that they
you,
could
Miss.
have made some different choices. I do think that they could have navigated things in a different way.
Thank
And
you.
I do wish that they had felt empowered enough to avoid a lot of the abuse that they took on. That said, again, I can say that, or even some of I think at least a couple of times when we have talked about the parents, which I never go in on the parent thing, but I have said, and Angie has said it as well, some of the decisions that were made by some of those parents, I do not agree with, and they should be taking accountability for that also. So I definitely don't have a problem doing it. I know some other people who are against R. Kelly, they won't do that. But my thing is it's not going to move the needle as far as whether R. Kelly is still responsible for his part.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm not saying that he's not responsible. I'm saying if everybody takes accountability on how all this happens. See, my thing is how did we get here? Okay, like Andrew was saying a scenario earlier. If this happens, how does it look without this person being there? How did this person get there? That's my argument. I like to understand how we get to a certain situation to understand how maybe people could learn from this and not let it happen to them in the future. But if everybody is in denial and not making these women accountable, because bottom line in relationships, a man is going to do to you what you allow him to do. Okay. Now, maybe everybody hasn't experienced that, but I know that. And I want other women to know that. So when they get in situations with men, whoever you date, whatever relationship you're in, understand that if you let him do it, he's going to do it. Okay. And same thing for if you have an agenda. You can't let money move you because you're gonna run into people with a lot of money. So does that mean you're gonna do everything to get the money? Because that's what this situation is looking like to me. They came back with an agenda, either the opportunity, because maybe I could be the next Aaliyah. He married Aaliyah. Some of these women want to be the next Aaliyah, regardless of the age that they are. I would like to have money and live in his mansion in Olympia Fields. I would love to do that. Because my lifestyle, my daddy's not there. I don't got $2 in my pocket. My mama's broke or she's on drugs. So in this situation, that looks like a better situation for me. So we have to look at all of that.
And with what you're saying, that's why it's optimal for women or men, depending on, it doesn't matter, that you guys make sure that you are self-sufficient in always, not just one way. Always. It is okay to have good coochie. Okay? That's just a plus. Okay? It's okay. But make sure your ass can stand on your own 2 feet. Because I'm going to tell you this now. Because I told you, I'm moved a little different. I ain't worried about the money because I know how to make it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or, but check this out. If R. Kelly would have jumped out with the helicopter or with a kite on or a parachute or whatever the hell with a dog and talking about, would you marry me? Hell, I could have very well been the motherfucking paperwork. I love I love Rob. Lord knows I love me some Rob.
I mean, and that's the thing, because men know what to do to the woman to get them to do what they want. Now, if that's manipulation, then damn it, it's manipulation. But they all do it. Lock them all up.
Angie, look like Sky saying all men are Delta men, not out.
Yeah, right.
I don't trust none of them.
Delta men, right?
They all Delta.
They all Delta men, child. Yes, honey. That shit would have probably got me too. I've been in the damn paperwork too. I love some raw.
That's what I'm saying. I might have been in the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? I just wasn't a fan of R. Kelly, but I could have been in the paperwork. You know, he fine to me.
Yeah, he come down there with that dog with that kite on. Shit,
Yeah.
That done took me. Oh, look at him coming out the sky. Oh, y'all see that? Girl, I turn it. Y'all don't even understand them. The people that know me, they get it. But sometimes people that you know that you just that's always just see the rough side. When they see me turn to a big old sissy, they be like, "What's going on with that? Is she okay? Oh my God!" They're like, "Does that side exist?"
Right.
Oh, look at Rob. Yeah, he got a kite on, y'all. He got a kite with a dog. Except when you marry me.
And that's the whole thing. It's just being realistic and fair. Like, I'm not saying that these women might not have got a smack or two, because it's just, hey, let me just say it. Men from Chicago. I'm not putting on R. Kelly. I'm saying men from Chicago. You got the expectation. You run up on the wrong one, you might get smacked. Okay, bad but true. But I'm just saying, in regards to doing the right thing and learning from the situation, everybody has to just have a realistic perspective of this. This is just not all bad. I could agree with you. Both sides have accountability. I can't deny that. And that's what we gonna agree, Miss Mo. Yeah, both sides got to be accountable.
Yeah, both sides. And I think if more people would see it that way, they have to see it that way. And then on top of that, like and we probably don't necessarily agree on this part too. But you talked about, sometimes men can be manipulative, and and that they'll do things like that. But I think and I know that a man with a bit more experience or a woman with a bit more experience can turn you around and manipulate somebody who's a lot younger way more and way faster, because they just have more experience, more know-how. They know more of the tricks of the trade of what might appeal to you, so on and so forth. And with that being said, I think that's also why in this particular situation, the courts and if we want to call it the court of public opinion as well, that a lot of people hold R. Kelly to a higher standard, because at least some of the people, even if the people were of 18, I don't mean no harm, 18 and 60, never the two shall meet as far as experience and engaging in relationships. And then for him to even be a celebrity, just being with a celebrity alone, they have access to so many people and women, and it's a cesspool of deviant behavior, if you want to call it that. And so when it comes down to that, it's like, okay, this person clearly was not only older, not only richer, not only had a network of people that were around him that could have helped, to influence how things went down, but then this person also is significantly more experienced and therefore more inclined to be able to use things like manipulation or whatever to turn these people's heads or contribute to them, making some of the poor decisions that they made.
And I agree with that, because that's factual. However, I'm just from a different place. I don't know if you were aware, but I give this example a lot. R. Kelly used to have parties at his mansion in Olympia Fields, and it was like on a weekly basis. And he would have a bus go around to 2 prime locations to pick people up. So the women would get on this bus, they would go to his house, and the word that got back to me was they were taking your phone and you had to sign the NDA. Okay. Once that got back to me, Scott said she ain't getting on the bus
No.
because I'm not giving nobody my phone and I'm not signing no NDA. Okay.
Yeah.
But I also knew, why are you going to R. Kelly's house, Scott? What you doing over there? It's a party. Now, what type of party? You see what I'm saying? You are going into a situation of unknown, but just like you said, I know celebrities have a lot of women. I know they have a lot of money. I know they have access. They also have alliances with, law enforcement. So me knowing that never put me on that bus, but I could have easily been in the paperwork now.
I mean, a lot of people could have. And think about it, even right now, celebrities do that very same thing. We know, I mean, the biggest ones that you could think of, Jay-Z and Beyonce. From what we hear about them, that's the reason you don't hear anything really about them, is because it's known that if you are at an event with them, it's no phones and you're signing that NDA. If you're not signing it, you're not coming in.
There you
And
go.
So
yeah.
That's a very common thing that unfortunately, or fortunately, I get why they have to do it on the celebrity end, because I can never, if you think about it, like for me, I go to a party, when I was in college, I go to a party, be drunk, passed out, dancing, getting on the floor, whatever case may be. They could never do that because somebody would be recording it and posting it. Like they could never live their life. So I get that to some degree, but if you use it then to mask, criminal behavior or abuse, or you doing some extra stuff, now you're doing too much, and like you, I'm not going, period. I don't care. And I'll say that even for Beyonce, even though I think about it for B, I ain't gonna lie, I would think about it.
We're going to find outside.
Yeah, look, I would be thinking about it real hard, but Lord knows, at the end of the day, to me, I don't like walking into unknowns, period. I don't
That's what I'm saying.
I don't do that. I don't walk into unknowns. My first thing, once you say we going somewhere, who gonna be there? What's going on? Who's this? Who's that? That's my thing. And if I don't like something or something strike me wrong, I'm be like, no, I got some other plans. I ain't going. Nah, just tell me how it is when y'all get back. That's just me. But I know a lot of people that don't have that level of caution.
But when do we get to the aspects you brought up in regards to the celebrities? They have a lot of money. They have a lot of women. It's almost at a point of being naive and maybe ignorant to the fact, putting yourself in a situation that you just shouldn't be in, but maybe your agenda that's just going in the wrong way. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, how do you not understand that this is a possible harmful situation to you? That's the part that I don't get. I knew, and trust me, I was a teenager. I knew not to go. But I think it's from my environment.
I said that's not the case, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I had some homegirls back in the day. Like, again, even when I was younger, I wouldn't have done that because it's not my nature now. It never has been. We talk about those core value things. I've always just been a suspicious person. And I just assumed everything was gonna go wrong anyway. But I can tell you plenty of my homegirls and even my own family members, even one of my sisters, I can tell you right now, she would have absolutely went, because they just looking for the good time. She's thinking about the here and now and not the possibilities of what could happen. And to be clear, I probably missed out on a lot of good times that nothing happened whatsoever, by me just being reserved and not necessarily wanting to go. There's so many people, and I don't know about, Angie as well, but like, is it unheard of though for some teenagers just to go do some stuff just to have some fun?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Or just to want to go say, hey, I saw a celebrity, or I said, I just turned 40. I just turned 40. And I said I would still consider doing it for Beyonce.
Exactly.
I don't know.
So we can't sit up here and act like that. And so I can't even sit up here and say, and I definitely know of the things that I have seen done or considered doing back in college or high school or whatever. I can't say that all of that stuff was reasonable or that I should have been doing any of it. So I don't think we can hold these, these ladies or these young men to a standard that's not reasonable. A reasonable person absolutely could have went to those parties.
Yeah,
and let me tell you this, but with my bad parenting ass, let me tell you this. Honey, let me tell you something. That NFL, and I'll get my child on the line. What his name is? What, the Peyton Manning man? Here I go. Come on, child. Here, Peyton Manning. Woo! That's it. Oh, here's such and such. Come on, girl. Oh, yeah, but I know better. with my old ass. I'm not gonna get, I'm not gonna do this, that, and the other. And she's definitely not gonna do this, that, and the other. All we are, baby, all we doing, oh, he gonna photo op. Oh, hey, how you doing? All right, oh, there's some good sandwiches and shit. All right now. And when it look like, baby, when them eyes get the, everybody get the point, and you come in, baby, we hitting the door. We not gonna do this. No, we just listen. I'm just saying. So, so I'm since early on, I was well aware what was going on or whatever. But like Mo said, it was pure. But back then, it was just pretty much, this is a celebrity. We just finna hang around, kick it or whatever. But when they start looking for ass and shit, that is not what I'm fixing to do. Okay. But I knew that early on. I knew that early on. And it maybe made a difference or whatever. At that time, well, in one couple instances, I wasn't sexually active then. And then even then when I did get sexually active or whatever, I wasn't crossing that line because I knew that those celebrities had a woman in every, what I'm saying? It was just my mindset. And I've always thought that, I'm a star too. And I'm a star in this relationship too. Shit, what do you mean? So I'm a star in the show too. So I'm not gonna, just because you might be a bigger star, don't mean that I got to conform and I got to do all this and just to be with you, just to hang with you. I'm not trying to get you to pay my bills. I don't need you. I'm not trying to be a star. I'm not trying to be nothing. So I think mindset does play a big part in what you're seeking after, what they're searching after. They want to be a star. They want to be in a relationship with this dude. They want money or whatever it is. That also plays a big factor on how their union is going to turn out. I wasn't seeking none of that. I was
But you
just
know
sitting
what,
there,
Angie, I gotta blame the parents. I have to go back to the parents because in every situation, even my own, my mom instilled in me certain values. She let me know that I was a beautiful person. I could do everything. That they were gonna provide everything I needed. So when I went into the streets, there was no guy that could tell me anything that I knew that my mother and father wasn't gonna provide for me. I knew that I was great. I knew that I was smart. I knew that I was educated. They instilled those things in me. So the streets couldn't really sway me. Then when you learn how to move in the streets, you learn places to go. Stranger danger. I don't know. See, they don't do these commercials now. It used to be, this is
straight today,
drugs. This is your
straight
brain on drugs. Okay. I grew up under that.
They crack that old egg, huh?
Yeah, they crack the egg on
wow.
you. And this is the brain on drugs. So it's like, and everybody's a stranger. So everybody's danger. They don't know R. Kelly. What are you doing going to anybody's house? My mother would break my neck if she knew I was in some man's house doing some nefarious act or even partying. She just would have looked at that like you just made a poor decision and that was just irrational. And you better be glad that you are here now because they could have killed you. She just would have
But
told me that.
that's what I peeped out too. I don't know how they do it where you guys were, but you know what I peeped out? I could watch people like here that you got people giving out flyers to parties, to clubs, to this and whatever. They would give certain girls the flyers and
Tell
shit.
it, Angie.
And some they wouldn't give the girls the flyer. And I would peep that shit out. I'm like, okay, now why you done skipped over all, why I got one? What is going on with this bullshit? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this is some funny business going on at this party. See, there's some bullshit going on. Oh, okay, I see how this works. Yeah, they would give certain people the flyers or whatever, and then and you could see them looking, scouting. I'm like, see, there's some bullshit.
But I
This
just
is
wanted
out.
to bring this up too, though. When we get to, because I know you mentioned something about the celebrities, but this is the whole thing, and people have to give me an explanation for the documentary. Okay, now in the way I'm viewing this, and I know people view it different because I saw some of your comments, Miss Mo, in regards to the agenda to kill masculinity and R. Kelly being the symbol of that. Okay, now you mentioned that there's other wealthy men, and that's very true. However, they are not the representative of, black love. You never heard of guys making babies to Idris Alba, you know what I'm saying? Something like that, or I can't think of the other people that you named, but R. Kelly, I believe they specifically attacked him. Hence, you have the documentary to support it. Because I just don't understand this huge propaganda. I don't understand what, if it's not nefarious, what is the purpose of it?
What you mean, like nefarious? How? Not about the
I'm saying
documentary.
if it doesn't have a nefarious agenda, what's the purpose of it? If it's not to slander him, diminish his character, and make him look bad, and to follow a particular agenda, why what else was it created? Because we haven't seen this in any other situation, not in the OJ case, other profound cases, we haven't seen this. So why do we have this showing now in the R. Kelly case, and then not just once, but back to back episodes of this
Every
while he's going to trial?
All right, I'll address that, and then I'm gonna go and grab my dinner. I might be back on. Andrew, you've been doing a long stint anyway, so might not. But here's I think there's multiple reasons why. One, you had said stuff about the parents before. We disagree on that point too, because I don't feel that parents are 100% responsible for their child's independent decisions. Even parents who do everything right by the book, children are just going to make poor decisions sometimes along the way that are counter to that. We all do.
I agree.
And so I don't put all of that responsibility onto the parents. As far as why R. Kelly was used, or some people who believe that it was an intentional kind of thing to bring down a significant figure in the Black community. I would say, wow, I do think that R. Kelly was a symbol for sexuality, and I would even venture to say hypersexuality. I did not view R. Kelly, and I don't know anybody else who viewed R. Kelly as a stature of healthy relationships. I never saw it was more of a playboy sort of, just be sexual and be open about that sort of thing. So I don't personally, that's why I don't think that I don't buy into the idea that, oh, this whole thing is just to bring down this significant person who was helping to build up the Black community in the space of relationship building or Black relationships. I don't agree with that, because for me, I never viewed him in that way. Of course, he did have happy people, but that was like some of those things, or even I Believe I Can Fly or whatever. Those weren't things that I thought that we looked at him to say, hey, this is like, for instance, a Bill Cosby figure was a person that we looked up to for the purposes of, we saw him as modeling a healthy Black family to some degree. I never saw R. Kelly in that same boat. So I don't think that worked.
Not
I think hold on. I think for me, because I definitely got to jump off, but the reason for me why I think that his, spawned into whatever it was, I think one, that, he has been a part of, I guess if you want to call it for him, unfortunate timing in the space of our culture has now shifted and caught up to understanding and now even advocating on behalf of victims and trauma. The other thing that I will say with this is, I think just the sheer volume, number, and severity of the situations that we're talking about in it of itself makes it so salacious that I hate to say it but it makes it entertaining. The same way, for instance, as sick as it is, that's the same thing with Jeffrey Dahmer, right? People still talk about him. He's still, there's a, movie or whatever where people are reenact. Why? Because the things that he did were so outrageous and almost unfathomable that, of course, media is going to pick that up and then put that out into the world. That doesn't mean, however, that there's some alter agenda, aside from the fact of like, wow, this is an occurrence that happened in our lifetime that's just so outrageous, it's almost hard to believe. And I think that's the case with R. Kelly. You're talking about I think Jim Derogatis said he knew like 69 people that he had encountered. That number is just unheard. I cannot think of a single other celebrity that has had that I could say, well, that person had 70 people too. Like, or
But you
70
believe it
accusers or
though.
what have
That's
you.
the problem. You believe it.
Yeah,
So if you
because
believe
I find it hard to believe that if that was the case, every celebrity would have 70 people accusing them of some sort of salacious thing. That isn't the case.
Yes, it is the case because they all have attorneys and they all have lawsuits all of the time. I mean, if you look around, you have Chris Brown, he's dealing with that. Tupac was dealing with that. Every
Hold on,
Mike
David.
Tyson, all these celebrities have dealt with some type of sexual accusation. Even Jay-Z,
Yeah,
Russell Simmons.
accusation, one or two, or maybe a handful. And like some people, for instance, Mike Tyson, you brought him up. Mike Tyson was a person who did, like, at one point, it's like you're a bad boy sort of situation. Bobby Brown, you got this reputation because you're getting in trouble more than normal, or more than even would be expected for a celebrity. But you're talking about 70 people.
You believe the number though. That's what I'm saying. So when you believe the numbers, then of course that's gonna be your stance.
Well, of course, because I saw the video and I saw the other evidence there. So I'm convinced that now here's the thing. Could there be some in that number that's lying? Yeah. But out of that, that's too many people to say that everybody's lying. Especially when I've seen that video. Especially when the court showed a video of somebody smearing stuff on themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. It's like, okay, they're not all lying. That's how I feel about it. I'm gonna keep listening, but I gotta go and jump and eat my dinner. But I'm gonna keep listening though.
Okay.
All right, take it easy.
Let me say this because I strongly disagree. That's my background is early childhood education, and the core of all individuals are their parents. Okay, we all know that PI, parent involvement, is going to be the foundation of how the kid is going to develop. We all know if a parent is missing, we already know what the factors are going to be. So, not saying that a parent is 100% responsible for their child, but they are responsible for their foundation. Okay. And that foundation is then going to offset how they carry themselves off into society. So, with that being said, the parents still are at the foundation of that. Now, of course, I'm not going to put a percentage on of 100%, but it makes a difference. Okay. So, but then when you have a situation where, you believe the propaganda machine, but all 70 of these people were not on trial. Do you see what I'm saying? So what do you believe in, the propaganda machine, or do you believe in what actually happened and what was charged in the actual,
But now,
charged in the case?
but now let me ask you this, right? Okay. Now, if we introduce we gonna use the variables of psychology and law into what you're saying, okay? So if of course they're not gonna get all 70 people to come in and blase squads or whatever, unless it's going to be 70 charges, or and if they do if they did you said if they did 30 charges and 40 uncharged acts, then they're going to get a challenge from the defense saying that now it's prejudicial or whatever, because it's going to be wrong acts being introduced as propensity evidence. So they're not going to do that, right? So you have to factor that when you say, well, why not all 70 people? That's the reason why, but and to add to that, if you got, just to speak to what Mo said, if you have these people coming up here and saying this happened, and then you got evidence showing that something happened, and if you add in the psychology of reasonable deduction, you got to kind of infer that something happened. Maybe it didn't happen the way they said it happened. Maybe somebody told some lies or whatever. I'll give you all of that. I would never disagree with that. So you can't say it would be different if it's 1, 2. I'll even give it 3 people, but it's more than 3 people. So you got to say something happened. You might disagree. I disagree with how it happens at sometimes. That's what my disagreement of how it happens.
But
And
okay,
that's usually a defense. Wait a minute, that's usually something a defense can challenge us. How they say, that's a strategy. Let me say this. That's a strategy of the defense would come and say, hey, we're going to challenge how the prosecutor said it happened in order to raise reasonable doubt. But go ahead. I always got to pivot there.
No,
Always got to pivot there. But go ahead.
yeah, we need that. But see, this is the thing. And to try and misconstrue what this is all about, and to say that this is about victims and victims and victim rights, that's just a false narrative. We know the Time's Up movement is about women, the Me Too movement and about women voices. Okay. So in that being said, R. Kelly is not the example of healthy relationships. R. Kelly is the example of sexuality, heterosexual sex. Okay.
Mhm.
And that's what this is about: killing Black love, killing the heterosexual agenda, killing masculinity. And when you understand that, you understand what this whole agenda is about. But you all still haven't justified to me the propaganda machine. If it's
But,
not about that, then why do we have the documentary?
but let me ask you this. Let me tell you this, right? You can have what you just said. You can have the propaganda. You can have everything that you just eloquently said and put it in a way that anybody that has a reasonable mind and a rationale can understand and apply to this situation. You can have all of that. But on the other side of that, but listen, on the other side of that, you can also say, with all that being said, that could have been done to anybody. You could apply what you just said to
But it
anybody.
wasn't, Andy. It
Hold on,
wasn't.
but I'm just saying. But when the results come out, will there be some type of criminal liability? That's what I'm saying. You can have what you
Okay.
say. You can apply that. Just say you can apply that to Chris Brown, and he done had an accusation, and that turned out to be some bullshit because he had recordings and stuff that show what this girl was on the take or whatever. He done had accusations and he done put a gun on the motherfucker. I think they still trying to sort that out, right? And I get that, right? But my thing is, you can apply that same logic to that same perspective, I say, to Michael Jackson. Is the outcome
Yes. Wait,
legal?
wait.
Huh?
Now, wait now. How many people have we heard say, I made babies off of R. Kelly versus I made babies off of Michael Jackson? I'm saying R. Kelly
Well,
is the king of
I know,
R&B.
but I'm just saying, what you can have another perspective. We
But
can
I'm
apply to
saying,
Michael
let's keep
Jackson.
it
We can have
real,
another
though,
one. I say
Andrea.
that. But my thing is the result some type of, criminal responsibility? Is there some type of legal implications at the end of it? That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
That you can want to kill heterosexuality, you can want to kill the masculinity, you can want to kill, Black love, blah blah blah. That's good, but then that's fine, and they can run that shit to from here to the moon. At the outcome was there some kind of legal? Is there some type of legal ramification? Meaning, did something happen to the rise to the level of criminality? Did that happen on the outcome? That's what we're dealing with. You
Okay.
can definitely have what you're saying.
Okay.
As far as propaganda.
Now, I agree with what you're saying, but we all know that we're dealing with testimony being evidence. Okay. Now, of course, you might have had some pictures and videos of some other random crap, but testimony being evidence, meaning that what I'm saying is what's going to go down in the court of law. Okay. So you have that situation where you have people coming in saying things happen. Okay. Now, at the same time, tell me why we need the propaganda machine to get there. Why do we have to muddy the water and then say, boom, let's put this pamper on you and make this pamper fit? Because to me, you're constructing what you need the audience to say. You're constructing what you need these victims to say. Hey, you guys, look at this. This is the playbook. Run this playbook to lock this nigga up. Why, if that we see, and we could say that because it has happened right now in R. Kelly's
Mhm.
situation. Like you're saying, great point. It could happen to anybody, but it happened now. My question is, why now? Why for R. Kelly? If it's not an agenda to, like I said, kill masculinity, kill heterosexual sex and Black love, etc., etc. Like, why? I just want justification for the documentary. Not saying it's not, it couldn't be done. It's wrong, but nobody wants to know why it's happening now in this situation. If R. Kelly's so guilty, why do you need all that? Take these
But
women's word, take him to court, and lock his ass up. But you got so much bullshit in the air. People don't know whether to believe the documentary or what these other women are saying. You don't think that's
okay,
wrong, Angela?
well, I see what you're saying, but here's the thing, right? Lifetime, although Lifetime is a network. Their goal is to make money. They seized on an opportunity to make money, okay? And they had people that were willing to speak out on what they claim happened to them. So that's what they did, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when the authorities, because Lifetime, it wasn't sealed off, to the authorities or whatever, and being that they had already had, civil claims, criminal claims, you know what I'm saying, and allegations, and you got, parents knocking on their doors and putting in complaints and inquiries and police reports and shit like that, and doing press conferences and stuff like that.
Now I don't recall no.
Boom, here comes the documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Now they say, ooh, they got people. We just need one person to talk. And let's see if we can get some more. So we got all that. We got a Jim Derogatis. He's written a book. He got people. He said there's people talking to him. So they're saying, well, damn, if there's people talking to him, let's see if they'll talk to us. And that's how this works. You know what I'm saying? How one thing will lead to another thing that leads to a bigger thing, right? And then what's the eventual outcome? So, but they're going to, but on the end of now, Lifetime, they don't have to vet what nobody says in the documentary, right? They got to vet that because that's their people's story. But the government, they got to investigate. Go ahead.
But see, I'm with you with the timeline only up until the point of the beginning of it. If you had the reports, okay, which I don't recall them having. If you have, okay, you definitely have allegations and people complaining, because you're gonna always have a hater. But with that being said, why didn't you act 30 years ago when you quote unquote had this information? Why do you wait now to create a propaganda machine to clearly, in my point of view, set the framework of how you all need this thing to look? Then you come and you solicit people to follow this framework, and then you lock his ass up based on this documentary. Like, I just don't see how you all don't question that. If they would have acted long time ago, I wouldn't have had nothing to say. Okay, they had the report, they did it in a it looks just manner. But when you add bullshit to the game, I can't. I have to question it.
But then they try to come at him in 2008, and then they try 2002, and then the trial went down in 2008, and then he had several civil lawsuits, which like I'm saying, a lot of people that file civil law, that go with civil lawsuits and NDAs and whatever, they are under the mindset that they cannot talk to law enforcement or whatever, because they'll break whatever agreement or whatever. And then you have police reports, like the girl with the who was the hair braider girl. She said she went to the cops and they found the shit in the dumpster or whatever. So again, a prosecutor is not going to go forward with a case. And back then, let me say this, back then, most states were, bringing charges based on the prosecutors. And then now they slowly graduated to the states now, graduated to where the prosecutors can bring charges, or they can seek an indictment. And now most states now, pretty much rely on grand jury indictments or whatever in order to go forth. So it's a process of, and like I said, I've always told y'all, when it comes to domestic violence, Levi, I see you, with domestic violence, and when it comes to sexual abuse and rape and things of that, even rape, things of that nature, they always pretty much like to have the victim as a witness, to turn into a victim witness. If not, a lot of times those charges don't even, they just stay there on in a file or whatever. It stays, on somebody's desk. But if they don't have that person or whatever, they normally don't even bring it forward. What's up, Levi?
Hey, Levi.
Yeah,
Get her, Levi.
hey, what's
Get
up?
her. No.
If it's too much noise, give me a minute. I'm in a noisy place, but tell me if it's too much noise. How good
Are
can
you
you guys
good?
hear me?
You
Okay,
good?
first of all, let me say this. The statement you just made, you would have to bear witness to the fact what we talked about the other day, and that is they charged him with Azriel, and they did not have a victim witness then. There was no they had
Oh, good
when they
point.
charged.
So,
You
so
feel
you're
me?
right.
Okay, now see, I'm telling you,
Hold
listen
on,
now,
hold on.
Sky Life.
Hold on.
Let's go,
That's
Levi.
the feds.
Let's
Let's
go.
go.
Hold on. Let me tell you, that's the feds. Feds bring cases on behalf of the feds, on the federal government. They bring cases on behalf of the federal government. It's a little different in the state. It's a little different. Feds bring charges on behalf of the federal government, not on behalf of the individual. That's just, that's just extra.
Okay, so let's
When
go
they
with your
bring
premise. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
when the feds when the feds brought that case and they put and here's the thing, they're kind of, if they don't, sometimes if they don't have, like, and this is when they have a lot of something to prove their case, to where they don't put her ass in the indictment and ain't even spoke to her. This is what I think. They haven't even spoken to her. That's when they had something that was pretty good as evidence that somebody signed off and
Oh,
said, go. What you talking about? Sit down.
Miss Walker.
Miss Walker, my ass, it was in there.
Let me tell you. I was listening to y'all the other day, and I said I was about to do a video. I woke up and listened to you and Sky's exchange the other day. I said I'm about to do a video. Then I said I'll just do it in live on your live. Listen, Miss Walker, I heard you and Sky Life say, well, that's a good question. How did they uh, levy these charges against him and they did not have Azriel? Let me tell you what they had, Miss Walker. What they had were two things. And that is, if you read the indictment, prior to Azriel agreeing to testify, prior to them having a quote unquote victim witness, if you read the indictment, what they had was what you will be reading is a script, a replica of everything that was stated in the Lifetime and on the Lifetime documentary. They use that as their script, their template. This is what we're going on. We're going to craft federal charges against the United States citizens based on what a docuseries said, and more poignantly, what people are missing is what the parents were saying on the documentary. Now, if you go get the original indictment and you go put it next to what the parents were saying and what the documentarians, the producers of that documentary were saying, you could never deny that it is identical. So what you have is the federal authorities going to grand juries, and they don't even have a victim witness. And I was astounded. Like Ms. Walker, don't you know that's what they basically fashion everything after is. And then you hear Miss Mo say, and you hear this a lot. Well, Jim DeRogan said he had 60 something more. He said this and she said that, and listen. What is this he said? Because he said it. Because Jane Doe number 5 says he hit her with a shoe. That means it happened. Now, Another point I want to make, and that is this. You know, I heard Ms. Mo say when it becomes 70 and all of these numbers, there in so many words, she says it has to be some credence to what is being reported because there's so many. Well, here's the answer to her question. You take T.I. and his wife Tiny. I remember being in Atlanta years ago, and we went into a strip club, and there was T.I. and Tiny. I motioned for T.I. He said, "Come on," and we went up in the VIP with T.I. And as we're walking in the VIP, this is before I even knew that they swung and their lifestyle. I remember being, like, wow, I saw Tiny and T.I. sitting with two dancers standing over them dancing, and Tiny and T.I. were looking at those young ladies like they could literally eat them on the damn stage. And I'm like, damn. And this is what I be telling y'all about Hollywood and that celebrity lifestyle stuff, man. It's weird. I'm like, God, look at this. He's with his wife, and they looking at these two young girls like they could actually just eat them. You feel me? All right, bro. Now, let's fast forward. When the allegations came out about T.I., and this is to Miss Mo, their friend, Tiny and T.I.'s friend, supposed to be godparents to the woman's daughter, if you remember a couple of years ago, she talked about their lifestyle, and she talked about basically how they've been doing this for years, going on social media, and they've even admitted to it to a certain extent, where they'll go on social media, on Instagram, see models and see chicks, and T.I. will hit them up, or Tiny will hit them up and say, "You want to party with us?" Yeah, bet. Now, from what I was told, T.I. makes them sign a non-disclosure agreement. They have to sign certain things, which is also the case with a lot of celebrities, where I've heard so many say, "You can't bring your cell phones in here. We partying. You got to sign this." They search you for cell phones. They search you for recording and spy devices and shit. And they turn up. They get in there, have orgies, all kind of shit be going on. So let's go with these numbers that Miss Mo just talked about. Let's start there. If you put R. Kelly on the board, write R. Kelly's name on the board, and you write, how many females have R. Kelly slept with? Then next to that, you write, how many females have R. Kelly partied with? Now, up under R. Kelly's name, you put T.I.'s name. You put Puff Daddy's name. You put Notorious B.I.G. You put Tupac's name. And you listen to the people who were around them. Tupac slept with damn near half of goddamn Hollywood. He slept with porn stars. Drake, they just did a skit on Saturday Night Live a few weeks ago about Drake. Have you slept with Drake? It was a joke, but they were talking about how Drake then screwed goddamn half of Hollywood. He done screwed all. Listen, if your woman, any guys who are listening to this, if your woman is decent looking and nice looking, you can best believe Drake done damn near slept with her. He done screwed all. Drake done screwed all of them damn near. Future says, the rapper Future in his song, he says in the song Wicked, name a bitch on Instagram that I ain't hit. And if she's telling lies about me, it's because she ain't shit. That's what he says. Point a bitch on Instagram I ain't hit. And if she's telling lies about me, that means she ain't shit. And he talks about how he flies them in and screws them, and they go on about their business. So when you put R. Kelly in the proper context of a celebrity, all of them, those who do engage in that lifestyle, Mike Tyson can tell so many stories. If you listen to their stories, Mike Tyson said he walked in the thing and he was talking to Tupac, and there was a chick with Tupac, and Mike Tyson said, "I want to hit that." And Tupac told the chick, "Go," and Mike, go. Snoop Doggy Dogg did a song about it when he says, If y'all remember Snoop Doggy Dogg, PIMP, I don't know what you heard about me. And Snoop Doggy Dogg says, damn, I look at my man's video and it's the same chick that was in my video. He was talking about how they be screwing all these different chicks like a revolving door. And he said, well, make that more fucked up. I watch the Million Man March. And I see the chick at the Million Man March that was in me and so-and-so's video. Like, these are hoes. Melissa Ford, the superhead, the video vixen. You feel me? They get to say, I sucked off Bobby Brown, I sucked off this one, I sucked off that, and she can run a list. She done sucked damn near all of the black male celebrities and the women. But she could write a book and it's cool. You feel me? Now, what Miss Mo was doing was trying to paint my cousin as a regular person. That lifestyle of a revolving door of women, when you say 70, as if that's a high number. Check this out. Now, here's the difference between R. Kelly, Future, Chris Brown, Puff Daddy, and all of them. You've never seen a commercial for none of them. Just like you see a commercial for mesothelioma. What's the name of Mesa? Have you worked around asbestos?
Whatever that commercial.
Mesothelioma, yeah, whatever. Have you taken Tylenol while you were pregnant? Have you? So these attorneys come out and they get these commercials. If you were using this tampon or that tampon, if you were using talcum powder and you developed this, call this number and get some money. Yeah. That's the difference between R. Kelly and the rest of them, that you've never seen a commercial that says, if you screwed R. Kelly, call this 1-800 number. If you screwed R. Kelly, you're going to be in lifetime too. Give us a call and we're going to make you'll be able to write books. You'll be able to get known. You're known now and you can possibly be on a reality show. And so he explains it to Gayle King in the most intelligent, fair, precise way. He says it's easy to make rumors about me because it spreads like wildfire and the person can say he did this to me that he did to them. So to Miss Mo, and she says she's listening, here is where Levi comes in. What you just did 45 minutes ago is how the whole Lifetime thing was set up and how these prosecutions were set up. I liken it to us. We've all done this. We'll see a meal advertised. Like, damn, that look good. Then you go to the restaurant and there's only a little meat and they'll put the bread up under the thing and they'll put a lot of rice and it'll prop it up like it's a big meal. But you're like, damn, this is really false advertising. And this is what Miss Mo just did, because if you take those 70 women that she spoke about, and then you compare that to what Ms. Walker talked about, and that is criminality. I would ask, let's play the devil's advocate. Say if he did screw them or fuck them and sent them on their way. Say if he did, say the woman who said, I asked him about Aaliyah, or I forgot, she said the sex tape or whatever. And he said, don't you ever, the woman that worked at the radio station, grown ass woman, don't you ever ask me no shit like that. This is according to her. She said, my cousin said this to her. As a matter of fact, when you get back here, time you touch down, I'm going to slap the shit out of you. That's what she said he told her. And she said, sure enough, she got on the plane, went, landed. And when he got in the Sprinter van or the Metro car or whatever, he slapped the shit out of her. Miss Mo. Right now, Levi, which I would never do, says to a woman, I tell you what, when you get, I'm going to slap the shit out of you. And I do it. And let's just say the police see me slap the shit out of them. They see me. And they run to me and they arrest me, Miss Mo. How much time would I do in prison for that, if I even go to prison for that? Police got me on film. I didn't snatch the woman out the car and slap the hell out of her in front of police film, airport film. They see it. Let's just say they charged me with domestic violence and assault, Miss Mo. What am I gonna get for that?
Probably probation.
Maybe probation, and worst case scenario, a year in the state county jail. So, Miss Mo, all them women you talking about, even though they gave inconsistent statements and they lied and they contradicted themselves on different versions of what they told, let's just say he did it. He served enough time already to wipe that shit clean. Say if he did, say I want to urinate on you, or I want you to get in the bed with this one and that one. This is about to be a freak party. Say if he did engage in sadomasochistic behavior, it's not illegal if the other party consents and agrees. But what you cannot do, like Jennifer Bonjean pointed out, is now you want to point to what most people would perceive as bad acts or an immoral lifestyle. And you want to say now he should get life in prison. That's not fair, because the actual alleged crimes themselves don't carry but a year in fucking prison. The herpes thing, people, they talk about the herpes. Say if they said, okay, say if he admitted and said I gave her herpes and didn't tell her. What's that going? What does that carry? A year, 6 months? You feel me? So they gave us the bread and the rice and put a little meat on top and made us think it was most people think it was a meal. But Miss Mo, at the end of the day, my cousin was hoish. He didn't do nothing that other celebrities don't do. God damn, you got Jada Pinkett Smith talking about the man like a dog until we find out she was screwing her son's damn friend. Everybody knows that Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, with all due respect, sit down, boy, together, be quiet, boy. This dog laughs so much. Listen, everyone know in entertainment circles that Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith together have eaten more pussy than the law allows. They know that they've sucked more penises, both of them together now. They know that Will Smith will eat a dick and Jada Pinkett Smith will lick some pussy before you can get out the car. And everybody know it. It's no secret in Hollywood that they swing, and they've eaten more goddamn women than Jaws, the goddamn shark. That's the lifestyle. Now, Skylife is listening, I know. Imagine if a commercial came out right now on Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith. Excuse me. You can get millions of dollars if you contact this number if you slept with Will Smith or Jada Pinkett Smith. You will see maybe 1,000 guys, young women. That's their lifestyle, Ms. Walker.
Yeah, but that's their lifestyle. But what the issue that the government alleged is that whatever, I mean, it could be their lifestyle, but it could be 100% consensual, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The government is saying that R. Kelly, during his lifestyle, did things that were not consensual and that frankly broke the law. That's
Yes,
two
ma'am.
different things, right? That's two different
Yes,
things.
ma'am.
Let me go back to that because you like with me and you in that lifetime always have problems. Okay, there is nobody, and I'm not, I'm speaking absolute, but there is not a legal body authority in America that's going to say draft whatever they say in a documentary and put that in an indictment. It just don't work that way. What I think is more plausible, and then after that live I did, I heard this is what happened too, is that the parents gave that information, and some kind of way, the evidence the government recovered the evidence they needed to cement a an indictment or what have you, right? So with that being said, I always told y'all that with an indictment you can tell two things. You could tell one, when somebody's telling a story, okay, and two, when the government, when the indictment comes about from an investigation that they uncovered evidence themselves. And it could also be a combination of the two. You could just tell it when you read it. So, but they didn't just go and get that, like I said, the documentary did play a big part of, them getting indicted, but they didn't just use whatever the documentary stated, because I mean the elements, the language of the elements doesn't even conform with the documentary.
I'm
But
about to send
and
you.
I understand you wanna lay blame all on the documentary. I think, but like I said, I think the documentary played a very huge part of, because they even said, the authorities, both state and federal, even credit the documentary with a lot of what went down, what got them. Because see, you got to also know this. Like I said 1,000 times, when it comes to prosecution and shit like that, honey, that budget is like I said, whether how dangerous this person is or whatever, and that budget, how can we allocate these resources, is the top two things that's going on in any director or who's ever agreeing to pursue an indictment or charges if it's at the state level, and if they see a document or something like that, they can use that to say, hey, we got enough here that maybe we can get some of these people in, we can maybe uncover some of this evidence or whatever, and we can take it to the grand jury and secure an indictment.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Let me start off by saying I hate to talk and not have my reference, my actual documented proof, and I'll find that and send it to you. That government official with the Homeland Security said that we launched these investigations after we saw or we were contacted by a lot of people due to the lifetime documents. So, word,
Right.
okay, we got that, which I find that problematic, but you said it's legal and that's fine. Okay, now let's go back to the beginning and let's deal with Jane Doe number 5. See, this is where the government or no one else can get around. If I'm going to investigate Robert Kelly well, let me back up. You said something that was absolutely true. You said that according to the government, a lot of the things that they charged R. Kelly with was non-consensual. Well, I will give you this. Anything pertaining to minors, I view as non-consensual, and that is the law. All right. So let's separate and compartmentalize, if we can, how many of all of the alleged victims were minors or reported to have been minors. How many we gonna come up with, Ms. Walker? How many?
Jane Doe, what? Okay, Jane Doe number 1. You had let me just say the names. You got Aaliyah, you have Deronda, you have what the girl name is?
Can you please stop for a minute? Please stop. Please stop.
Yeah.
With all due respect. Now the first name you named was a woman that's deceased.
Yeah.
Now come on, Mama. Come on now.
It doesn't matter whether she's deceased or not. She showed up in that paperwork. So that's
I
why I
understand,
named
but that don't make it right. Now, I agree if she, God forbid, God bless her soul, if Aaliyah had been murdered, a murder victim can't speak for themselves. So yeah, I would say, oh yeah, shit, just because a serial killer is murdering women and the woman's dead, yeah, if you find some evidence, this, that, and third. But the Aaliyah thing is absurd because every allegation that they put against him, every charge pertaining to Aaliyah was word of mouth and what people claimed they saw. She couldn't refute it. So you know that's unfair. I think you would agree that's unfair. Now, hold on.
Well, but just because they're dead doesn't mean that the crime didn't allegedly happen. That doesn't work that way.
Wait a minute. I said if she were murdered, I would agree. But as far as the bus door, the tour bus door flew open, and I saw him screwing Aaliyah. It's not. I'm sorry. If that were by itself, just that, they would have said, well, we can't charge him with that because you saying you saw something. She's dead. She's deceased.
And they did.
And that's like, in other words, one day we're going to do this, and I'm going to do it on my channel, and we could continue it on your channel. We're going to break down the individual alleged victims and the individual charges, and we're going to ask ourselves what these individual charges stand on their own as it pertains to if the sister, and I don't disrespect the sister, Javante Cunningham had gone to the federal authorities alone and said, oh, I just had to, there's some on my conscience, some on my mind. I saw R. Kelly having sex with Aaliyah. Would they have said, oh, did you? Give us a statement. We about to charge him for that. They would have said, well, miss, is what you say. She's deceased. I'm quite sure he would never admit to it. So that would be a waste of time. So if that was not substantial enough to charge my cousin individually, separately.
But they charged him with bribery of dealing with the whole alleged marriage thing. They charged him with bribery. When she took the stand, she came in, I think, under uncharged acts. If I may be wrong, if she wasn't, if she was definitely a witness, and either or, and she allegedly substantiated that he did have a relationship with Aaliyah as well as herself. And this is what was this is what was said on the stand. Just because Aaliyah is deceased, no matter how she became that way, it doesn't mean that there wasn't an alleged crime
yes,
that
ma'am.
happened with regards to her, that he wasn't charged with having some type of relationship with her in that way. And
Absolutely.
I think probably largely, if I think about it, with the prosecution hat on, probably because they probably couldn't substantiate that, that to where they could bring and make it a charge of sexual abuse or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So the best they could do is come up with the bribery. They had Demetrius, they had the pastor and all them other people or whatever, the lady who gave the thing or whatever. And that's how they supported that particular charge, that particular count, rather.
Yes.
Charge.
Was Demetrius on Surviving R. Kelly?
Yeah.
Case in point. What I say, it read like a script from Surviving R. Kelly. Demetrius gave that statement concerning Aaliyah on Surviving R. Kelly. So now he's part of the trial years later. But let me say this as far as the bribery and the Aaliyah dynamic. Once again, if it by itself was not valid enough for them to bring charges by itself, then I find the charges to be frivolous. I find the charges to be baseless. Now, in addition to that, for the love of God, everybody and their mama saw the actual merit certificate on MTV and BET, it was all over the place. Then Aaliyah's name, my cousin's name, everybody saw it. For the love of God, can you please explain to me, Justice Department, why did that not warrant an investigation and a prosecution back then when she was living? No, it did not, because what they did was, just as Lifetime created a theatrical piece, they actually created a theatrical prosecution. This is why at the very end they introduced the gay guys, or I ain't gonna say they gay, but they introduced the homosexual allegations because they knew how it would play, just like a movie, just like the documentary. Oh, we'll put this at the end. This is the final climax of this. Oh, now it's men. Listen, it was all a theatrical piece. But as far as Aaliyah, if it wasn't prosecution worthy back then, I'm not talking about you, but don't bring it to me now as far as Aaliyah. Now I'll cut you off and I apologize. We were going through I had said that, yes, non-consensual, okay, let's go with that. Minors cannot consent, right? So I asked, and we were just to talk about the minors in both New York and Chicago. How many alleged victims would we come up with?
You will come up with, let's deal with just the sexual abuse, right? You'll come
Yes,
up
ma'am.
with Geronda, you come up with Ezreal. Was Stephanie underage? I'm not sure. And then in the Chicago case, you'll have RL, Urshana. You'll have, how many people was in Illinois? You have Rashawn. I think everybody in Illinois was underage.
Okay, when you say everybody, we need numbers. We need data.
I think
We need the actual.
they had about 5 people in Illinois, 4 or 5 people. I think all of them was underage, so that would be like 6 or 7.
Okay, 6 or 7 now.
Let me say this. Okay, you say they should have brought the charges back then and whatever. Once again, Levi, you're not counting in the process. It's just like, okay, oh, we see the marriage certificate, we see this, oh, let's charge them for this. That's not how it works. It's a lot that goes into building a case, charging a person, indicting a person, and then building a case. If they don't, and if you look at what they say, the crime was founded. I know we allegedly heard about it way back then when it happened, but I think they say the crime was founded back in 2014, I believe, right? 15 or 14. So they had 5 years to bring it. Here's the thing, right? When they brought it this time, they had the judge, the person that married them, the people that gave the fake ID and all that, all the components and the element they need to support charging him with bribery. So I mean, there's no way you can get around just the process, and you can't say, oh well, if the charges won't stand alone, the charges could stand alone. If they just use the vehicle RICO, the charge could stand alone because they are acts. They are actual within the RICO. They are actual acts, which are actual crimes, which I actually had a statute that's associated with each particular, crime. So they could stand alone, but they could be barred by statute of limitations. They could be barred, by other reasons. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I know the overall reasons why they used the RICO as a vehicle to bring the charges, whatever. They stuck those charges in there, to, you know, make the 10-year thing and the predicate act and the shit all fit, and you know, the requirements to Puerto Rico to hold up, but they definitely could have stood alone though.
Well, once again, they mentioned Aaliyah in Lifetime, so they had to basically incorporate the Aaliyah story into the indictment, into the trial. That's fine. But let me ask you this. Let's just say, hypothetically, I concede to that. Okay. What would that carry under normal legal circumstances? A man bribes a official to marry Aaliyah. What a minor? They didn't charge him with having sex with a minor. We talking about the bribery charge. What does that bribery charge carry? A year?
You know, I would have to look it up because it will go by the individual.
A first-time offender.
Go ahead. I mean, I'll get it. Go ahead.
First-time offender. Say he conceded to that. That, I guarantee you, doesn't carry even any prison time. If so, 6 months to a year. He's already done 4. So that, you know, what I'm trying to point out is that it's the rice, it's the bread, it's the padding the meal, all these things being piled on. But if someone like Ms. Mo, the mere fact that she would say, according to Jim Duragas, he said it's 60 more, 60, like, listen, bro, like, you know, it's sad, you know, it's sad that how we live in an age where propaganda and people saying things, you know, this is what I saw. Now, if we use that same litmus test, if you will, and we eliminate everything in those indictments and during those trials that could not be substantiated by tangible, actual DNA or proof, how many of those alleged accusers would be disqualified? They have to go because it's basically what you saying happened without any tangible proof. I would guarantee you 70% of them would have to go. 70%, you got to go because you saying this happened. Would you agree with that? And I know what you're going to say, that circumstantial evidence plays a big part in most cases, and I understand.
Most cases are circumstantial, so it's pretty much based on testimony. But that testimony, it is either proven or disproven, right? If that defense don't get up there and try to, you know, if they got a good idea that what is saying, you know, what is being alleged is, you know, pretty much accurate by the prosecution, then that's when you'll see strategies and all kinds of stuff take place or whatever. Then that's how I can kind of tell, because they probably leave it too. So, you know, they got to go do this, that, and the third. But what I'm saying is, now, the problem that a lot of the Kell supporters run into is understanding. Okay, understanding of the law, and definitely understanding of evidence. Okay, what's sufficient? What is considered evidence? You know, and what role does the, you know, both sides play on direct and cross? So if someone says something and it's not accurate, and the defense can prove it, then that's what they do. That's what they're supposed to do. I'll put it like that. But if someone says something and as a part of the story submits a picture or some type of phone records or whatever to, you know, tie it in, because first the thing that the prosecution have to do with their witness, or what they should do, is one, make sure that they can put them there at the scene of the crime. I'm gonna say that of the crime. So they got to probably start there, with their story. So when they putting it all together, it's gonna paint a picture. That's what they want them to do. To back up, they say, hey, I was with him at this point in time, and I was allegedly 17 years old, which is under the age of consent, and blase squaze. I know you guys want a video of them hooking up under 18, and it just doesn't work that way all the time. If you got video, whatever, prosecutors over there, yeah, we got videos to substantiate. Other than that, they got to work a little harder to make their story, to sell their story to the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
So just because there's no, and I'm not saying what happened or not, because I don't know, but just because there is no physical proof that something happened, that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It's just up to the other side to make that person understand testimony unreliable. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And it doesn't mean that it did occur.
Yeah,
now here's the deal.
It did happen too. You're right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now here's the problem. And everything you're saying is absolutely legally correct. It is up to the defense to challenge those statements, those testimonies from the prosecution's side. Now, I've said it 1,000 times and I'll never relent. R. Kelly, my right hand to the Most High God, someone who studied law, myself, me, someone who I've sat in on so many trials, so many, to the point where I would be waiting for a judge's signature when I was contracted. And the trial, sometimes I would have to wait all day. But the trial was so interesting that I would go back the next day like, damn, this is interesting. R. Kelly in New York did not have any adequate legal representation. He had no defense. It's like fucking AIDS and a person's immune system. He had no defense, and I'm gonna prove it. Here's a defense. Your Honor, I would like to call the investigating officer to the stand. You get the investigating officer who was responsible for drafting these indictments and the grand jury, all that, and you ask that investigating officer a simple question. When you, through your investigation, chose to charge my client, the defendant, with Jane Doe number 5, what contributed to charging my client? Now, it's a simple question. Did you question her parents? Yes or no? Did you review the Lifetime docuseries? Yes or no? I think the answer to both of those questions from a sworn officer of the court, which is an investigator, can't lie, would be yes. Okay. So we have a defendant sitting here and we have an accuser sitting here, but the defendant is being charged with violating the accuser, who was at the time 17 years of age. And we have the investigator or investigators who have admitted on the stand, yes, we did question the parents. What did the parents tell you? After they go through the plethora of things that were told, did the parents, or through your investigations, did you obtain any tangible emails, text messages to in order to substantiate what the parents told you? Parent or parents? Yes, we did. What did you obtain? What did you acquire? Well, text messages, a lot of stuff was in the clouds, yeah, thus and so. And we were able to determine that the defendant did have sex with Jane Doe number 5 when she was a minor, just according to speaking with the parent or parents and the data or information that we were able to acquire or obtain. Okay. In doing so, were you able to confirm and substantiate the fact that one of the parents was text messaging the defendant, telling the defendant that Jane Doe number 5 was 18 years of age? Yes, we did. So you were able to confirm that one of the parents, at least, falsely informed the defendant that the 17-year-old was 18. So we have a parent misrepresenting the age of their child and sending that child off with the defendant. Is that absolutely true or not? The investigator would say yes. Well, can you please explain to this court if the defendant is culpable of having inappropriate, illegal sex with a 17-year-old, why did you not charge the parent or parents for misleading the defendant, setting the stage, and sending the minor with the defendant? Boom, it's over. You're going to find at least one juror that's going to say that's the truth. This looks like a railroading. This looks like a lynching. This looks like some bullshit to me. But you can only get there by having adequate legal representation, understanding that this is the Super Bowl of R. Kelly's life. Every inch matters. Everything that's said matters. Everything that's done matters. But that legal so-called representation, when I read them goddamn transcripts, I said, this man was moving on. This man, it was a complete joke.
Levi,
it was a complete joke.
Levi, but what you are circumventing is you're circumventing the process and procedures. Listen, the parents could not be called. So
yes, they could.
How was he going to build a defense on what you're talking about when the judge had already, they left it open. They talked about extortion but she gave the, the parameters for them, you know what I'm saying, bringing up the extortions, and that would allegedly include the parents because they had whoever was there at that whoever was on his defense team at that time. I don't know if the brother Johnsons hadn't showed up at that time, but I think Fairnell and Nicole was there, that they had something planned for them parents, you know what I'm saying, but they could not get what they need to get it, passed through that damn judge, right? So you can't just start asking questions, just all willy-nilly in the courtroom to build, reasonable doubt. I get that. I hope that's what you mean, just to build reasonable doubt, because you definitely can't say for sure that the parents sent them in there to have sex. And extortion doesn't mean that there's a money value in exchange. It can be something else. Normally it's money, but it can be something else for extortion, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you got to understand that the judge, normally during the motion in limine, they go through that to shut down defenses, right?
Yes.
And so if the judge is shutting it down, just can't start questioning the people about the parents.
Know what we're gonna do, Ms. Walker? You and I have been going back and forth over this for about a little less than a year. We about to put this to rest, and I'm going to. I know we about to put this to rest. How are we going to do? I have to leave now, but this is what I want. I'm requesting if you're available. I want us to go to those court papers something no one has never done, ever done. And I want to do a live because you just made a statement that was legally inaccurate. And play it back now. Play it back after I get off of here. Play back what you said. You said the parents could not be called to testify. That was your words. Absolutely not true.
No, I said the parents could not be called to testify with regards to your defense. They couldn't.
No. Hold on.
I ain't say they couldn't be called to testify. Period. They could have. But listen, here's the thing: you can't just call the parents to testify just willy nilly. You got to have that testimony have to be material. It has to be relevant, reliable, and relatable, because testimony is what? Evidence.
Ms. Walker.
You just can't call they shut them down. What are you talking about? It was in that
Ms. Walker.
In that pretrial motion. Go ahead.
Ms. Walker, we're gonna look at the documents, and God willing, I want to go over this. But listen, no, hold on. We did say no 15-minute thing. Now we're gonna revisit. But there was a back and forth concerning that. It wasn't just a simple one paragraph. For one, for two, if the audience listened to what you just said, you said pertaining to what I presented as it relates to a hypothetical defense. Right. Nothing I said, if you play this tape back, when I said bring the parents to and question the investigator, it's nothing that I said in my defense, in my cousin's defense, that even came close to extortion. It was nothing I said. We ain't talking about no extortion. We're talking about the inception of the charges. When you bring any American citizen before when you construct a grand jury and you're looking to indict an American citizen, that American citizen's defense team or attorney has a right to question the investigators as to how were you able to substantiate these charges with the grand jury that an indictment will be produced. I did not say anything. I stay away from extortion when it comes to the parents, because yes, that is a moot issue if you have nothing to substantiate that they were paid. So I don't even talk about the extortion.
The defense brought it up in relation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But the time they came up in relations to the parents, as far as putting them on the stand with what you're talking about. Okay, let me look at it. You're talking about, okay, that you want the parents to be questioned because of the development of the charges, right?
Basically, what I'm talking about, the judge's decision as it pertains to the parents. And basically that right there, if you read that, it details, that's the judge's order. That's what the judge says as it pertains to the parents. Now, when you read that, there's nothing precluding or there's nothing stopping the defense that I just spoke about. There's nothing that you can read where you can say, well, Levi, she said this, so they could have never questioned the investigators or the parents about what you said. If you read that what the judge said.
Right. But listen, so just say, so you creating a separate defense. I didn't know that you was creating a separate defense. So we're not going to talk about extortion. Okay, on the defense you're talking about, right? On the defense you're talking about, is it going to be relevant, relatable, and reliable to the charges? That's the only way they can get on that stand.
Definitely.
Okay.
Relevant. Let me tell you, relevant because it was a minor. And the minor fell in the hands of the defendant. Relatable because it draws pertinent to the fact that the defendant is being charged in an indictment that came from a grand jury. This is what makes it relevant. A grand jury, and in order to get that grand jury, certain things had to be deposited into the grand jury testimony in order for the grand jury to say, okay, indict R. Kelly. So reliable, and it's reliable because Levi said it. So you know it's reliable. You heard me?
Oh no, that's what makes it reliable. You know, but the
That
thing
makes it
about it is
reliable.
now, they say, and this is what they tell you in school, and this is what they tell you after, that depending on how you try to get evidence admitted, how you ask, and how you submit it, that makes a difference in whether a judge would say it's admissible or not. I'm trying to see how, with regards to her charges, not her charges, his charges, with regards to her, how would that be relevant, related, and reliable? Because how they listen, because if you're saying the simple fact that they played a part in her getting there, okay, but how they play a part in what he's charged with. That's what it has to be, how they play a part. No, you're not, because you're not thinking. Now you got to separate. You see what I'm saying? Not how they played a part of their
Okay, I got you. I got you. He's charged. Part of his charges. Part of his charges is that he moved a minor across state lines. Correct? That's part of his charges, right? He moved the minor across state lines.
It was a man act. So whatever kind of violations happened with regard to the man act.
Okay, the state lines issue.
Right.
Well, if the parents are facilitating the move, or parents are facilitating the actual transportation of the minor, that right there, what?
But listen, he's not charged with a conspiracy. He wasn't charged with a conspiracy or nothing like that.
Exactly.
Which could have, made the parents' testimony relevant, relatable, and reliable. Look at me getting goddamn crazy. The 3 R's, right? He could, but he wasn't charged with the conspiracy.
The RICO itself is a conspiracy, Ms. Walker. The RICO is conspiracy. So just as they were able to charge McDavid with facilitating the funds and paying for tapes and all this shit, making him complicit. You trying to tell me the parents, if it's true, facilitated the child and took the child, made sure the child got with him, that they would not be complicit? It's called RICO. It's a conspiracy. So you look for, and you know this, in RICOs, you look for anyone that's connected to it.
It has to have an act, a conspiratorial act that he has to be charged with. Not not with the the RICO influence and corruption organization act. You got to, and what that basically means as in definition. I'm trying to say he has to be like charged with some type of conspiratorial act, and then that may have facilitated the parents being, their testimony being related, the 3 R's to the goddamn with regards to the elements, right? The elements is what he's being. You got to have it connect to the elements. What was his elements?
Okay. I got my pen and my pad. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got to go through what was his elements. Now, this is tricky because I think this is what J-Bo tried to do. She tried to shoot down the inducement, enticement, and all of that, right? The coerce and all of that, right? That line in the elements what he was charged with, right? If that charge maybe had been something like this conspiratorial, whatever, she could have put up maybe some kind of way gotten the parents, made the parents relevant some kind of how, I'm not sure how, to the charges. They would, and then she could start her line of questioning with regards to that. I'm trying to think on the spot how. I hope SpongeBob is still here, but I'm trying to see how would that be what would that, I don't even know what would that element in conspiracy looks like.
Well,
I
the
don't
only way we
know
would,
that right off.
the only way we'll ever know is that this is what we must revisit.
Yeah, we'll do
We
it.
got to revisit, and I'm taking notes so the next time we go live and my channel, your channel, whatever, I want to focus on this. What was he charged with as in the case of Jane Doe number 5? I'm writing this down. In the case of Jane Doe number 5. Okay, that's for one. Secondly, we must find and discuss and bring it to the forefront the conversation, the motions that preceded the judge's order as it pertains to the judge restricting, that's the operative word, the parents' testimony. She did not restrict them from testifying. No, what were the restrictions in there? So we got, what was he charged with Jane Doe number 5? During the conversation of what would be admissible as it pertains to witnesses and what can be discussed in the court during the trial, that conversation that was going on, that's documented pertaining to the parents. And then we will end it by looking at what the judge herself, her honor, what was her final ruling on the parents? And you will find, well, I'm not even going to say what we will find. I want to revisit it with fresh eyes and look at it, because when you look at stuff with fresh eyes, you can bring it more into focus. Like, this is what actually happened. And I think that it's never been done on YouTube, on none of these channels, and something that we need to explore in depth, because I view this as a crucial area. And I'm gonna tell you, well, I'll say this much. What we find is going to be unbelievable. I can say that much. What we find is going to be unbelievable. So is that fine, Ms. Walker? Can we explore that and revisit that?
But that's fine. But we'll be kind of changing the indictment.
How?
Yeah, because the parents, I'm trying to see how the parents would be the 3 R's to any of those elements. That what he's being charged with, Think about what he's being charged with, not how the ladies got there in the predicament. That's not on trial. How they got in the predicament. That's not, so that's probably why none of the parents testify other than, Faith and the mom and them, because she had to testify about what happened with Cash Jones allegedly. Think about what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you got to think about you got to look at the indictment, look at the elements, and see where testimony would either be pro or con. So it'd be either defend it or make it an offense, to what happened, to substantiate an offense. So if you're talking about, the coercion, blah, 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 right? J-Bo tried to use those text messages to show that her defendant wasn't doing that. Just say it didn't. Just say if it was came in under Rule 12 and it was argued earlier, right? I'm still trying to see how that would be that way. If that probably would have been allowed or whatever, maybe the parents could have gotten on the stand to talk about their role in the text messages and things of that nature. But how she got in the situation, I don't see where that testimony would be relevant. Let's stick with relevant to the elements. That's what they're gonna look at.
Okay. He did not find Jane Doe number 5 at the Greyhound bus station.
Right.
He did not climb through Jane Doe number 5's window and kidnap her.
Right.
It was arranged. It was an arrangement between Jane Doe number 5 and her parents. So the fact that there was an arrangement automatically gives you the 3 R's. I mean, I don't understand. Like
The
the
element
fact that
to his charges.
without listen, Ms. Walker, here's the deal. One could argue, why was Demetrius Smith on the stand? Where was the 3 R's with Demetrius Smith? What the 3 R's was, Demetrius Smith said he was the one that facilitated the damn thing. He facilitated it.
He was a witness.
McDavid,
Go ahead.
they charged McDavid with facilitating things for my cousin. Everyone, whenever you have a facilitator, if that's the case of what you're saying is true, then he could say, well, it's not relatable, reliable. Whatever happened, I ain't have nothing to do with it.
But he was relevant to the evidence. He was material to the evidence.
And so you trying to tell me
to the evidence. Yeah.
Okay, listen, the evidence of a parent text messaging the defendant, telling the defendant that the minor is 18 and then encouraging the minor to go with the defendant is not relevant? Is that what you're saying?
Not relevant to his offenses, to the elements. Look at what I'm saying.
I'm following.
Look at what I'm saying. You're trying. You're. It's kind of like a quantum leap, right? And actually, no, I'll take that back. It's not a quantum leap. He was charged with, and when just say with regards to her, right, about the herpes things. What evidence could the parents give with regards to her and the herpes? What evidence?
As far as say it again.
What evidence could the parents supply with regards to the herpes?
That listen, it would be that I took my child to the doctor because the child was let's just say, just saying hypothetically, the child was a minor, so the doctor could not see the child without us being there or me being there. So I was the one that took the child to the doctor's office to discover that the child had herpes. That you'll never, Ms. Walker, be able to argue when it comes to a minor that the parents are not reliable, part of the 3 R's, because it's the parents. Now, I will say this. Did you see the parents outside of Rashonda's parents, mom and them, because they were all tied up in that evidence, right? And so were the other parents. Ms. Jane Doe number 5's parents were tied up in evidence.
They were tied up in the evidence as it relates to the elements. You have to look at the elements. They were tied in that way. They were tied by some checks they had gotten or whatever. Remember, I'm getting so goddamn crazy. It was obstruction. It was an obstruction going on, and it was some money flowing through and checks and stuff like that. That was part of what he was charged with.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to tell you how they got there.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to tell you, the prosecutor, they fought tooth and nail to keep them off that stand, right? Because they were saying that even now, I'll tell you this, right? No, I won't confuse the situation, because I was gonna say how they went with the motion in limine. They were talking about the defense.
I gotta write this down.
That the defense said that they didn't want to talk about Aaliyah, and the prosecutor said they weren't gonna bring up Aaliyah, right?
Okay.
So and that's how it works but the judge is going to ask, because again, testimony is evidence. How does this evidence, whatever they got to say, relate to those charges?
I got you, and this is where I got you right here. We're gonna revisit this, but
talking about how they got there, how the girl
Now,
got in the situation.
in
That ain't got
order,
nothing to do with what he
and
was charged
excuse
with.
me, yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
Now, in
Go
order
ahead.
for
Mm-hmm.
anyone to give your statements credence, then
Mm-hmm.
I can totally refute you by us revisiting Rashana's mother's testimony. And in that testimony,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to find she was questioned from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
How did your daughter meet the defendant, R. Kelly?
Okay.
How many times did you leave her there?
She
Who
can
was she
because
with?
she was on the, because she was a witness, because she was material to the elements. She was
Ex-
relevant, relatable, and reliable to the elements. She was all through the elements with regards to Rashana.
Wait a
But the
minute. So
parents,
but wait, Jane on number 5. Wait, okay. Listen, I'm so sorry to cut you off, Ms. Walker.
go ahead. No, we cutting each other out. Go ahead.
Listen,
Uh-huh. Because you better make me pull up the paperwork. Go ahead.
the beginning. Rashana's mom, and had her father been alive, he would have been questioned.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Because they all
When did you first meet the defendant? I did not hear anyone on the defense side or prosecution side. Objection, Your Honor. You can't ask her how she first met the defendant. You can't ask the mother that because that's not relevant. It was very relevant. So if
yeah.
we revisit the questioning that was placed to Rashana's mother, you can never convince me that same questioning could not have been placed to Jane Doe number 5's parents.
Now
How
you're not
did your
understanding.
daughter get to know the defendant? She was a minor. How did she get to know him? How did your daughter get to know him? The parents are always the facilitators of the child. I don't
Levi, you're not
understand
understanding
why you
what
don't
I'm
understand.
saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Okay, if because she was allowed on the stand. Yes, that line of questioning is relevant, but she was allowed on the stand because she was relevant, relatable, and reliable to those elements into which he was charged with. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That is a little different in New York. That situation is totally different. But I'm
Oh
pulling
my
up it.
God.
Yeah, no, oh my God, nothing. I'm telling you. Oh my,
Let me explain to you right there. Let me
did
tell
you
you what
see
it
any of
sounds
the
like to
parents
me.
on the stand?
It sounds like to me that I'm baffled because it sounds like to me
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Walker
Oh,
goes in through the drive-through of the restaurant, and Ms. Walker, once she drives off, says, "Wait a minute, my food. They gave me the wrong food." She turns around, goes back in the restaurant, and said, "You gave me the wrong food." The next person comes through the drive-through window. They gave them Ms. Walker's food. So be quiet, boy. What are you doing? They give them your food. So the next person comes in, they get halfway down the road, turn around and go in and say, "By the way, you gave me the wrong order." And now Ms. Walker says, "Well, it's a different situation when I went in to say you gave me the wrong order, than it is when the next person went in. It's the same dynamic. The child was placed with an adult who was being accused of molesting the child. How the child came into his possession meets the 3 R's. It's unfathomable to me how you don't understand that. How the child fell into the possession of the defendant is absolutely relevant, relatable, and reliable. We need to know.
Levi, listen. And if I'm not mistaken, they took when the parents took the stand, they were talking about the the uh the um the obstruction part of it, right? They wasn't talking about the video and all of that when she was charged with the making of the video and all of that. They took the stand with regards to the obstruction part of it with the money and all of that. While on the stand, and I don't know the line of questioning, if they answer questions of how, how they met R. Kelly and whatever, this one, yes, that's building a foundation. Yes, that's totally admissible. So of course somebody that the prosecutors can ask them that, and the defense can go ahead and cross them on that. But what I'm saying is, when it comes, because they are related to those obstruction charges, so that's how they're able to get on the stand and be questioned and open the door. When it
Okay.
comes to what you're talking about in New York, you're talking about they're not they don't have a conspiracy obstruction charge in New York where the parents can fit into. There, the elements with regards to Jane Doe number 5 got something to do with the Mann Act and sexual abuse. How is the parents relatable, reliable, and relevant to those charges? Them getting up there and how she got there in the situation is of no consequence.
Oh, okay.
Understand what
So,
I'm saying? They have to
okay.
get, if they had a conspiratorial charge, an obstruction charge, something like that in New York with regards to Jane Doe number 5, then that was where the extortion might have worked in that case or whatever. Then of course, if the parents get up there, how the kid got there could be, would if that would have worked, would have been relevant, relatable, and reliable to that particular charge if he had it, but he didn't have that charge.
Okay. So what if she said, Ms. Walker, I was working in a department store, and my supervisor was Ms. Walker, and Ms. Walker says, "Wow, you can sing. I know R. Kelly, Jane Doe number 5. I can introduce you to him." And you introduce the minor Jane Doe number 5 to R. Kelly. Are you trying to tell me you wouldn't be called to testify, or you're irrelevant to the situation when you may say, "No, it didn't go that way. I never knew no damn R. Kelly."
I'm irrelevant to the charges. Now, unless, hold on, how could you fit the parents in with the indictment? How can you fit them in?
Because
If that's the case, you can have everybody get up there and say, "Well, I met R. Kelly, in the mall, and then when I met R. Kelly, you understand what I'm saying?"
Ms. Walker, if your child is 17 years of age,
Mm-hmm.
and you are the parent or parents of an aspiring actor, singer, football player, basketball player, hockey player, tennis player, whatever. Here is a coach. Here is a celebrity. Here is someone that can further your child's career. Are you telling me the fact that you would lie to that person doesn't suggest criminality and a scheme, and your objective is of nefarious means? Are you telling what? Here's the question you have to ask yourself. Why didn't you just say she was 17? Why didn't you? When you don't say the child's age, it speaks to there's something awry. There's something going on that is borderline illegal, if not illegal. Now I'm gonna ask you again. Are you trying to tell me that doesn't raise eyebrows for you? It doesn't raise, like, why didn't they just say she was 17?
You're raising hypotheticals and all of that.
No, this is not a hypothetical. This is not a hypothetical.
We wasn't even talking about that. I was dealing with what is in the indictment. You want to add some extra shit.
No, ma'am. What I'm saying is, what I'm alleging is criminality. What I'm alleging is, if the defendant was set up, the court needs to know this. Because the charges, you feel me? If the defendant was set up, fine, charge the defendant, prosecute the defendant, find the defendant guilty if you choose. But the court, the jury must know that the defendant was set up. Now, hold on. The jury has to be aware that the defendant was set up. And what's more damning, if the 17-year-old had said, I'm 18, I get what you're saying. But the parent or parents of the 17-year-old convinces the defendant that she's 18 when she's 17, Ms. Walker, and you trying to tell me that's not relevant, relatable, and reliable? That is a huge game changer.
To his defense, right?
Yeah.
To his defense. But listen, I told you, and we read it, that the defense was trying to raise something about extortion.
And that,
okay?
and
the judge said, okay, well, if you got evidence of extortion, they will allow the parents up there. That you can call the parents. If not, no, you can't. So
why would I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Why in the hell would the defense want to raise extortion if they had read the text messages and were totally cognizant and aware that the mother was texting their client? That's why I said that he did not have an adequate defense team or adequate attorneys, because knowing the hell you're gonna raise some extortion and you have read those text messages confirming that it was from the mother. So they were so busy on social media, I contend, that dealing with bloggers and stuff, that they hadn't even read that shit. That's what I believe. Right,
but in that footnote I read, J-Bo said that go ahead, keep talking. Let me
she said she would repeatedly say, however, the defendant's attorneys or legal representatives did not make much use of it. She would say that repeatedly. Well, they did not make much use of it, meaning what?
Meaning, they were, she's alleging they were ineffective. But no, I'm talking what the footnote says. She said although she said something, the judge would not allow extortion. Y'all, what was that? What number was that motion I was reading? Shit. What was the number that motion that I was reading? Because you see what people, and I understand, it seems like, okay, well, this is logic. They would, okay, they could get on there and testify as to, how they got their kids there or whatever. But they have to be connected somehow, some way, to the indictment, to the, who is this right here? Hold on. Test. Is this the real James Harris?
What's up, bully?
Oh, shut up, James Harris. What you got?
My cousin, what's going on? I just got one question.
Uh-huh.
Were those text messages used during the trial or just during the discovery?
Were they used in the trial?
Yes, as actually part of the trial, not the discovery.
No, they weren't used. So that's why it was ruled out. That's why she said they couldn't. The J-Bo couldn't make the argument on her post-conviction motion. Okay, I'm glad you said her acquittal. Go ahead.
Appreciate it.
All right. With his country ass, he always starting shit. So, here we go. Motion for acquittal. Motion for a new trial. Hold on. Here we go. I can go to it. Let me see. Is this one goddamn text messages, Jane? What is this?
That's not going to answer our question what Bonjean said, Ms. Walker. But Bonjean came in afterwards.
No, what's going to answer what I'm trying to tell you is what I'm trying to have a shortcut to say what the government has already said with regards to that defense. You're trying to bring the parents in to just give this is how this is how she got into this situation, how she met R. Kelly. All right. And
No.
then you think, hold on, okay, this is how they you got to give they can only give a whole over a story. This is how she met R. Kelly. This is what I was doing. Okay, I was texting them, I was doing this, I was doing that, and I was doing that. Okay. I did all of that. All right. Now, how is she or the parents material or just say much important to the elements of whatever he was charged with regards to Jane Doe number 5?
What
How
was this way? This is why. His intent. What was his intent? The prosecution, the government painted a picture of a man who was preying on a minor, a 17-year-old, flew her across state lines, coerced her, enticed her. That was his intent, according to the government. However, when you have a parent saying to the defendant, oh, she's 18, that is a huge factor. So now you can't even see him as a real criminal. You can't see him as a real violator of a child because his intent, the intent was not there. He was under the impression that she was 18, and at least one of the parents gave him that impression. I don't get it, Skylight. She don't understand it, Skylight.
I understand that,
Wait,
but here's the thing, right? And to speak to that, if I can recall, because I pulled it up the other day, the defense also tried to get in the jury instruction the mistake of age, the mistake of fact that he thought that she was 18, which if that could have been allowed or whatever. But I think was that towards the end, or I don't know what part
Yes,
he
towards the end.
submitted that. Huh?
Towards the end.
That was towards the end. He put that in or whatever.
Mhm.
If maybe they would have put that in the beginning, and if that was allowed, maybe that would have been an entryway to get the parents on the stand. But see, it got to be connected to those damn elements. It got to be relevant to those goddamn elements. If all evidence has to be that way, if not, it's not going to be admissible. Go ahead.
Let me just say something real quick and I'm gonna hop off because James tried to come up here and not ask you the proper questions. Was it in the paperwork that in the text messages, the mother was told by quote unquote allegedly Kels that he wanted to FUCK his daughter under the guise that she was 18?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can say it a different way. So the mother was told by Kels that he wanted to have sex with Azriel, and she also relayed that to her daughter, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she stated that she wanted to try and change it to make it business. I just had to make sure I got that on the record because he thinks that I was lying about that. Because he's trying to make a difference if it was in discovery or if it was used. The point is that told and she was aware and she still sent her daughter. Okay, good job. Y'all keep going.
Okay, Scott. Okay, Scott. Okay. I just want to say, Scott, I got to go too. Okay, Sky's gone, but I have to leave. Listen. Sky Life, I know you listen. What Miss Walker has been doing and what she's doing now is she's painting a picture that it would have been a gargantuan task to call the parents to testify. What Levi is saying is that the fact that the parents were not called to testify only points to the inadequate legal representation that Rob had, for one. For two, Skylight, to put all of this to rest, if that was such a no-no that the parents could be called to testify, Sister Sky, can you please explain to me? Please explain to me how Faith Rogers' parents entered into the picture. please.
Lord have mercy, because they was connected to the threat. They was a witness to the alleged threat and all of that. That's why they was a witness to the threat and all of that, and which was a part of the elements. That's why. Why? Okay, if that's the case, then why the parents of the people in Chicago and the people in New York, why the parents ain't testify for the rest of those alleged minors?
And
Why?
not now one of those parents actually facilitated and concocted a scheme and a strategy to put the minor with the defendant. None of them
Okay,
did that.
that's what I'm glad you said that. That is an alleged defense. But if that defense does not have evidence to support it, the judge is not going to allow it. Therefore, the parents will not be on the stands.
But what are the text messages sufficient enough, Ms. Walker, as evidence?
The text messages say what it says, right? But it does not say, and this is my opinion, it's not evidence of a conspiracy to do something, extortion of some matter, or J-Bo tried to use it as to say that it was the Jane Doe doing the coercing and all of that. That didn't even work.
No, from what I understand, Miss Bonjean was saying it wasn't the defendant, her client, doing the coercion. It was the client's mother that was doing the enticing and coercing and directing and telling the child what to do, put your finger in your mouth, give him a back massage. That's what she was arguing, which is absolutely.
In conjunction with the daughter, she had to try to work it like that because the daughter, that's the one that is the alleged victim, right? The accuser. So it has to be. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. It has to be. The defense has to be material to the elements.
I understand. And what I'm going to do is over the next couple of days, I'm going to go through all that paperwork, and I'll point out to you what actual paperwork that I'm looking at, and we'll revisit it. But it's not going to be. I think that you're kind of trivializing it a little bit, and I think it's more in depth. Well, maybe perhaps you're not. But I want to go deep. I want to go deep into it. Like really look at this with a microscope. That's what all I want to do.
And you owe the defense an apology. That was there because I found it in the paperwork I was looking for. She said, although defense counsel sought to present evidence that Jane's parents intended to set defendant up and extort him, the court precluded that testimony.
Exactly, and that's the problem. The extort part.
But what you're doing is you're creating another defense, which is totally fine. You got to come up with, okay, how does that defense combat? You got how to combat the elements. You got that, but you got to see how does the people that you're trying to put on the stand relate to what he was charged with. And I don't know. I mean, you said you can develop it.
Yes, I will.
But you can't do it with the hypotheticals. You got to do it with the paperwork that's being presented. You can't do it with, you can't say, they was trying to set them up and this. Where's the evidence to say that? Where's the black and white? Where's the language?
I'll revisit it and really come up with something more substantial the next time we speak.
Uh-huh. Scott, what's good with it? Scott always come up here to save me or help drag me under. What's good with it? Scott. I thought she was up here. Oh, what happened to you? But yeah, so that's and that's how that's how the defense, not defense, that's how the prosecution, I don't want to say in conjunction with the judge, shut down defenses. That because the prosecutor is going to argue, hey, those parents has nothing to do with the the elements. And if the defense does not have the evidence to substantiate what they're saying, like the judge say, it's going to be inadmissible. They're not going to, just not going to allow those parents on that stand. While the parents is on the stand, yeah, you have to determine, you have to place them there at the scene of the crime. I'm using that just as a generalization. So yeah, what you was doing, how you got there, what happened, whatever, all of that is relevant.
Absolutely, absolutely. I
Because
have
of
to
his
run.
charge, yeah, but his
I'm gonna finish
charge,
listening to your live.
okay,
Okay.
but the charge was in Illinois. The charge was, something that had to do with obstruction. The parents was getting checks, and the parents had a relationship with the defendant and all of that, whatever. So their evidence was definitely related to those charges, because it will serve as evidence. I'm trying to see where she got three here. Oh, three. Here we go. After a sexual encounter, officers arrived at the hotel room and knocked on the door. After arranging for Jane to meet the defendant in the hotel, Jane's parents apparently called the police. Jane described the defendant as nervous, anxious, and confirmed. Okay, so you know what? When I read that, and then I see that it says, although the defense counsel sought to present evidence that Jane's parents intended to set defendant up and extort him, the court precluded. So listen, Levi. I don't know if you're still here because I can't see you. This might be another notch in your belt, or whoever said this. Somebody said it. I don't know if it was JoJo. I don't know, but somebody said that they felt like they intended. It could have been Scott, that they intended to set R. Kelly up at the hotel. They was gonna call the cops or whatever. Oh shit, it could have been Larry. Wasn't it Larry? Said that they was gonna call the cops or whatever. Because when I read, after the sexual encounter, officers arrived at the hotel room and knocked on the door. After arranging for Jane to meet the defendant in his hotel, Jane's parents apparently called the police. The reference that goes with that is what I also read. Although defense counsel sought to present evidence that Jane's parents intended to set defendant up and extort him, the court precluded that testimony. So J-Bo is kind of saying that at that hotel, they was trying to set R. Kelly up. Jane's parents intended to set the defendant up. And then you connect that with Jane's parents apparently called the police, set him up and extort him. This is getting heavy. Whoa. Oh, because I think it was Larry was saying that this is getting heavy as fuck. Hey, Senator, this is really, really, really this is really getting heavy. The letter from the parents, that could, too much challenge to that could say, well, hey, why would a person of age need a letter? Oh man, hold on now, that just hit me. Why would she got done about the hotel room, like it was supposed to be a setup at the hotel room, per J-Bo. Now we know J-Bo can whip that pencil, okay? So I'm not saying that this was true of the parents. I'm just saying that's what's being alleged in this motion. Child, that just hit me. Can y'all hold on for a minute? Because you know I'm greedy. Hold on for a minute. I'm hungry. Hold on. Oh, okay, people. I'm sorry. So this is what Levi suffers from. And while I believe and I'll say this, I believe if Levi had the whole entire process of procedure down, how what is admissible evidence and all of that, and how to get it in, and all of that, I believe Levi would probably do it pretty good. I believe so. One, determination, right? And two, understanding. But he has to understand also, if it was just as easy as calling people on the stand, just because, whatever, they would do that. They would have done that. Ain't nobody just sitting up there that has the responsibility to, get somebody out of a jam that has, and knowing that those attorneys have experience and all of that. They just sit up there and whatever. So based on whatever Vet Von Jean's records were, because we don't know them, she has them. Apparently, they sought to get evidence in of a setup, maybe regarding that setup is some kind of extortion that she's alleging. And see how, this is crazy. When you look back over this paperwork and whatever, shit hit you. That's why I like having these goddamn conversations. Shit hit you. And I'm not sitting here wasting my time talking to goddamn dummy that, talks about bullshit. I'm not doing that. But shit goddamn hit you. Right, Stephanie. Excuse me for eating, but that right there, because apparently J-Bo is reading something that says that she believes that the parents was nefarious at the first time with the hotel. Then I go back to what Larry said that he believes, I don't know what his beliefs is built on. I don't know if it's some type of evidence or conversation, whatever, that they were going to try to set R. Kelly up at that hotel. Now, I don't use the word set up, but in this case, it would be a frame up because this would be saying he did something that he didn't actually do. But I'm using set up only just for contextual purposes, right? Just to say, hey, because she used it. Okay. So if they would have gotten, let me see, what could have been an entry point to get the parents on the stand? What about when they were saying that the parent was allegedly texting as her? That's just witness testimony. It doesn't relate. Okay, that would just be testimony of her being, doing the texting. That's not testimony that's related to the elements. It's relevant. I'm sorry, that you got related. That's relevant to the evidence. So, anywho, I mean, y'all tell me. I'm gonna ask trick their parents as well. They're manipulative. The contrast is the law versus what we see. It is in its entire right. And I love your posting. I love y'all conversations in the chat. Mm-hmm. But isn't that crazy that J-Bo felt like there was some kind of evidence in her head of a setup against R. Kelly at the hotel phase? Damn, when you start reading this shit and looking at it. And I'm not, and like I told you, what's in these motions are alleged. What's in the response are alleged. But damn. What is it? What the fuck do they have? Making me know what is going on. God damn. Let me look at something else, y'all. Let me see what else. Okay, it's like, what could those parents get up there and say that could prove or disprove the elements of that particular crime? What could they cut up there and say? Prove or disprove the elements of that particular crime. So I'm looking in the indictment. I'm looking on the indictment now. Okay, what is it? Yeah, I'm looking at the indictment now. And what can they be used to prove or disprove? What is this? Oh. What is this? I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, no, that's the indictment. Okay. What's this indictment? In New York. Oh, that's no District of Illinois. I'm sorry. And prove or disprove them goddamn elements. That is heavy though. What she was thinking. What is she talking about? Damn. That is heavy. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I've had I had the indictment up when I was talking. I was talking to Levi about Illinois. Okay, proof is proof. Look, see, there's nothing because that this is relating to sexual exploitation and the Mann Act. Yep. And she would have been called as a defense witness. So you got Mann Act. How can the parents get up and talk about Mann Act? They tried now what J-Bo tried to use, I see right here. It was Mann Act, the coercion and enticement. J-Bo tried to use those text messages, I guess, to counter that. But is that and the herpes dates persuade, entice, induce. So that's persuade, entice, induce. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I'm still stuck at this damn. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to see. I'm trying to figure out how Levi's trying to get them people on the stand. I'm looking too for any old thing that would be related to them damn elements. And I know y'all tired. Oh, you talking about elements? I was gonna say him about them goddamn elements. Just put them on the stand. That's not how it works. I can't believe I'm tearing this shit up in y'all ear. Okay, hold on. I don't see it, y'all. I don't see that. There's nothing. Hey, the hell, what's good with it? I don't see no way. And it's different. It was different in Illinois, right? Because Illinois, I don't want to fight with no goddamn indictments. I wouldn't know where to look in for Rashana's mother's testimony. Does anybody know? I mean, anybody. Where would I start with Rashana's mama testimony? She was relevant to that obstruction as far as that money and whatever she witnessed with regards to the elements, that type of shit. The Clarys and none of those people, they can't. They can only get on there and say, well, yeah, my daughter, whatever. Let me see. As far as a witness. Right. Well, here's the thing, right? She's a good appeals attorney, yeah. But if this stuff wasn't on the record, meaning if it wasn't brought up during the trial, and the appeal courts don't give a damn. It's very rare that they'll hear except new evidence that was already known during the time of the trial. If it's new evidence, it got to be new independent evidence that no, it wasn't discoverable or nothing. And then the appeals court would then, will most likely set a date for oral arguments. Other than that, these text messages is a dead issue. Okay. Yeah. Y'all give me 1 minute. Let me see if I can find it in the transcripts real quick. Let me see if I can find what that mother was talking about in them transcripts. 1 moment. Maybe I can Google what the mama testified to as a. No, I need to know exactly what place she testified in the transcript so I can see what her testimony was relevant to. Hold on 1 minute. Oh, honey, just sorry about that, y'all. Honey, the damn transcripts, they all separated by days. Those weren't ones weren't all stuck together, connected together for me. So I'm just have to look at it. But it would be interesting to see if she answered questions about the alleged videos and more about the financial or the relationship, you know, just between herself and Carl Kelly, whatever, because there was some allegations there. So I'm not sure, but just note them other parents didn't testify. Because if that's the case, if he's saying James five parents could have testified as to what he was talking about, then the rest of the parents could testify to the same thing, how they got in that particular. So did she come after Lisa? That's what Lisa. Did she be on stage? Did she come after Lisa? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But it was just gonna be so I can show I need to show in them goddamn transcripts. That's crazy. Well, y'all, I'm finna get off of here. I done held y'all too long. But I sure do appreciate y'all. It's been another good conversation. I appreciate all y'all comments and stuff. Hopefully y'all are enjoying the conversations that we are having. We're figuring some things out. We're talking about all kinds of shit all over the board. That's the type of shit I like. So it's been productive. Once again, thank you, Levi, Sky, Miss Mo. Who else came up here? James Harris with his bully ass. New Black, and all you guys with perspective. I was catching some of your comments, some of your conversations and stuff in the chat. So once again, I do appreciate that. And
Hey there, Angie.
How you doing?
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, R. Kelly, huh? Is he? What are his chances?
Of what?
You know what, Angie? The way I see it is this: it all depends on what does he have a state trial coming up?
I think that's pending. We don't know yet.
Oh yeah, well, listen, they're gonna have to find 12 reasonable people in that state of Minnesota. And I think Minnesota is usually a Republican state. The way I say it is because they're very conservative, I think. So they're going to have to find 12 honest people because they already know about the case and probably know all about the charges that he did in New York and Chicago. So that's going to be a chore for his lawyers to find reasonable people that will be fair and unjust.
Right.
And they're going to see all the testimony, and you got to have like one juror. One juror is going to say like 11 people say guilty, and one says not guilty. Then they have to go back. The judge tells them to go back and try to read decision again. And you know how that goes in courtrooms, man. And it all ends up in a mistrial. And they have to do the same charges all over again with the taxpayers' money. Does his lawyers and the prosecutors want that to happen? Heck no. Heck no. Heck no. They don't want that to have to be a mistrial. They would rather avoid a mistrial than anything else.
Right.
I've seen a lot of mistrials in my day. And sometimes you put on the best case. You see the witnesses that testify will tell the truth or not. Some will tell the truth just to save their own skin. They don't care about R. Kelly's skin, they care about their own. So, once you're in that jury room, you're gonna have people will convince you to change your vote, and that's another thing. You don't know what's going on in that jury room. You don't. You can have the best case you want, but it all depends on what these 12 strangers that you don't know, Some people's a slam gut case. You don't know that is. Like Alec Baldwin, for instance, he's in charge of voluntary manslaughter. They could have died a ham sandwich for all they care. They say it won't stick with Alec Baldwin, but you don't know what these other, there are a lot of people who want to be on that in that trial once that starts, But
Right.
it's just depends on who the people pick to be on the jury. Some want to be on the trial, some don't want to be on that trial, So
Right.
that's this is our justice system, folks. This is our justice system. Our justice system has always been flawed. We try to fix it, but it still needs a lot of work.
You
It's
right.
not the perfect justice system in the world. What do I know? I'm 56 years old. What do I know?
Right.
Yeah. So,
Right.
well, I hope R. Kelly does good. I like his music, but it all depends on what these 12 strangers are going to do if it comes to state trial. If it doesn't, because the prosecutors will do anything just to have him on the state trial. They want to see it on
Right.
TV. We did that with OJ, and look where that got us. And Rodney King and all them other trials I've seen over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're
I
right.
don't know, Angie. It just seems like the justice system is it'll be for us for 1 minute and then against us the next.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah, yeah. And I heard rumors about Derek Chauvin that his lawyers is trying to get him out. And
You're supposed
I don't
to.
want to see him out.
Yeah, he
I
hurt
really
a lot.
don't want to see that. You know who I want in jail more than anything?
Oh.
George Zimmerman.
Oh.
Yeah, I want him in jail more than anything else. If I pray for the day he gets arrested, and I would just say "F you, Zimmerman." That's all. That's all. But I wish R. Kelly luck. But you never know what 12 strangers is going to say once they get into that jury room.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You
always a
never know.
crapshoot, huh?
I said you never know.
No. Well, I just came up here to say hi to you. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be in New Jersey, but I'm gonna do like outside stuff, inclusions for people with disabilities. I'm going to like the American Dream Mall in Secaucus in March.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's a big. I seen it on TV. It's a big mall. There's a big hamburger joint called Mr. Beast. So I'm gonna be doing my live down there. So, but it's only for like the weekend. But I gotta do this colonoscopy. I don't want to do it.
Uh-uh.
You
Why?
know,
Oh, okay.
I have to take all these pills to the doctors gave me all these 12 of these. I gotta take in March to clean myself out so they could go down
Uh.
in there, and I gotta be in that uh recovery room for 2.5 hours on March 10th. But I'm not
Ooh.
worried. Yeah, I'm not worried about it now. But I gotta prepare for it.
Right. That's all you can do.
Yeah, and they said you gotta do it. People at the age that I am have to take a colonoscopy.
Right. You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I'd rather have the mammogram than the colonoscopy. I'd
Yeah.
rather not go to the
You're right. You're right.
gynecologist than have a colonoscopy. Ah, guys. Well, listen, I
Okay.
wish I'd tell you luck, but you know how the justice system works. The justice system will put you in jail for certain stuff that you didn't do, like drugs and marijuana. We have a dispensary here, but it all depends on what the jurors, if they have if they have a state trial, the prosecution or the defense is going to have to find 12 reasonable people to sit on this jury
Mm-hmm.
in
You're
that
right.
county. You know,
Yeah.
there may be 2 blacks on the jury and a few whites on that jury.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Yeah,
You're
Yeah,
right. You're absolutely right.
you know what? Our justice system sucks. It's not the best in the world. It's like a patchwork of stuff that you got to get rid of, and it's hard to get rid of that other patchwork of stuff just to put it together. We just put it together with tape, glue, or staples just to hold the justice system together. But sometimes it always seems to come apart at the seams.
Mm-mm.
And that's why I never want to be in court or be on trial. I'll avoid it because I don't want to have the hassle. I really don't.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be live tomorrow, so you stop by anytime, Angie. You're always welcome. I think I gave you a wrench. I think I did, but if it's not, I'll give you one on me anyway.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
That's nice. Thank you.
thank you so much, and thank you for having me up here. And peaches to you.
All right. No problem. Thank you.
Yes, good night.
All right. Good night. All right, y'all. So I'm getting on up out of here for real, though. So again, appreciate everybody. I guess I need to add Miss Tanya to the list. Other people that came up and hit the link. There was no first time hitters. So anyway, I sure do appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Thank you for your time. And guess what? We are over and out. Peace out.